Chapter 1209. Under the illumination of the brilliant lights, a large round table was carved with the word Wu in the middle, surrounded by the carvings of the 12 zodiac signs and the 12 seasons. The outermost part was carved with 12 pictures, namely, a whirlwind, a snowflake, a Buddha, and a Pegasus. These were the symbols of the world's 7 major sects and 4 major families. The specially empty seat corresponded to the dragon of the 12 zodiac signs. The churn of the 12 seasons was to commemorate the first leader of the Wulin Alliance, Long Patian. He had single-handedly established the Wulin Alliance and established the order of the Wulin world for hundreds of years. Later, he shattered the void and left, becoming a legend. However, he was not born in an aristocratic family or a sect, so he was known to the outside world. Currently, the people sitting here were the leaders of the various families and sections. But now there were 2 more empty seats, a Pegasus and a snowflake. They belonged to the Ma family and the Snow Mountain sect. Now everyone knew that no one would come to these 2 seats. There were more people sitting on the periphery. They were the heroes who had been summoned. At this moment, all of them looked at Zhang Yuntian in silence. The Wulin Alliance had been established for hundreds of years. Every time a demonic sect brought disaster to the Wulin world, the Wulin Alliance would convene a Wulin assembly to suppress them. But there had never been a scene like this. The leader of the Wulin Alliance had actually quit. Abbot Fu Ku of the Pudu Temple chanted the name of Buddha and advised, Amitba. Almsgiver Zhang, you're wrong. I was forced by the situation outside the Galloping Horse City. The position of the Wulin Alliance is not something that can be taken away with just a few words. It's a pity that my junior brother Fu Hu, who hated evil and killed evil all his life, died in the hands of this demon. The head of the Xuanshu Temple also said, what Master said makes sense. A few days ago, there was a rumor that my senior brother also died in the hands of the demon. Now it has been confirmed. His corpse has been transported back from the northern region, but it's badly mutilated. It's really sad to see Li Qingshan, this demon, is too cruel and intolerable. Zhang Yuntian sighed. My condolences, you too. I'm also a survivor of a disaster. I just want to stay alive in this chaotic world. I really don't want to be involved in these Wulin disputes anymore. However, he sneered inside. An important figure from each sect had died to Li Qingshan's hands. Their grievances were basically irreconcilable. The Snow Mountain sect could go with the flow and surrender to the World Union, but they could not. Naturally, he could only resist with determination. The master of the Lu family of the eastern region slammed the table and stood up. That devil is still roaming freely in the northern region. Now is not the time to grieve. Alliance leader Zhang already has half a foot in the sky, but have you ever thought about what will happen to the Divine Wind sect when that devil head goes south? Don't tell me you are going to watch helplessly as it gets destroyed by that devil head? Although the world is big, we have no way to retreat. The Ma family and the Snow Mountain sect are already examples. If we still don't unite, we might as well join the World Assembly now. Forget about bowing down to that Li Qingshan. Why are you still holding the martial arts circle assembly? The other 2 aristocratic families immediately agreed. The Ma family of the northern region was really miserable. Zhang Yuntian remained silent, but in his heart he thought, you aristocratic families usually do whatever you want. Do you know fear now? Everyone tried to persuade Zhang Yuntian to stay. Normally, the various sects would fight for the position of alliance leader. Now, however, it had become a hot potato. After thinking about it, they could only let Zhang Yuntian continue as the alliance leader. At the very least, Li Qingshan's first attack would not be directed at them. Even if they failed in the end, it would still be the alliance leader and the entire martial union's failure. Zhang Yuntian pondered for a long time. Finally, he said, I can continue as the alliance leader, but I want the Divine Dragon Jade Seal to wield the authority of the Great Alliance Leader. Great Alliance Leader? Everyone was shocked. Since the establishment of martial union, there had only been one great alliance leader, and that was the first alliance leader, Long Patian. Not only did Long Patian wield the power of life and death, but he could also abolish patriarchs and sect leaders at will. Alliance leader Zhang, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. Someone immediately objected. Who would be willing to place their lives in the hands of others? The difference between alliance leader and great alliance leader is only a single word. We are just following orders, so why go through the trouble? It's too stuffy here. I'll go outside to get some fresh air. Why don't you all discuss this properly here? As long as a single person disagrees, I'll immediately retreat from Black Tortoise City and return to the Divine Wind sect to enter closed-door training. Zhang Yuntian flicked his sleeves and left. I don't have that much authority, yet you want me to bear such a heavy responsibility? Dream on. A young girl stood up and chased after Zhang Yuntian. Wind blew under her feet, and not a speck of dust landed on her body. Her movement technique was top-notch, and her appearance was exquisite. If it were any other day, there would definitely be many people cheering for her. Now, however, no one was in the mood to do so. They all lowered their heads and pondered over Zhang Yuntian's words. On the high platform, Zhang Yuntian recalled the night of the Fiend's Star's descent. A young girl's voice rang out from behind him. Master, is that demon really that powerful? Could it be that even so many experts couldn't do anything to him? Zhang Yuntian looked at the young girl, and a smile appeared on his face. Xianfeng, you didn't see it, but he's not just powerful. He killed Ma Xingkong across the river, and then he killed Tiger Subduing Monk in front of us. I didn't even see how he attacked. How is that possible? Zhang Xianfeng was speechless. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Even if Long Patian was still alive, he wouldn't be his match. But I believe he's not invincible. If it's a battle of attrition, he might have a chance of winning, but the person leading the charge will definitely die. Then, Master, you must not lead the charge. Zhang Xuanfeng's face was filled with concern. Why would Master do such a stupid thing? Zhang Yuntian sneered. The great alliance leader could order others to die. Moreover, he discovered a big secret in the divine dragon jade seal left behind by Long Patian. It wasn't impossible for him to defeat Li Qingshan. Even if he couldn't win, he could still shatter the void and ascend. At that time, no matter how chaotic the world was, what did it have to do with Zhang Yuntian? Zhang Xianfeng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Zhang Yuntian said gently, "The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. You don't have to worry too much. Do whatever you want." Yes, with Master here, I'm not afraid of that Li Qingshan. Zhang Xianfeng smiled innocently and thought to himself, do whatever I want? It's not like I'm going to die soon. It seems like I can't even rely on Master this time. Forget it, this has nothing to do with me. When that Li Qingshan comes, I'll immediately pack up and run. It's better than becoming a ghost under the blade of the Ma family's Mississippi Sai. I could have sold my body. After all, I'm one of the top 10 beauties in the world. But I heard that Li Qingshan is actually a monkey. He doesn't know how to distinguish between beauty and ugliness. I'm afraid this trick won't work. Both master and disciple had their own thoughts, but they had the same thought. The day gradually shifted, and the Liu family's patriarch personally came to the bottom of the stage. Alliance leader, everyone invites you to go back. Zhang Yuntian smiled and was about to jump off the stage when he suddenly turned around. A gray pigeon was flying from the north. Chapter 12:10. Jie, there is actually someone who dares to ask this old man. An old man turned around, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth with a sinister green face. Who are you? If you don't know, I'll go ask someone else. Kid, you actually don't know who I am? Go back and prepare for your funeral. The old man waved his chicken claw-like hand. So, it's a madman. This wretched heavens, giving me trouble even by asking a question. Li Qingshan cursed. There were so many people on the street, and any one of them was a madman. His luck was truly terrible. If he knew this old man's identity, he would know that his luck was not just terrible, but downright terrible. This old man was the Five Venoms cult master, an expert of the demonic path, who was as famous as the Seven Slaughtering Demon Lord and the Phantom Dancer. His poison techniques were unparalleled in the martial world, and he was even more famous for his viciousness. After the Five Venoms cult was destroyed by martial union, he went into hiding, taking advantage of the chaos in the martial world to reappear. This time, he snuck into Black Tortoise City to do something earth-shattering. Just now, with a wave of his hand, he had already poisoned Li Qingshan. "You dare curse me? I originally wanted to give you some time to prepare for your funeral. Die now." The Five Venoms cult master's expression sank, and he activated his poison technique. Li Qingshan felt his palm go numb, and his palm turned blue rapidly. He knew that he had been poisoned, and he could not help but be enraged. He did not provoke anyone, and he just asked a random question. Yet, he encountered such a thing. "If you listen to this old man obediently, you can keep your life. Otherwise," before the Five Venoms cult master could finish his sentence, he suddenly found himself unable to move. A slap landed on his face, and he spat out a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Who told you to poison me?" Li Qingshan pressed down on the Five Venoms cult master and gave him a good beating. He then sealed all of the Five Venoms cult master's major acupoints before lifting him up from the ground. "Where is the Myriad Flower Pavilion?" The Five Venoms cult master stretched out his chicken claw-like hand, trembling as he pointed in a certain direction. He then narrowed his eyes at Li Qingshan, his heart filled with hatred. He did not think that after roaming the world for so long, even martial union could not do anything to him. He would fail miserably. Fortunately, the other party did not know his identity. "Later, when the poison takes effect, I'll make you die a horrible death. Aya! How dare you glare at me?" Li Qingshan raised his hand and gave him another slap. Then, he picked up the Five Venoms cult master and ran away with large strides. "If you dare to lie to me, just wait and see how I will deal with you." "Greetings, Great Alliance Master." Inside Martial Union's discussion hall, Zhang Yuntian sat on his throne, a solemn expression on his face as he accepted everyone's worship. He had become the second Great Alliance Master in Martial Union's history, yet he was in an extremely foul mood. After everyone had paid their respects, he took out the messenger pigeon and announced, "I've just received news that Li Qingshan has gone south alone. He's heading straight for Black Tortoise City. No, he might already be here." Before he finished speaking, cries of alarm sounded out. Everyone's expression changed. As for the group of innate experts who had met with Li Qingshan before, they all looked towards the main entrance at the same time. Seeing that there was no sign of Li Qingshan, they calmed down a little, but they still seemed restless. "What should we do? How dare that devil? I'm afraid he has nothing to fear. The skilled are bold. Hurry up and close the city gates. We can't let him sneak into the city." Zhang Yuntian shook his head. If a city wall could stop Li Qingshan, what was there to be afraid of? This was clearly a mess. How could these people still be considered martial arts experts? They were simply a bunch of country bumpkins who would turn pale at the mere mention of a tiger. The mysterious Void Temple Master said, "Alliance Master, for you to be so calm, do you already have a plan to deal with this devil?" "As far as I know, his target isn't here, but the Myriad Flower Tower in the city." "Myriad Flower Tower? Yeah. He's not here for us, but for Hu Xian. Amitba, as expected, he's a lecher." Hearing this, everyone involuntarily heaved a sigh of relief. "But who knows? He heard that we're holding a Martial Union conference here. Will he come looking for us?" Zhang Yuntian changed the topic, and the atmosphere immediately tensed up. "What should we do now?" Alliance Master, please give the order. This matter concerns the lives of everyone here, and I can't make the decision alone. Right now, we only have two options. Either we rush to the Myriad Flower Tower and fight with that Li Qingshan. Our lives are up to fate. Or we stay here and set up an ambush, waiting for him to walk into the trap, Zhang Yuntian said expressionlessly. The first option was to fight with their lives on the line. As the saying goes, you have the mace, I have the skull. They were betting on Li Qingshan's stamina. But even if they were lucky enough to win the bet, many people here had seen Li Qingshan's speed when he flew across the river. If he wanted to leave, who could stop him? In the end, even if they died, they would most likely die in vain. As for the second option, everyone understood it. Don't be fooled by the beautiful words of setting up an ambush and walking into the trap. They were just hoping that Li Qingshan didn't take them seriously and prayed that he wouldn't come to them. Otherwise, they would still have to fight with their lives on the line. This was really the only option left. Everyone here was a person of status, and they couldn't just run away without even seeing his shadow. What would that look like? The hall fell into an awkward silence. Everyone looked at each other, and their faces were all a little embarrassed. At dusk, in front of the Myriad Flower Tower, rows of red lanterns were hung high. The smell of wine and food mixed with the fragrance of cosmetics assaulted their nostrils. Li Qingshan's stomach growled again. He was still carrying the leader of the Five Venoms sect, which instantly attracted a lot of attention. But in the blink of an eye, he was once again immersed in the singing of women. How are you fine? The leader of the Five Venoms sect said in surprise. At this time, Li Qingshan should have died from the poison. With that little poison of yours, how could it do anything to me? Li Qingshan had only used a bit of power of wish. No matter how ingenious the design of the heavens was, its use was still very limited. He then said, "Looks like your martial arts aren't weak, and you can be considered to have some reputation in the martial arts world. How about it, do you want to follow me?" "Who exactly are you?" "Haha, you actually don't know who I am." Li Qingshan stepped into the Myriad Flower Tower, and saw that the upper and lower floors were filled to the brim. There was only a high platform in the middle that was empty. A maid came up to welcome him. "Dear guest, today is full, please come back another day." "Where is Hu Xian'er? Let her come out, her luck has come." Li Qingshan's eyes swept around, and he saw a familiar person upstairs. He couldn't help but laugh. "Bring some wine and meat out first, someone help me reserve a good spot." "Who are you? How dare you call Lady Xian'er's name directly?" The people in the tower were instantly enraged. "All of you, shut up." An angry roar shook everyone's eardrums, and the true qi contained within was even more shocking. But the person who spoke was not Li Qingshan. Under everyone's gaze, an old man slowly walked down from upstairs. His expression was as heavy as if his father had died. He walked straight in front of Li Qingshan and bowed deeply. "This subordinate greets your highness." Chapter 12:11. The building suddenly quieted down. Only the sound of string instruments could be heard. Many people might not know who Prince was, but they knew the identity of this old man. He was a famous figure in the pugilistic world. They thought he came down to teach this madman a lesson, so why did he pay respect to him? Dispense with the formalities. You are quite trustworthy. Li Qingshan patted the old man's shoulder in praise. "I am a man of my word." The old man glanced at the big hand on his shoulder and his mouth twitched. He did not want to keep his word, but he was afraid that Li Qingshan would not forgive him. The people in this building were all young men from influential families and sections. If he did not come out to smooth things over and allowed them to speak nonsense, they might really anger Li Qingshan. Who knew how many people would die? The young ones are short-sighted and speak without thinking. "Please forgive us, Prince. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." "Oh right, I still don't know your name." "I am Tai Xiong." Because I use a pair of judge pens, my friends in the pugilistic world gave me the name Iron Judge. Tai Xiong did not finish his words. He was called the Iron Judge because he was upright and hated evil. However, he did not have the face to say it now. So it's Brother Tai. A judge also drinks with women? Li Qingshan joked. Prince is making fun of me. I'm just feeling annoyed and wanted to drink a few cups. Tai Xiong normally would not come to this kind of place. Today, he was really unhappy, so he came to have some fun. He wanted to see the world-famous beauty, Hu Xian. He did not expect that he would bump into Li Qingshan again after just one day. He was really unlucky. Since you are called a judge, you should distinguish between good and evil. If you only dare to kill some small evildoers without any backing and ignore the evil Ma family, then wouldn't you be unworthy of your name? If you are still unwilling, I will spare you 3 more times. Let's drink to our heart's content today. You can make your decision tomorrow. Li Qingshan pulled Tai Xiong upstairs. There were still some guests downstairs. There was no one upstairs who was not a member of the martial arts world. Most of them were young, but there were also quite a few middle-aged and elderly people. However, none of them had reached the innate realm. All the martial artists who were presentable today were holding a martial arts circle convention in the inner city. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded as they looked over. Some people had already vaguely guessed Li Qingshan's identity and didn't dare to move. Among them, those who had tried to coax him were even more frightened to the point that their faces turned pale. Tai Xiong's seat was the best, so he could look down at the stage. He waved off a group of singers and invited Li Qingshan to sit in the main seat. He asked, "How is Brother Shui from the Snow Mountain sect?" "He's already Snow Mountain Hall's Hall Master Shui." Li Qingshan tossed the 5 Venoms sect's master at his feet. The sect master of 5 Venoms did not utter a single word. "Sigh, that's good. Congratulations, Your Highness. You've gained another powerful ally." Tai Xiong felt a little better. Shui Hanfeng was much more powerful than him in terms of martial arts, reputation, and influence. However, he still surrendered to the world society. He asked, "Your Highness, why are you here today? Is it for the Martial Arts Circle Convention?" "Martial Arts Circle Convention? Isn't that why you're here?" "No, what is the Martial Arts Circle Convention for? Is it a competition?" Tai Xiong really wanted to slap himself. He didn't expect that Li Qingshan didn't know about such a big event. If he said it, he would be a villain who betrayed his friends and betrayed his enemies. "If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Someone here will know." Li Qingshan glanced around, and the young heroes all shrank. "Sigh, I'll say it." Alliance Master Zhang gathered all the heroes in the world for a meeting in the inner city. Alliance Master? Didn't he give up his position to someone else? Li Qingshan flicked the Alliance Master Jade Talisman hanging on the hilt of his saber. This Alliance Master Zhang asked to resign, but no one agreed. "So that's how it is. You don't have to say any more. That group of shameless people. What else can they discuss? They're just talking about how to deal with me. When I'm free, I'll go and watch them." Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and revealed a malicious smile. "Your Highness, if we continue to stay here, there will be some trouble. Why don't we go somewhere else and not ruin the mood?" Tai Xiong tried his best to salvage the situation. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Trouble? Even if I lend them courage, they wouldn't dare to come. They should be thanking the heavens if I don't go and find trouble with them." Tai Xiong felt that what Xiao Chen said was true. Yes. Let's drink." He quickly filled up Li Qingshan's cup, hoping that he would drink happily and forget about this matter. Li Qingshan drank a few bowls of wine and ate a few large pieces of beef to quench his hunger. He asked, "Where's Hu Xian? Why isn't she out yet?" Compared to the martial arts circle convention, this was more important. Behind the 10,000 flower house, there was a pavilion and a small, exquisite building. Hu Xian'er was dressing herself in front of a mirror. Her face was indeed very beautiful. She had a sharp chin and big eyes, revealing a crafty and intelligent look. She wore a white dress that wrapped around her exquisite and delicate body, causing one's imagination to run wild. Sister is really getting more and more beautiful. However, if you continue to be so slow, the young heroes and young masters outside will get impatient. The green-clothed maid behind her praised. Although her figure was a little skinny, she was still a beauty. Furthermore, she looked similar to Hu Xian'er. Let them wait. Anyway, it's the last night. I'll enjoy myself before I die. At least, I won't waste their affection for me. Hu Xian'er's tone was cold. Among them, there are many lascivious people. However, people like young Master Lu, young Hero Wang, and the others are serious towards Sister. Sigh, I really can't bear to think about it. Humph, serious? They are just lusting after my beauty. If I show my true appearance, will they still be serious? Don't forget how Mother died. Hu Xian'er looked into the mirror. The green-clothed maid immediately lowered her head and played with the corner of her dress. Hu Xian'er retracted her gaze. If you want to take advantage of me, go to the north and kill that Li Qingshan first. However, is it really good to provoke that Li Qingshan? I heard that his martial arts are deep and unfathomable. No one in the world can block a casual slash from him. I said that because of his high martial arts, I'm willing to send anyone to their death. It'll be good for my reputation. But if he kills his way here, what should we do? Why are you so cowardly? This is Black Tortoise City. Besides, he's just a stinky man. Are you afraid that he won't submit to me? At that time, we can kill whoever we want and avenge Mother. Speaking of which, why isn't that old poison here yet? I'll go take a look outside. The green-clothed maid immediately ran outside. Hu Xian'er sighed. When her mother died, she was still too young and did not understand this blood feud. However, she could not forget it. Even if it meant working with the dangerous Five Venom sect leader, she would not hesitate. After a while, the green-clothed maid ran back panting and said in a panic, Sister, bad news. Li Qingshan has come knocking on my door. He specifically wants to see you. What? Hu Xian'er was shocked and stood up. Why did it have to be tonight? Let's hurry and escape. It'll be too late if we're late. The green-clothed maid hurriedly packed her belongings. When she bent down, a red fox tail trailed behind her. What are you afraid of? Keep your tail. After I finish my makeup, we'll go out and meet him. Hu Xian'er sat down again and started grooming herself in front of the mirror. Sister, your tail. Chapter 12:12. Li Qingshan's words made the entire building fall into an uproar again. Everyone present had come for Hu Xian'er. The reward of sacrificing herself to purge a scourge of the martial arts world had added a halo of holiness to her. When they heard that Li Qingshan was here to cause trouble for her, they couldn't sit still anymore. Righteous indignation overwhelmed their fear. Li Qingshan smiled. It seemed that Hu Xian'er was quite charming. She was a suitable candidate. The Five Venom sect's leader, who was lying under the table, also twitched. Cold sweat appeared on Tai Xiong's forehead. This group of young and hot-blooded men had never seen Li Qingshan's terror before. He didn't think that Li Qingshan would be merciful if they were to act rashly for the sake of a beauty. He was friends with their fathers, so how could he sit back and do nothing? However, if he made a move, he would only lose his life for nothing. Lady Xian'er is just young and ignorant. That's why she wanted to make an enemy of Your Highness. Your Highness is magnanimous, so there's no need to lower yourself to her level. Why don't you ask her to come and apologize? She wants to make an enemy of me? Li Qingshan was stunned. Tai Xiong was tongue-tied. His face turned red and purple. He muttered to himself, so he doesn't know. So he doesn't know. This is interesting. Just half a day ago, I didn't even hear the name Hu Xian'er. Why does she want to make an enemy of me? How does she want to make an enemy of me? This. Tai Xiong's mouth was filled with bitterness. He couldn't answer. He felt that everyone was looking at him with disdain. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Li Qingshan waved his hand at a table next to him. There was a young man in a brocade robe holding a folding fan. Speak. I, Lu Zixio, would rather die than betray Lady Xian Er. Lu Zixio's face was filled with pride. Even though his heart was filled with bitterness, he didn't want to lose face. Everyone in the building cheered. As expected of young Master Lu, Lu Zixio cupped his hands in front of his chest in all directions. Although his face was a little pale, he had a great spirit of disregarding life and death. His cheers grew louder and louder, as if they were going to break through the terrifying haze that Li Qingshan had cast. Senior Tai, I respect you as a martial arts legend of your generation, but I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person who fawns upon those in power. You really don't know what's good for you. Tai Xiong was anxious and angry. Could it be that he had endured this humiliation just to preserve his own life? I just want to let you know that not everyone is afraid of death. Li Qingshan looked at this scene with a playful expression. Luoho Xiaoming woke up from his sleep and said impatiently, Stop being so noisy. Kill them all. Although the voice was tender and weak, it made the voices in the building quiet down, proving that most people were still afraid of death. Li Qingshan stood up and walked forward. Lu Zixio secretly swallowed his saliva and suddenly felt that his legs were a little weak. He stretched his neck and shouted, Hero King, even if you can kill me as a person, you can't kill my love for Miss Xian Er. Before his voice died away, a big hand came at him like a dark cloud. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. He couldn't help but close his eyes and said, My life is over. Miss Xian Er, did you see that? With a swish, there was no scene of broken tendons or broken bones, no scene of blood splattering, no scene of brains bursting, and no tragic scene of a dead body on the spot. Lu Zixio only felt a chill all over his body, but he didn't feel the slightest pain. He couldn't help but open his eyes and found that everyone was looking at him. A familiar figure appeared on the stage below. Her mouth was slightly open, and her face was full of shock. It was Hu Xian Er. She never expected to see such a scene. As soon as she came out, Lu Zixio stood upstairs naked. It turned out that Li Qingshan's grab did not hurt Lu Zixio at all, but all his clothes were torn off. He was really naked. It's a little small. Li Qingshan looked down with a mysterious smile and returned to his original position, leaving the naked young Master Lu there. Lu Zixio's white face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. He suddenly let out a hysterical scream and jumped out of the window. Thinking about it, this scene today would definitely repeat itself in his nightmares countless times. Miss Xian Er. Everyone noticed Hu Xian Er's arrival. Tai Xiong's face was ashen. This Hu Xian Er was really daring to come out. She was really a femme fatale. Li Qingshan glanced at Hu Xian Er and hooked his finger at a black-robed young man. Tell me, how is she going to go against me? Demon, I don't know anything. Just kill me. The black-robed young man gritted his teeth. Compared to being so ugly, he would rather die. Chivalrous king, there's no need to interrogate others. Why don't I tell you? Hu Xian Er dragged her long dress and floated up to Li Qingshan. She glanced at the leader of the 5 Venoms sect below the table, and couldn't help but be stunned. Oh, tell me. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and looked at her from head to toe. He felt a sense of déjà vu. I declare to the world that no matter who takes your life, young or old, married or not, I, Hu Xian Er, am willing to marry him and serve him for the rest of my life. Hu Xian Er held her head high as if she was going to face the danger. She exuded a holy and pure aura that moved everyone present. However, she also revealed her graceful figure. Enemies really don't meet unless they're not enemies. Li Qingshan finally knew that there was such a reason behind it. He walked around Hu Xian and said, Your appearance is not bad, your figure is good, and your martial arts are passable. Other than the fact that you're a little venomous, you really fit the bill in every aspect. Venomous? Hu Xian's heart skipped a beat. No man had ever evaluated her like this before. It made her feel naked. Luckily, the other party didn't seem to have any killing intent. He wasn't as cruel as the rumors said. As long as he didn't have any perverted thoughts, everything would be easy. She took a deep breath and said, Chivalrous prince, if you want to kill me, do as you please. I, Hu Xian will not resist. However, please spare the innocent people in this building. Her words moved everyone in the building, but they also felt ashamed. He was a man, but he needed a woman to protect him. What kind of man was he? They all pulled out their swords, wanting to fight to the death with Li Qingshan. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Xian isn't worth it. She shouted and thought to herself, a bunch of idiots, come and die. Li Qingshan frowned. He didn't see anyone else in his eyes and said to Hu Xian, Your thoughts are really vicious. I don't know what chivalrous prince is talking about. Hu Xian's eyes suddenly widened. A sharp pain came from her abdomen. Li Qingshan punched her in the stomach and said with a smile, Do you understand now? You. Hu Xian slowly knelt on the ground. She didn't think that he would really hit her. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't think that a man would actually hit her. Sorry, I couldn't hold back this punch. You remind me of a hateful woman. However, I think you can still be saved. You just lack a lesson. Li Qingshan lifted her sharp chin and said, Although you want to deal with me, I won't kill you. I will give you a great benefit. I will make you one of the top 10 beauties of Pudu Temple to fill the vacancy of the Ma family. Then, I will take you in. What do you think? Hu Xian was completely speechless. She almost forgot the pain in her body. What kind of great benefit was this? What did he mean by one of the top 10 beauties of Pudu Temple? Tai Xiong's mind was in a mess. What was going on? Did he come south alone for this? Amitba, lady whose virtue is truly admirable. The great chivalrous prince wants to bully a woman like this. How despicable! A low and sorrowful Buddhist chant sounded. A monk and a man stepped into the building. It was Abbot Fu Ku and the mysterious Void Temple Master. After a round of discussion, Martial Union decided to wait for the hare in the inner city. They were afraid that the hare would come and knock down the tree. However, while others could choose not to come, they couldn't. If they avoided their enemy when they were just inches away, how could they have the face to stand in the pugilistic world? Li Qingshan smiled and said, There really are people who dare to come looking for trouble. Abbot Fu Ku said, If I don't go to hell, who will? The mysterious Void Temple Master said, Li Qingshan, did you kill my senior brother? Also, the blood feud of Master Fu who must be avenged. Li Qingshan rubbed the back of his head. Who are you guys talking about? Speaking of which, who are you guys? Your Highness. Tai Xiong suddenly spoke, explaining the whole story and the identities of these two people. He then sighed heavily and said, Why did you guys come? Chapter 12-13. Demon. The head of the Mystic Void Temple was talking about a blood feud, but Li Qingshan was talking about women. He was infuriated. Look at how angry you are. Your senior brother brought this upon himself. He received so many benefits from me, and now he wants to harm me. He's a dog that won't be tamed. And you, monk, your junior brother can be considered a monk, but he dares to curse? Don't you know what bad words mean? If I don't teach him a lesson on behalf of Buddha, I'll be a monk disciple in vain. Li Qingshan lifted Hu Xian up again and said to Abbot Fu Ku, As an abbot, your lack of discipline is already a crime punishable by death. However, don't you admire her character? As long as you take her in and become one of the top 10 beauties in the world, I'll spare your life. And you, hurry up and hand over that person, or you'll die too. Hu Xian closed her eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks like raindrops on a pear blossom. It was truly a pitiful sight. Demon, let go of Miss Xian. We'll fight him to the death. The young masters and heroes were enraged. With the support of these two elders, they felt much more courageous. Li Qingshan smacked the back of her head. Stop pretending to cry. Hu Xian's tears flowed even more. I'm not. She hadn't been treated like this in many years. She felt wronged, and she couldn't help but feel afraid when she realized this man wasn't under her control. Then hold it in. Li Qingshan glared, and Hu Xian immediately stopped crying. She pursed her lips and looked pitifully at Li Qingshan. That's right. Today is your wedding day. Li Qingshan smiled and rubbed the back of her head. Hu Xian lowered her head, not saying a word. Demon, die. Just when the young masters and heroes couldn't take it anymore, Abbot Fu Ku took a horse stance and stretched out his arms. He roared like a great bell, his voice traveling 10 li away. A golden light slammed into Li Qingshan. It's the lion's roar. This roar could directly kill an opponent, and the 7 demons of Yen Mountain had died to this move. He was known as the one roar killed 7 demons. Li Qingshan just shook his head. It sounds like a dog barking. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Xian saw Hu Xian covering her ears with a pained look on her face. He did not use her as a shield. It was just a little shock from the aftermath. It shouldn't be like this. Looking down, there was something hanging down from the fiery red dress. Like a big tail, it lowered its head and sniffed hard at her neck. Through the thick makeup and faint body fragrance, it actually smelled a trace of demonic aura. Strange. How could he transform without going through the heavenly tribulation? After transforming, unless he was beaten into his original form, he would not casually reveal his fox tail. But when he thought about it, he realized that Hu Xian was probably the same as Gu Yenying. She was also a hybrid of human and demon, and the fox demon race was innately good at bewitching and illusionary forms, not true transformations. So it's a vixen. What did you say? Hu Xian's body trembled, and her face turned pale as she hurriedly retracted her tail. Everyone felt that Li Qingshan was really crazy. At this time, he still dared to tease Miss Xian, but they could not help but feel that he was indeed worthy of being called the Hero King for being so calm in the face of 2 great experts. At this time, a bolt of lightning illuminated the entire 10,000 flower tower. The mysterious Void Temple Master let out a low roar and used the mysterious Void Temple's supreme technique, the 5 Thunder Palm technique. Lightning leaped between his 2 hands and crackled. Abbot Fu Ku shattered his kasaya, and his muscles bulged as if they were plated with a layer of gold. However, Li Qingshan did not even look at them. He said to Hu Xian, I said you are a vixen. To others, these words might have sounded like flirting, but Hu Xian's expression dimmed. Knowing that he had seen through her, she did not dare to quibble. She pursed her lips and sent a voice transmission, Since your highness knows that I am not a beauty, why do you not let me go? Haha, I think I made the right decision to come here today. Hu Xian saw that there was not a trace of disgust on his face, and that his round eyes were shining. She could not help but feel confused. Was there really a man who did not mind her identity? Abbot Fu Ku rose from the ground and broke through the floor. He threw out a string of prayer beads, which turned into specks of golden light and whizzed over. This string of prayer beads had a total of 108 beads. They were refined from the relics left behind by the eminent monks of the Pudu Temple. Not only were they astonishingly powerful, they could pierce through stone and iron, but they could also change their trajectory in the air, making it impossible for people to dodge. Throughout history, who knew how many great evils had died to them? The mysterious Void Temple Master's hands danced with lightning, but he flashed to the feet of Li Qingshan, intending to attack from above and below. Your Highness, let me go first. I will only be a burden to you, Hu Xian said anxiously. The lightning and prayer beads already caused her to feel fear from afar. If she was affected by them, she was afraid that she would be exposed. If these two smelly fish and shrimps can harm a single hair on your head, I will write my Li character backwards. Li Qingshan's gaze pierced through the thick floor and he pressed down with his right hand. The mysterious Void Temple Master was just about to send out the lightning in his hand, but his right hand suddenly couldn't move. It was nailed into the air, and the lightning in his hand exploded. Lightning is not that fun. The mysterious Void Temple Master and Shui Hanfeng had the same problem. They both wanted to use a powerful move to instantly kill him, so they used their moves to the limit. However, although lightning was powerful, it was the hardest to control. If it was interfered with by a divine ability, it would immediately go out of control and cause a backlash. He looked back at the prayer beads that were attacking him. Isn't it just a set of weak spiritual artifacts? Just as he was about to counterattack, a strong gust of wind came from behind him. The 5 Poisons Sect Master, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly leapt up and let out a strange toad-like cry. Surging true energy condensed into a scorpion tail that stabbed towards Li Qingshan's back. 5 Poisons Demonic Art. Tai Xiong turned pale with fright. He had also participated in the battle against the 5 Poisons sect, but he had never recognized that the old man lying on the ground was the 5 Poisons sect master. The 5 Poisons sect master had been beaten black and blue by Li Qingshan, and he had lost all his teeth. As the saying goes, beat him until his mother doesn't recognize him. Who would have thought that the great demon who had run amok in the world would be lying on the table like a mangy dog? He had also carefully covered his face. If Hu Xian hadn't been thinking about him, she definitely wouldn't have recognized him. The 5 Poisons sect master was at the 10th level of the innate realm. In terms of cultivation, he was actually above Li Qingshan and had long since broken through his meridians. However, after knowing Li Qingshan's identity, how could he dare to act blindly without thinking? After lying on the ground for a long time, he had finally waited for this opportunity and immediately prepared to escape. However, for some reason, when he thought of that beating, a wave of resentment rose in his heart, and he sent out this fatal attack. Without looking at the consequences of this attack, he used the peerless movement technique of the centipede and fled out of the building. Li Qingshan, you dare to disrespect this old man? You brought this upon yourself. I almost forgot about you. Get back here. Li Qingshan didn't even turn his head as he reached out and grabbed out. The 5 Poisons sect master's figure paused, and the power of hope transformed into a giant hand that grabbed him back and used him as a shield. The 5 Poisons sect master's eyes widened, a golden light flashing in them. He could only revolve the 5 Poisons demonic art with all his strength and release his true energy to form a defense. But in a moment of panic, it was comparable to an all-out attack from Abbot Fu Ku. Chapter 12-14. Text online reading site domain mobile phone reading click. Blood splattered all over the 5 Poisons sect master's body. The thick green liquid splattered on the floor, causing a puff of white smoke to rise. Li Qingshan smiled. It was no wonder why his face was so dark. As it turned out, he had refined his blood into poison, turning himself into a poisoned person. He could kill just by extending his hand. However, with that, the prayer beads would be soaked in poisonous blood, so they would probably be quite damaged. For a mere Qi practitioner to be able to control so many spirit artifacts, he must have refined them into life artifacts. Although they could display astonishing power, if they were damaged, the backlash would be quite severe. Sure enough, the Fu Ku monk's face changed drastically, going from golden to red. A mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed from his mouth, and it splattered several meters away. The golden color on his body dimmed, returning to its normal color. He pointed at Li Qingshan reluctantly. Then he collapsed to the ground and fainted. The mysterious Void Temple Master's body was scorched black. He lay motionless on the ground. Li Qingshan threw the half-dead 5 Poisons Sect Master to the ground. The entire building was silent. Everyone looked at Li Qingshan as if they were looking at a monster. In the blink of an eye, the 3 great experts of the righteous and evil paths had all been defeated by him. It was as easy as playing a game. In truth, he had only truly attacked twice. Abbot Fu Ku and the mysterious Void Temple Master had both been seriously injured by the backlash. But in the eyes of the bystanders, this kind of method was simply amazing. Hu Xian'er's eyes widened. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled. He lowered his head and deeply kissed her lips, opening her pearly white teeth and tasting her fragrant tongue. Hu Xian'er moaned and closed her eyes. She accepted her fate and did not struggle or resist. Her face was dyed with an intoxicating blush. The youths upstairs and downstairs looked like they had lost their parents, but no one dared to speak again. Li Qingshan said, "I just now. Do you agree?" He then whispered, "If you dare to put on an act again, I will pull out your foxtail." Hu Xian lowered her head and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Okay." Li Qingshan smiled and ordered Tai Xiong to move the mysterious Void Temple Master and Abbot Fu Ku in a row. The 3 of them did not die. The backlash from their own techniques and natal spiritual weapons was not enough to kill them. Instead, it was the 5 Poison Sect leader who was the most heavily injured. He only had 1 breath left. The mysterious Void Temple Master and Abbot Fu Ku woke up. They glared at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan kicked the master of the 5 Venoms cult on the ground. "Oi, stop playing dead. Let's talk about you. Speaking of which, what are you thinking? How dare you attack me? What are you thinking? Why do you still dare to attack me?" He was confined by this world, and his reaction speed was very slow. Although it was not dangerous, it fu saint had block. Although it wouldn't be dangerous, it would still be embarrassing. Moreover, it would give others an unrealistic feeling that he could also win. The 5 Poisons cult master snorted. "Heroic king, please spare my life." This old man, this lowly one, was confused for a moment. "I am willing to join the world under the heavens faction and serve king like a dog." Tai Xiong said, "Wangya." "Absolutely not." The 5 Poison Sect's leader was cruel and vicious. He loved to kill the innocent. "It will definitely bring shame to Wangya." Li Qingshan said casually, "Then let's kill them." The leader of the 5 Poisons Sect hurriedly said, "Your Highness, don't fall into the trap of sowing discord. This old man Tai's body is in the World Guild, but his heart is in Martial Union. I have a deep grudge against Martial Union. The reason I took the risk to come to Black Tortoise City this time is to deal a blow to Martial Union." "Oh, what is it?" Li Qingshan was curious, and he felt Hu Xian'er in his arms tremble slightly. The 5 Venom Sect's master said viciously, "I want to poison all the little bastards in this building to death." As soon as he said that, the entire building was in an uproar. If it were not for Li Qingshan's sudden appearance, who would be a match for the 5 Venom Sect's sect master? They would all have been killed. How venomous! Tai Xiong sucked in a breath of cold air. Originally, he felt that meeting Li Qingshan was extremely unlucky. Now that he thought about it, if not for Li Qingshan being here, his life would have been in danger as well. On the ground, the mysterious Void Temple Master and Abbot Fu Ku looked at each other, shock appearing on their faces. They had placed all their attention on Li Qingshan, neglecting the other demons. However, he had been hiding all this time, so how could he know the situation in Black Tortoise City? "TSK, you call this a big matter? If you said that you were going to poison all the people participating in the Martial Union convention to death, I would still give you some respect. What's the big deal about bullying a bunch of little bastards? Die." Li Qingshan raised his hand, about to slap down. The 5 Venom Sect's master shouted, "Niece, save me!" Hu Xian'er's body trembled, and she lowered her head in silence. This is all your plan. If you did not lure me here, how could I have suffered such a disaster? Now that you've climbed up a high branch, you're not even willing to help me? What? Everyone turned pale with fright. Their gazes converged on Hussein, filled with disbelief. I knew you were up to no good. Li Qingshan smacked the back of her head again, then kicked the 5 Venom's sex master to death. Don't make such bad friends in the future. Miss Xian, this can't be true. Yes, I did it. I took revenge for my mother. Everyone from Martial Union deserves to die. Hussein-er's face was filled with hatred. Could you be the illusion dancer's successor? Abbot Fu Ku suddenly came to a realization. Ba, benefactor who, your mother used her illusions to incite chaos and slaughter. She deserves to be punished. Also, benefactorly, you claim to be the hero king, but you do not know that your actions will bring chaos to the world, and how many people will die because of you. What I'm doing is the same as Buddha, making all living beings equal? No, I'm even higher than Buddha. Buddha only talks about it, but I bring true equality, allowing everyone in the world to have the opportunity to learn peerless martial arts. I'll make all the sects and aristocratic families that oppress all living beings collapse and disintegrate. I'll beat these born noble brats down from the clouds and make them compete with their servants. That's right, I want the world to fall into chaos. Li Qingshan said boldly, not believing in Buddha. Ba, benefactor's demonic nature is so deep that it cannot be purified by Buddha. If you're alive, you'll sink into the sea of bitterness, and if you die, you'll fall into hell, never to be reincarnated. Damn it, you're cursing me now that you can't beat me. Since you can't purify me, find someone else to do it for you. Li Qingshan crouched down and patted his bald head. He pointed at Hussein beside him. Look at how evil she is. She's in need of the influence of the Buddhist Dharma. Hurry up and accept her as your disciple, and I'll spare your life. Hussein had a strange expression on her face. He was still talking about this. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. Abbot Fu Ku, I'm willing to become a disciple of Pudu Temple and listen to Buddha's teachings every day. The title of Martial World's Top 10 Beauties was a title that even her mother had never obtained. Chapter 12-15. Li Qingshan stood up and shrugged. He raised his right foot and was about to stomp down on the bald head. Your Highness, please wait a moment, Tai Xiong said. Wait for what? Master Fu Ku has always been benevolent. Not only is he a famous figure in the martial arts world, but he also has an extraordinary position in the hearts of tens of thousands of sons of Buddha. If I kill him now, I'm afraid more people will become enemies with the world faction. You mean, he can kill me, but I can't kill him? Li Qingshan's expression darkened. Tai Xiong broke out in a cold sweat. He braced himself and said, Your Highness roams the world, who can stop you? But there's no benefit in killing him, so why kill him? I can persuade the master again. Who knows, he might change his mind in a few days. All right, for the sake of compassion, I'll give you 4 days. At that time, if he's not willing to turn back, even if all the sons of Buddha are standing in front of me, I'll definitely kill him. Li Qingshan retracted his foot. Tai Xiong heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly helped Abbot Fu Ku up and channeled his vital energy to heal. Abbot Fu Ku kowtowed and thanked him. Li Qingshan let them be. This kind of injury couldn't be healed in a few days. Since this monk still wanted to live, he might change his mind. He said to the mysterious Void Temple head, It's your turn. The mysterious Void Temple head was heavily injured. His body emitted a burnt smell. The backlash of the power of lightning wasn't easy to bear. He knew he would lose this battle before he came, but he didn't expect to lose so miserably. Li Qingshan asked Hussein, What's the name of the beauty of mysterious Void Temple? Yang Miaozhen, also known as Fairy Miaozhen. Is it not enough to have me? Hussein lowered her head, seemingly angry and resentful. Heh, don't give me that. We've only known each other for less than 2 hours, why are you pretending to be so affectionate? Of course it's not enough to have you. We're going to gather the world's top 10 beauties. Besides, you're not the world's top beauty. Go away. Li Qingshan's tone didn't sound like he was hunting. Instead, he sounded like a child who was determined to gather a set of cards and let go of who Xian or who didn't belong to the set. Hu Xian pouted. What a weirdo! Li Qingshan said to the mysterious Void Temple Master, Ox-Nose, hand over your disciple, Yang Miaozhen, in exchange for your life. Devil, don't even think about it. Li Qingshan immediately raised his foot and pointed at Tai Xiong. Shut up. Tai Xiong was about to open his mouth to persuade him, but he could only shut his mouth when he heard this. Look at how smart this master is. He didn't even say a word. Those who drown are good at swimming, and those who are beaten to death are those who talk back. Die. Chivalrous Prince, Yang Miaozhen is here, please show mercy. A female Taoist wearing a crown walked in from outside. She had an indifferent expression on her face. She was tall and had no makeup on. Her gait was like that of a crane and she looked very elegant. Oh, another one. Li Qingshan smiled. In less than 2 days, he had already gotten 3 of the top 10 beauties. His progress could be said to be godly. Yang Miaozhen climbed up the tall building with an indifferent expression. She bowed to Li Qingshan and the mysterious Void Temple Master respectively, as if she did not see the miserable state the mysterious Void Temple Master was in. Good, you're here to exchange for this Ox-Nose's life, right? Li Qingshan asked. Miaozhen, no, I'd rather die. The mysterious Void Temple Master said. Yang Miaozhen lightly shook her head. Not at all. Then you're here to collect his corpse. Not at all. I want to play a game of chess with Prince. Chess? This 10,000 flower pavilion is a place of elegance. This Hu Xian often tests people here with the 4 arts. It is difficult to determine who is better in the 4 arts, so we can only fight on this chessboard. If I win, please let him go immediately. If I lose, he will belong to Prince from now on, and I will not go back on my word. Regardless of whether Yang Miaozhen won or lost, her expression was indifferent. Li Qingshan said, If I stretch out my hand, do you think you can escape? What's the point of playing chess? It's easy to suppress others with force, but it's difficult to win them over with virtue. Just now, after listening to Prince's righteous words, I feel deep admiration in my heart and wish I could follow you. However, my cultivation comes from the mysterious Void Temple, so how can I just leave like this? I have to put in some effort. I believe that Prince is a virtuous person and will not disappoint Miaozhen. If Prince is not good at chess, you can ask Miss Hu Xian to do it for you. Her chess skills are also famous. Yang Miaozhen spoke tirelessly, neither servile nor overbearing. This kind of attitude could actually arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Li Qingshan smiled and said, You really know how to talk. If I win against you, I won't start a massacre if I'm happy. Regardless of the outcome, I'll protect this Ox-Nose's life and even give myself a chance to win. Prince is wise and far-sighted, far surpassing me. Presumably, your chess skills are also far superior to mine. Hu Xian whispered, Prince, be careful not to be tricked. My chess skills. Li Qingshan drank the wine in the pot in one gulp and then waved his hand to clear the table. Bring the chessboard. A moment later, the blue-clothed maid brought the chessboard over and threw herself into Hu Xian's arms. Elder sister. Is this your younger sister? Li Qingshan asked. Reporting to Prince, she is. What's her name? Hu Ling. Take good care of her. If I accidentally kill a beauty, at least I'll have a backup. Yang Miaozhen's eyes flashed. Li Qingshan snickered inwardly. She wasn't as calm as she looked. The two of them sat facing each other and were supposed to play first. Yang Miaozhen said, Prince's chess skills must be extremely high. Could you allow me to play first with black? Up to you. Although I haven't played many games, it's more than enough to beat you. The mysterious Void Temple Master was lying on the ground, sneering inwardly. This demon had such big words, but he didn't know how good Yang Miaozhen's chess skills were. Chess skills were different from martial art. It depended on one's talent. Yang Miaozhen had a cold temperament and had no interest in martial arts. Besides cultivation, she was only obsessed with chess. When she was 13 years old, she won against the mysterious Void Temple Master. After she turned 15, she never lost again. At this time, a gust of wind blew into the building. A young girl came riding the wind and directly went upstairs from the window. She cupped her hands and said, "Your Highness, elder sister Yang, can I also play?" "You are?" Li Qingshan asked. "This little girl is Zhang Xianfeng from the Divine Wind sect. I happen to be one of the top 10 beauties." Zhang Xianfeng had changed into a man's outfit. She looked valiant and heroic, but her heart was filled with bitterness. She hadn't come here willingly. A moment ago, she had wanted to escape from the city and get as far away from Li Qingshan as possible. However, she had been caught by Zhang Yuntian and sent here to be a gambling stake. "Oh, what do you want to bet with me?" Li Qingshan smiled. It really had come to him without any effort at all. "Let's bet on the saber behind your highness." Zhang Yuntian stood at the top of the inner city wall, looking in the direction of the myriad flower pavilion. Before Li Qingshan obtained that saber, he did not have such strength. He had relied on brute force to break open the city gates and a bloody battle to capture Galloping Horse City. "Xianfeng, don't blame your master for being heartless. This concerns the life and death of the entire martial union. Since Li Qingshan has the heart to collect the top 10 beauties, with your intelligence and dexterity, keeping your life should not be difficult." Chapter 12:16. A beam of red light soared into the sky, tearing through the night sky. Killing intent swept through like a gale. Zhang Yuntian's expression changed. That was from the direction of Myriad Flower Tower. Did he attack? But just now 2 top experts had entered and fought with him, but there was no such change. What did Xianfeng do to anger him? Li Qingshan was not angered. The one who was angered was the wild flower saber soul. The killing intent that erupted instantly turned Myriad Flower Tower into a Shura killing field. Everyone's expression changed. Some even wailed in fear. Yang Miaozhen could no longer remain calm. There seemed to be thousands of soldiers roaring in her mind. Her body trembled like a leaf in the wind. Many of the young masters in the tower crawled under the table. They could not resist the terrifying killing intent. Zhang Xuanfeng's face turned pale. He involuntarily retreated and fell on his butt. Li Qingshan grabbed the saber hilt. "Don't be so agitated." Just now, the violent killing intent was slightly restrained. He said to Zhang Xianfeng, "Little girl, you are not worthy to bet with my saber." "Yes, I am not worthy. Goodbye, Sister Yang. Take care." Zhang Xianfeng jumped up and turned to escape. "Stop right there. Do you still want to leave after saying such arrogant words?" Li Qingshan's lips curled up. "You are not worthy to bet with my saber. But look, there is a monk here. He is Abbot Fu Ku of Pudu Temple. If you can win him back, he will definitely thank you. Come, come. If you place your bet, leave your hand." "Yes." Zhang Xianfeng turned around with a sad face and slowly walked to Yang Miaozhen's side. Abbot Fu Ku put his palms together. "Amitba. Thank you, almsgiver Zhang, for saving this poor monk. No need to be so polite, Abbot. This is what I should do. Who would want to save an old monk?" Zhang Xianfeng said again, "Your Highness, why don't we make the chessboard public and let the people in the city see your Highness's superb chess skills? Are you afraid that I am cheating? Fine, up to you." A moment later, a large chessboard made of cloth hung outside the tower. With a clang, a black piece fell on the board. Yang Miaozhen made the first move. "Your Highness, please." What is the name of the saber behind your highness? End of the road, wildflower. Li Qingshan casually put down a piece. The end of the hero. This name is a little inauspicious. Yang Miaozhen glanced at him. This step was completely out of order. Could it be that he really doesn't know how to play chess? After pondering for a moment, he decided to go his own way. A saber is a weapon of murder. How can it be auspicious? He was a hero. What's there to be afraid of? Li Qingshan placed his chess piece again. He didn't even think about it. Well said. I wonder who His Highness is. What kind of martial arts do you practice? I'm not practicing martial arts. Aren't you the same? Your Highness can tell that I don't like to fight with others. That's why I don't like martial arts. Instead, I cultivate the supreme mystery scripture of Taoism. Yang Miaozhen's hand that was holding the chess piece paused slightly. She revealed a surprised expression. The other person walked the same path as her. She paid a great price for her cultivation. She didn't take a step out of the Xuanshu temple for 20 years because she didn't have the ability to protect herself. When she went to Jianghu, it was very likely that she wouldn't be a match for a postnatal expert. She also never participated in the sex martial arts competitions. She didn't even want to fight with others, even if she was mocked behind her back for having a body full of true qi but not knowing how to use it. She believed that she walked a brilliant path and looked down on those competitive martial artists. She thought that they were just a bunch of wild dogs fighting for food. That was why she was probably the person who cared the least about Li Qingshan's reputation. At most, she thought that he was just a vicious wolf. Until this moment, you have a good temperament and are suitable for cultivation. Li Qingshan glanced at her. Under the deterrence of the wildflower saber's murderous aura, she was the fastest to recover. Her temperament was very good. Actually, from the moment she stepped into the building, he could feel that her temperament was different from ordinary people. She was closer to a cultivator than a martial artist. Although there was no clear boundary between practicing martial arts and cultivation, their fundamental goals were completely different. Practicing martial arts was to defeat the enemy, while cultivating qi was to live a long life. One was brave and ruthless, while the other was to cultivate one's character. The latter's path was naturally longer, but in this small world, it was clearly not as practical as the former. If one couldn't survive one battle after another, how could one talk about living a long life? If Yang Miaozhen didn't come from a large sect like the Xuanshu temple, she wouldn't have the qualifications to make such a choice. She wouldn't even have seen a decent qi refinement method. He taught the Gui water condensation method to Xuebing because her identity allowed her to not pursue her current strength. Instead, she would be able to pursue a longer-term development and have a greater chance of transcending tribulation and ascending. She's just naturally cold, Yang Miaozhen said. This was the evaluation that many people gave her. A warm-hearted person is not suitable for cultivation. The path of a martial artist is very exciting, but the path of cultivation is destined to be lonely. It was rare to meet a cultivator in this small world. Li Qingshan couldn't help but look at her in a different light. With her talent and temperament, if she had been born in the 9 prefectures, she would definitely have greater development. I originally didn't believe that Your Highness would walk the same path as me, but now I have no choice but to believe. But, Your Highness, are you lonely? If I'm not lonely, why would I stir up trouble and make the world restless? Li Qingshan said frankly. Trapped in this small world, even if he could do whatever he wanted, he was still a prisoner. Separated from little Anne, even if there were millions of people cheering and worshipping him, he was still lonely. Yang Miaozhen revealed a surprised smile. If I had the ability, I might be like Your Highness. You will have the ability, or at least be stronger than everyone here. This old man's life isn't worth risking yourself. Coincidentally, last night I also said similar words to someone else. Was it Miss Xuebing? That's right. Then, Your Highness, what did you use in exchange? Qi training technique. Qi training technique. Is it similar to the Taishan scripture? Recite the Taishan scripture for me. Yang Miaozhen hesitated for a moment before reciting it. In the Xuanshu temple, the Taishan scripture wasn't really a secret. Outer disciples could comprehend it as they pleased, but no one was willing to practice it. Li Qingshan listened quietly. He found that it was similar to the innate qi condensation technique that he had practiced in the beginning. At least, the innate qi condensation technique was simple and straightforward. It could only be regarded as an introductory course for cultivators. It wasn't like the Taishan scripture, which was extremely mysterious and didn't even know how high the sky was or how deep the earth was. It's hard to understand, full of nonsense, making something that was originally simple complicated. Perhaps the author didn't understand it. After casually pointing out a few mistakes, Yang Miaozhen suddenly felt enlightened. Her eyes shone with naivety. So it was this technique that had a problem. If the head of the Xuanshu temple wasn't lying on the side, perhaps he would have changed the bet to a qi training technique. If you win, I'll give you a technique, but unfortunately, you've already lost. Chapter 12-17. Yang Miaozhen looked at the chessboard. It was not the middle of the game yet, and she had the upper hand, trapping his big dragon. The white chess pieces were still disorderly and scattered. Zhang Xianfeng couldn't help but say, "Your Highness, don't trick us. Who knows how many people are watching this game? If you don't believe me, then continue." Li Qingshan blinked his eyes and returned to his playful and mischievous self. He picked up a pot of wine and gulped it down. He already knew the entire game of chess. He had not played many games of chess before. In the beginning, he just played randomly, but afterwards, he used the divine talisman of great creation to power the spirit turtle transformation. Compared to the complexity and profoundness of formations, deriving the variations of a game of chess was as simple as it could get. Yang Miaozhen deliberated over her next move, but she appeared even more cautious. Li Qingshan did not even think about it and casually agreed. He was bored of waiting and asked Zhang Xianfeng, "Isn't the sect leader of Divine Wind sect the Wulin Alliance leader Zhang Yuntian?" "It's my master." "Oh, he sent you to test me?" Zhang Xianfeng was speechless. "Your master is really a good-for-nothing." Zhang Xianfeng expressed his agreement, but he was very worried. Yang Miaozhen's chess moves became slower and slower. Her body leaned forward slightly, clearly putting all her effort into the game, but her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. It was as if there was an invisible force suppressing the chessboard. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape from the other party's trap. Halfway through the game, Li Qingshan said, "If you don't admit defeat now, you'll be struggling at death's door." Yang Miaozhen admitted defeat and took off the yellow crown on her head, letting her fine black hair flow freely. This was to show that he had become a monk and returned to secular life. "Your Highness's skill in chess is the best I've ever seen in my life." Miaozhen is sincerely convinced. "From now on, I'm Prince's woman." At this point, she couldn't help but blush. After all, she was a young woman. However, Miaozhen still has a presumptuous request. "You want me to let this ox nose go?" "That's not it. How could I dare to make such a request? I only wish for your Highness to bestow upon me the qi refinement method so that I can continue cultivating." Yang Miaozhen bowed deeply to the head of the mysterious Void Temple. "Miaozhen is incompetent, she can't save him. This can't be blamed on you. I hope you can take care of yourself," the mysterious Void Temple had said. "If anyone thinks that you don't know the ways of the world, then they're the dumbest. Ox-nose. Fortunately, you have a good disciple. I'll spare your life today. Go back and think about it. Do you want to throw the profound Void Temple into the tribulation flames for a personal grudge? Burn everything to ashes." Li Qingshan laughed heartily. He picked up the mysterious Void Temple Master and threw him out of the window. At this moment, over 1,000 people had gathered outside the building. Someone hurriedly caught the mysterious Void Temple Lord and sent him back to the inner city. If he didn't dare to punish them, he would only be seen as weak and easily bullied. However, if he were to kill indiscriminately, it would only incite more hatred and resistance. In the end, the situation would be completely out of control under the influence of the will of the heavens. Li Qingshan didn't have any killing intent in his heart. He didn't intend to kill anyone on this trip south. The 5 Poisons sect master had fallen into his hands and courted death again and again. It wasn't a bad idea to use him to establish his might. He came to the balcony and said loudly, "Listen up, people of the world. I, Li Qingshan, will change this world. There will no longer be nobility or lowliness, class or oppression, sex or aristocratic families. Everyone will be able to create their own careers with their own 2 hands. If you want to learn peerless martial arts, go to the north." These words were like a hot summer wind blowing through the crowd and the entire city. Who didn't want to learn peerless martial arts? However, even if they were from aristocratic families or sects, how many of them were qualified to learn peerless martial arts? And this hero King Li Qingshan wasn't a murderous demon king like the rumors said. Instead, he had uncovered a huge conspiracy, killed the 5 Poisons sect master, and saved everyone in the building. Li Qingshan glanced at the inner city wall. It was empty. Zhang Yuntian was no longer there. He turned around and waved his hand. "Go. Don't forget what happened today. Good and evil, right and wrong, how can we just look at the surface?" The young heroes in the building felt as if they had been pardoned and fled the building. However, a few of them bowed to thank Li Qingshan. A seed had been planted in the heart of the martial arts world. It would eventually take root and sprout, destroying the entire martial arts world. Amitbao, the world is in chaos. Abbot Fu Ku sighed. What you gave was exquisite dharma, happiness in the afterlife. What I gave was peerless martial arts, the power of the present. Why don't we see who is more compassionate? Hero King, I can take this almsgiver who as my disciple, but the ceremony can only be held when we return to Pudu Temple's Mahavira Hall. Abbot Fu Ku lowered his eyes. Li Qingshan blinked and said with a smile, "That's a good monk. But don't worry, this Black Tortoise City is also a historical city. Since you're here, how can you not visit it? Rest well, master. Tomorrow, take me to the inner city to have a look." That night, Li Qingshan stayed in Hu Xian Er's embroidery building to teach this evil vixen a lesson. Yang Miaozhen visited quietly, wanting to ask for the qi refinement method. She glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw a child sitting outside the door. It was the child who often followed Li Qingshan. He was holding his cheeks in boredom, thinking about something. Hu Ling was squatting on the other side of the door, covering her ears with her hands, her face red. Yang Miaozhen also heard the sound coming from the room. She couldn't help but blush and spit. When she thought that she would face the same fate, her Taoist heart couldn't stay calm. She hurriedly walked back to the room. Zhang Xianfeng was waiting for her there. "Sister Yang, you're back. Let's leave while that devil is messing around with the demoness. We lost, how can we leave? If we just leave like this, His Highness will definitely vent his anger on Xuanshu Temple and Divine Wind sect." Yang Miaozhen didn't seem to care much about keeping promises and sects, but she was still concerned about the qi refinement method. In any case, the other party was a cultivator. No one could understand her feelings. It was like finding an oasis in a desert, and she was able to believe in her own Tao. "Forget it, if you don't leave, I'll leave. I don't want to do that kind of thing with a monkey." Zhang Xianfeng jumped out of the window and flew away. "Monkey?" Yang Miaozhen couldn't help but laugh. Thinking about it, he really did look like a monkey, but his spirit always made him forget what he looked like. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xianfeng flew back. An old man stood outside the window and said in a deep voice, Miss Zhang, if His Highness hears this, you'll suffer. Zhang Xianfeng was shocked and angry. Senior Tai, what are you doing here instead of watching Abbot Fu Ku? His Highness said that the monk can run, but the temple can't. He only told me to watch you. You're helping a villain. Although she was one of the few experts of the younger generation, she was naturally no match for Tai Xiong. You insisted on coming to gamble. What does it have to do with me? Since I've joined the World Conference, I should be loyal to my duty. This is also for the sake of the martial arts world. Tai Xiong said expressionlessly. If Zhang Xianfeng escaped, Li Qingshan would definitely go to Divine Wind's sect to hunt him down. Divine Wind's sect Master Zhang Yuntian just happened to be the Martial Union's alliance master. In the end, who knew what kind of trouble would be stirred up? If they were not careful, rivers of blood would flow. He had to consider the overall situation and nip this danger in the bud. What an iron-faced judge, I won't leave. To be continued. Chapter 12-18. Inside the red candle tent, Hu Xian was obedient after being taught a lesson. She meekly lay in Li Qingshan's arms, panting lightly. Her white and tender skin was dyed with a layer of red. Her large eyes narrowed into a pair of seductive eyes, but the color of her eyes had become orange fox eyes. Li Qingshan's large hand traced down her smooth and wet back, grabbing onto a fluffy red fox tail. Her pointy fox ears trembled, and she coquettishly said, "Don't touch this lowly one's tail. I want to touch it." Li Qingshan grabbed and twisted stubbornly like this. Is Prince not afraid of this lowly one's appearance? Hu Xian raised her fox ears. What's there to be afraid of? Li Qingshan said disapprovingly. She could be considered to have perfectly retained the characteristics of a human, but this made her look even more wild and seductive. Hu Xian recovered her mouth and laughed. That's right, Prince is similar to me, like a baboon. If you don't dislike me, I won't dislike you either. You're the one who's like a baboon. Li Qingshan not only retorted with his mouth, but also his hands. He grabbed the red fox tail and slapped her buttocks, leaving a clear palm print. Li Qingshan, I've already given myself to you, but you still hit me. Hu Xian's face was full of grievance. In her life, which man wasn't polite to her, but this man just had to hit her without any tenderness for the fairer sex? I hit you for your own good, to help you correct your evil intentions. Li Qingshan yawned, using her legs as a pillow, and said without sincerity. How was my evil intentions? I did it to avenge my mother. Hu Xian immediately straightened her back, and her breasts trembled slightly. Your mother is the phantom dancer, right? Didn't you hear the monk say that your mother caused chaos in the martial arts world? Serves you right to die. It was clearly that group of men who were lustful and killed each other. How can you blame my mother? Hu Xian bit her lips, and her breasts rose and fell. Heh, you dare say that your mother didn't deliberately provoke them? Do you think I don't know the temperament of demons? Since you're already dead, there's no need to dwell on it. Li Qingshan could completely imagine what a fox demon that did not abide by human etiquette would do. Not to mention being dissolute, even a normal woman would want to entice a group of stupid men to fight for her, let alone a fox demon that was proficient in illusions. The group of spare tires fought to the death. It was to bring chaos to the martial arts world. My mother's illusions are invincible. If she wasn't betrayed, how could she have died? Hu Xian's face was filled with sadness. Betrayed by your father? How did you know? Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered a betrayal. Playing with other people's feelings, and in the end being played with. This could be considered retribution. Speaking of which, your father was also wronged. If that's what I'm doing. If he suddenly found a fox in his bed, he would definitely be so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Li Qingshan felt a chill just thinking about it. You're talking nonsense. My mother once consumed a stalk of transformation grass. She was no different from a human, But later, she accidentally revealed her true form. Transformation grass. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Do you have more? It had to be said that as the ape-demon transformation continued to improve, he was indeed becoming more and more like an ape. It was no longer just at the level of having a strange appearance. He himself did not mind, but if he continued to transform, he would definitely be treated as a demon like the White Ape King. Under the influence of the heavens, it would definitely become a form of rejection and opposition, which would be detrimental to his process of unifying the world. Of course there's more, but you have to first admit that my mother didn't deserve to die, Hu Xian'er insisted. Li Qingshan glared at her. I think you're itching for a beating again. Hu Xian'er's face was full of resentment. Sigh, can't you treat me better? Fine, I'll tell you. My mother once left 2 stalks of transformation grass for us sisters, along with all the treasures she had accumulated throughout her life. They were all devoured by that man, so the transformation grass is useless to humans. I'm sure she still has it. Alright, when we get to the Pudu temple, we'll immediately go look for the transformation grass and kill that heartless father of yours to avenge your mother. How's that? I'm good enough for you, right? Really? That's great. Hu Xian'er threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms and cupped his face in her hands. Your Highness, I'm already yours. Please don't betray me. Don't worry, why would I betray you? You won't be able to sell them for much. You. Hu Xian'er was so angry that her long, shapely eyebrows were raised. She wanted nothing more than to bite him. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. He turned her over and pressed her under his body. The world is vast, and the Tao is boundless. We'll eventually be separated. Come and enjoy yourself with me. At least we didn't meet in vain. Hu Xian'er let out a low moan as she endured his invasion and conquest. She stared at the slightly comical ape face and silently said, I know you won't betray me because you don't care about it. You've never put me in your eyes. It's just a game. You even hit me, scolded me, and bullied me. But if I say that I'm sincere, I'm afraid you'll laugh at me for pretending. On the snowy mountain, Xue Bing was meditating and cultivating. She was transforming the blizzard qi in her body into Gui water qi. Li Qingshan's words seemed to contain some kind of magic. The Gui water qi condensation method flowed in her mind without missing a single word. This technique might not be some kind of secret technique, but it was born in a world of cultivators. After thousands of generations of refinement, it perfectly balanced the difficulty and speed of cultivation. It also didn't demand too much of the cultivator's natural endowments. It could be considered one of the most universal techniques. To some extent, it was even more valuable than the boundless ocean art that Li Qingshan had cultivated. At least it was more suitable for this world. During the day, she discussed it with her father. Xue Hanfeng was also full of praise. He said that although the lethality of this method was not as good as the blizzard sword art, it was gradual, well-prepared, and had a deep understanding of the way of water. It had a greater chance of reaching the innate 10th tier, or even the void-breaking realm. Moreover, the attached spells were very strange and ingenious. If used properly, the power might be even stronger than martial arts. If her blizzard qi condensation method was not close to completion, she would definitely switch to this set of methods. But she spoke out the concerns in her heart. Li Qingshan had forced her to buy and sell. Xue Hanfeng could only sigh. It's my incompetence that I can't protect you. As for whether or not to cultivate this set of methods, it's up to you. But I think this Lord Chivalrous has a loose temperament. He likes to joke, but he is not a lecher. If you refuse, he probably won't use force. You can still marry your senior brother. Haven't you always liked him? Marry my senior brother? No, the meaning of my life is not to marry and have children. I am more important than the Snow Mountain sect to give birth to the next leader. This was the belief instilled in her by that man. Besides, there was no Snow Mountain sect anymore. So she decided to start cultivating the Gue water qi condensation method. She completely transformed her qi into the Gue water qi condensation method. Then she couldn't help thinking, is this an exchange? I don't know when he will come to collect the debt. What should I do then? Then she thought with some disappointment, I don't know where he went. Is he in danger? Or maybe it was just a joke. He has already left me behind. For the first time in her life, she understood the feeling of lovesickness. Once upon a time, the mountain village boy who looked at a beautiful woman from afar also had the charm to make people fall in love at first sight. Even though the current him was like a wild monkey. To be continued. Chapter 12-19. Yang Miaozhen sat on a praying mat as the morning sun shone into the room. This set of skills is called Yi-Wood Vitality Method. Listen carefully. Li Qingshan held a bowl of soy milk in his left hand and a meat bun in his right. He ate and drank while passing down the Yi-Wood Vitality art. After he was done, he ordered Abbot Fu Ku to lead the way to the martial union in the inner city. Along the way, they attracted the attention of the entire city. The streets on both sides of the street were filled with people, coming to see the legendary hero king. Hu Xian or Yang Miaozhen and Zhang Xianfeng attracted even more attention. Hu Xian walked with light steps, looking fragile. This was the aftermath of being taught a lesson. Yang Miaozhen's mind wandered, focusing on comprehending the essence of the Yi-Wood Vitality art. Zhang Xianfeng frowned, looking left and right from time to time, looking for a chance to escape. However, when the group arrived at the inner city, there was no one in the city. Giant trees towered into the sky, casting their shade on the red walls and green tiles. Only the sound of cicadas could be heard. It was a desolate place. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and wandered around the city randomly. He saw a large statue that was consecrated in an ancestral hall. A valiant young man wielded a sword in his right hand and held an imperial seal in his left, sitting on a throne. There were 2 rows of statues below. There were monks and Taoists of both genders, standing upright like subjects serving their king. The last one was the current alliance master, Zhang Yuntian. What is this place? Abbot Fu Ku said, This is the Martial Union Hall, where the past alliance masters are worshipped. What about the one in the middle? It's the first alliance master, Long Patian, who created it. Before Abbot Fu Ku could finish, Li Qingshan had already walked up. He kicked the statue over, shattering it into pieces on the ground. Monk, I know you're not willing to submit, but if you dare play any tricks, the statue in the temple will be destroyed. Abbot Fu Ku was silent. All right, let's go to Pudu Temple. The alarm in Pudu Temple rang. 108 martial monks held their staffs and set up an Arhat formation. All the experts in the temple gathered together, waiting. The sun was high up in the sky. The sun was blazing. All the monks were sweating. He didn't know if it was because of the heat or because he was nervous. At the very least, there were a few senior monks who had stepped into the innate realm who were not afraid of the cold and heat. However, no one would feel that it was a disgrace to have such a performance. It was just that the name of the demon was too famous. He had forced the Snow Mountain sect to surrender. He captured Abbot Fu Ku and the mysterious Void Temple Master in 2 or 3 moves. Shifeng had killed the leader of the Demonic Path's 5 poison sect and forced the entire martial union into retreat by himself. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a person? Now, Pudu Temple was about to face a catastrophe that had not been seen in 100 years. No one knew if there would be any survivors after today. A gray-robed monk hurried to the Hall of Great Strength. He no longer cared about etiquette and said in a panic, "The devil has reached the foot of the mountain." Again. Yes. A moment later, another gray-robed monk rushed over. "The devil has arrived at the mountain gate." Again. However, after 2 hours, the devil finally reached the mountainside. The sun rose high in the sky. The monks became more and more impatient. They believed that this was a psychological attack, deliberately stalling for time to put pressure on them. Moreover, it had succeeded. Many of the monks' robes were drenched, and they looked as if they had just been fished out of water. Their morale was greatly reduced. That demon must be afraid of using such despicable methods, an old monk asserted. That's right. Order the disciples not to relax. Don't fall for that demon's trap. However, this had nothing to do with Li Qingshan. It was Hu Xian who had repeatedly complained that she wanted to rest. Last night, she had experienced her first experience. Even with her half-fey body, she had been tormented. Moreover, she had rushed all the way from Black Tortoise City to here. She was completely exhausted. No matter how overbearing Li Qingshan was, he couldn't force her. Forget it. Today is your wedding day. If you want to rest, then rest. He could only slowly walk up the mountain. He didn't look like he was here to cause trouble, but more like a mountain climber on a sightseeing tour. Finally, at 3 in the afternoon, Li Qingshan stepped into the temple. The sun was already setting in the west. He ignored the monks in the temple and walked all the way to the Hall of Great Strength. He turned back and said to Abbot Fu Ku, "We're here." The Arhat formation surrounded them, and they could no longer retreat. They were ready to go. In front of the Hall of Great Strength, the old monks said together, "Greetings, Abbot." Abbot Fu Ku ordered, "All of you stand down." Yes. Even though the monks were unwilling, they couldn't disobey. They thought to themselves, is the abbot really going to submit to the demon? Smoke curled up in the hall. The giant Buddha's eyes were half closed, overlooking all living beings. His golden body shone brilliantly. Hu Xian also felt a trace of awe in her heart. She didn't dare to be negligent and knelt at the feet of the giant Buddha. Abbot Fu Ku ordered someone to bring a razor. Hu Xian immediately covered her fine black hair and looked at Li Qingshan pleadingly. There's no need to shave her head. Let her be a layman disciple. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Abbot Fu Ku didn't say anything else. He asked solemnly, Hu Xian as long as you live, do not lie. Can you uphold it now? Hu Xian hesitated for a moment and glanced at Li Qingshan. She whispered, no. Li Qingshan also said, if you can't, then you can't. It's really difficult to make a fox demon not lie. It's wishful thinking to make a woman not lie. Next one. As long as you live, do not steal. Can you uphold it now? Hu Xian became bolder when she saw that someone was backing her. No. Abbot Fu Ku didn't waste any time and continued, as long as you live, do not kill. Can you uphold it now? No. Hu Xian shouted. She still had a great feud to settle, so how could she not kill? Abbot Fu Ku closed his eyes. As long as you live, do not lust. Can you uphold it now? Li Qingshan laughed aloud. That's obviously impossible. Alright, that's it. Abbot Fu Ku opened his eyes and said coldly, Almsgiver Hu, since you can't follow any of these Buddhist commandments, forgive me for not accepting you as a disciple. Tai Xiong's expression changed drastically. He shouted, Master! Hu Xian was stunned. She sneered in her heart. I'll kill all of you bald donkeys. Zhang Xianfeng pondered. Will I have a chance to escape when things get chaotic later? Yang Miaozhen was still deep in thought and didn't notice the changes in the outside world. The smile on Li Qingshan's face didn't change. Good monk, use whatever moves you have. Don't tell me that you're just stubborn. Buddha is merciful. Subdue the demon. Abbot Fu Ku put his palms together. His voice was loud and majestic, reverberating in the hall of great strength. The Buddha behind him surged with golden light. It turned into a golden ocean and swallowed Li Qingshan. Power of vow. Li Qingshan's eyes reflected the golden light. Pudu Temple was not only a 1,000-year-old ancient temple, but it was also the Buddhist holy land of this world. The power of vow gathered here was like a mountain or an ocean. Although there weren't many changes, this terrifying power was enough to make Li Qingshan not underestimate it even if he wasn't confined by the world, let alone now. Abbot Fu Ku activated all of it. He wanted to kill Li Qingshan at all costs. His expression was ferocious. Chapter 12:20. When Li Qingshan was still young, he had once witnessed the Peachwood prayer sword in the Dragon's Gate sect. It was only worshipped by the disciples of the sect day and night, but its power was already extremely startling, completely exceeding the abilities of cultivators. Afterwards, he witnessed the fearless great Buddha in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. If it were not for little An's Buddha-slaying sword, he would basically be invincible. If he still did not know how to be vigilant after suffering twice, then he would be wasting the ape demon's cleverness. However, he was also taking a gamble by coming to the Grand Hall. He was gambling that the people of this world did not possess the ability to convert the power of belief into a killing move. At most, they could only unleash it like this, and they would not be able to control it. This was not a power that Qi practitioners could control in the first place. And he won the bet. Such an ownerless item, please lend it to me for a while. Li Qingshan took out the divine talisman of great creation and plunged it into the golden sea with a trail of rainbow light. It immediately dyed the sea red and purple. He said sternly, "Evolve." The mountainous power of belief turned into surging spiritual qi and surged towards him. The dense light was visible to the naked eye, rushing out of the grand hall and competing with the sun. The overwhelming spiritual qi did not originate from the power of belief in the divine talisman of great creation and did not belong to Li Qingshan, but it was not affected by the confinement of the world either. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and sucked in a deep breath. He swallowed the surging spiritual qi and powered the ape-demon transformation at full strength, converting the spiritual qi into cultivation. The ape-demon transformation suited his personality very well. He had basically comprehended the first layer already. What he lacked right now were spiritual qi resources. With an ape's howl, Li Qingshan's fur grew at a visible rate. His arms became thicker and longer. A hairy face with a thunderous mouth already resembled an ape's. There was even a tail protruding from the back of his bottom. His form was closer to an ape demon than a human. The spiritual qi condensed from the millennia of power of belief was so turbulent. Li Qingshan had only forcefully devoured a third of it, yet he already felt like he had eaten too much and could not digest it in time. Even with his tough body, this was already his limit. The surging spiritual qi dispersed. Li Qingshan said to the dumbfounded Hu Xian and the others, "Don't just stand there. This is a benefit." Hu Xian immediately reacted and began to meditate. Yang Miaozhen took this opportunity. After converting all the Taishan genuine qi in his body into Yiwu genuine qi, his Dantian sea of qi suddenly became empty, but it was immediately filled with spiritual qi. Zhang Xianfeng didn't want to run anymore. He would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the situation. Tai Xiong was overjoyed. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Even the young fox Demonis, Hu Linger, could not be bothered to maintain her human form. When Abbot Fu Ku saw that his ultimate move could not do anything to Li Qingshan, he fell to the ground. His face was ashen as he shouted, "All monks, listen up! Slay the demon!" More than a dozen figures rushed out from the back of the temple. All of them were innate masters. The glorious temple was filled with murderous intent. The one with the highest cultivation was a white-browed old monk. He was already close to the Xiantian 10th stage. He brandished a dazzling golden Buddhist staff, and struck down towards Li Qingshan's head along with an evil wind. "Slay the demons and protect the temple." All the monks rushed into the main hall. Their expressions were almost fanatical, and they rushed towards Li Qingshan with all their might. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at the Buddha. He chuckled and turned the remaining power of vow into an invisible will. It swept through the Grand Buddha's hall and affected the entire Pudu temple. All the monks were stunned. In their eyes, Li Qingshan suddenly became dazzling, as if a Buddha had descended. He was awe-inspiring and inviolable, and they could not help but stop in their track. Abbot Fu Ku's face was full of struggle, but his will quickly collapsed under the impact of the will. The white-browed old monk's eyes were blank. The golden Buddhist staff stopped above his head and could not fall any more. Hu Xian'er and Yang Miaozhen also looked at Li Qingshan in a daze. Tai Xiong's heart was filled with endless admiration. Zhang Xianfeng had never liked Li Qingshan's monkey-like appearance, not to mention that he had become even more monkey-like now. At this moment, she felt that he was more handsome and stalwart than any man she had ever seen in her life. An unprecedented feeling sprouted in her heart, and it quickly grew stronger. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, but it made the entire Pudu temple quiet. The cicadas' cries also quieted down. Only Luo Ho Xiaoming was unmoved, and he looked at everything around him with a playful expression. This was like a tyrant forcing himself on a bow. This move swept through all directions, and the effect was similar to a charm. However, Li Qingshan had never learned the art of charm, so he did not know what seduction and control was. It was all about crushing people with brute force. It was almost like directly raping people's minds, making men worship and women fall in love. In fact, Li Qingshan had an idea. He originally wanted to turn the remaining power of vow into spirit stones, and then slowly absorb it for cultivation. However, this power of vow did not belong to him, so he could only turn it into nothing. When the dust settled, Abbot Fu Ku walked forward and prostrated himself, as if he was facing a statue of Buddha. "This poor monk greets the king." All the monks knelt on the ground. "Greetings, king. Didn't you see me as a devil?" Li Qingshan asked. He was also curious about the effect of this move. "This poor monk is slow-witted. Please punish me, king." "Haha, I've finally cured your stubborn disease. From now on, you are the hall master of Pudu Temple." Li Qingshan laughed. It was a pity that the people from Martial Union did not come, or he would have calmed the martial world. "King, with your merciful heart, you used a thunderous method to punish evil and make all living beings equal. This poor monk is willing to follow you and work like a dog. Good, all of you get up." Li Qingshan waved his hand and all the monks stood up. However, there was a trace of confusion in the depths of their eyes. It was not easy to forcibly change the will of others. If one had great perseverance, he or she would be able to wash away the brand sooner or later and restore his or her original appearance. However, such people were in the minority. However, the brand could also become deeper and deeper. It could be imagined that most of the people here would have unparalleled respect and loyalty to him for the rest of their lives. However, it was quite boring when he thought about it. He never liked to play the role of a god. He looked deeply at Hu Xian'er and Yang Miaozhen. "I hope you can break free soon." Then he glanced at Zhang Xianfeng. As for this traitor, he would deal with him tonight. Hall Master Fu Ku, the World Society advocates freedom of belief. The disciples of the temple can continue to stay here to cultivate. You can take a few senior monks and report to the northern region. Let's see what arrangements President Gu has. "Yes, thank you for your magnanimity, King." Fu Ku heaved a sigh of relief. After all, it was his life's faith. If Li Qingshan insisted, it would immediately trigger the most intense conflict in his heart. It was not impossible to break this brand. Li Qingshan really wanted to give it a try, but in the end, he decided not to do such a boring thing. "Okay, take me to see the legendary Fiend's Star." "King, please follow me." The Fiend's Star is suppressed in the bitter lake behind the main hall. Chapter 12:21. A surge of spiritual energy filled with murderous intent almost dyed the sky blood red. It had an aura that Li Qingshan was very familiar with, reminding him of an old enemy, Strong Stone. This stone was indeed the Stone of Slaughter from the Azura path. Luo Ho Xiaoming's expression changed. What's wrong? Let's go and see. Li Qingshan was curious and let Abbot Fu Ku lead the way. The group passed through the Hall of Great Strength and arrived at the backyard of the Pudu Temple. There was a small lake hidden in the dense bamboo forest, sparkling under the light of the setting sun. There was a stone tablet beside the lake with the words, Bitter Lake, engraved on it. Li Qingshan felt that the spiritual energy here was very rich, as if he had returned to the 9 provinces. He understood that the killing intent of the Stone of Slaughter had been suppressed by an array formation, allowing only the spiritual energy within to be released, transforming this small lake into a land of spiritual energy. Reporting to Your Highness, the demon star is at the bottom of the lake. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a splash. Li Qingshan jumped into the lake and swam toward the bottom with his arms open. The lake was more than 10 feet deep, and there was a deathly stillness in the water. There was almost no trace of fish or shrimp. As the murderous intent grew stronger, Li Qingshan knew that he was close to his target. In the darkness, a dot of red light gradually grew larger. A giant cone-shaped stone was quietly inserted into the bottom of the lake, glowing with a dark red light. Found it! Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He kicked back and shot straight toward the giant stone. At this time, there was a roar in front of him, and a surging undercurrent attacked him. Hu Xian and the others looked into the distance with concern. Suddenly, the lake water seemed to be boiling, and the faint roar of beasts could be heard. Your Highness! Hu Xian looked back angrily at Fu Ku. Bald donkey, is this another trap of yours? Fu Ku's face was also filled with fear. I really don't know. With a bang, the water surface exploded, and a giant black shadow shot into the sky, landing heavily on the edge of the lake, crushing a bamboo forest. Zhang Xianfeng arrived on the wind, but found that it was a giant turtle with a cracked shell, on the verge of death. There's actually such a monster in the lake! Fu Ku exclaimed. The Bitter Lake was originally the release pond in the temple. As it sank into the Stone of Slaughter, the fishes and shrimps in it began to kill and devour each other. Even though the monks were merciful, this was for the peace of the world and the development of Pudu Temple. He had no choice but to sacrifice them. However, he did not expect that there would be a survivor who had been hiding at the bottom of the lake and had cultivated into a monster by absorbing the spiritual energy in the Stone of Slaughter. It became the guardian beast of the Stone of Slaughter. The lake calmed down. The surging murderous aura became more and more intense. A dark red reef rose from the surface of the lake and quickly grew larger as it approached the lakeside. That is the Stone of Slaughter, Monk Fu Ku said. Even after all these years of suppression and dilution, it still caused everyone's blood to boil, and a faint desire to kill rose within them. Fortunately, they were all innate masters, so they had a certain level of resistance. Only Hu Linger moaned, Sister, I feel terrible. Ling go further away. Don't come close. Walala. Water flowed down from the giant rock. Li Qingshan carried the Stone of Slaughter on his body and walked up step by step from the bottom of the lake. Your Highness! Li Qingshan came to the shore and slowly put down the Stone of Slaughter on his body. It still made a muffled sound, showing its weight. It is indeed a good spirit stone. It's a pity that too much spiritual energy has dissipated. This Stone of Slaughter was so strong that even steel that had been tempered 100 times couldn't compare. It seemed to have been tempered in some way, but it didn't seem like a magic treasure. Besides, there were countless Shura divine weapons in the Azura realm. Who would use a big stone as a weapon? He shook his head and didn't think about it. With this Stone of Slaughter, his ape demon transformation would definitely improve. However, He hadn't had time to digest the spiritual energy he had just swallowed, so he wasn't in a hurry. "It's mine." A young and tender voice spoke up, causing everyone to be startled. Luo Ho and Little Ming walked up and patted the huge stone of slaughter. "What did you say?" "I said it's mine." Luo Ho Xiaoming showed a look of nostalgia. "You want to take advantage of me? I obviously carried it out from the bottom of the lake. If you don't believe me, turn the stone over and see." Li Qingshan pushed the stone of slaughter to the side doubtfully. Sure enough, he found a dark sun and moon totem underneath. It was the totem of the Rahu clan. He suddenly remembered that Luo Ho Xiaoming had shot a stone from a slingshot and instantly killed Dumohun. If that was the case, everything could be explained. A normal stone naturally wouldn't come from the Azura realm by itself. It also wouldn't have such a strong killing intent. It also wouldn't have been able to turn into a monster like strong stone with a powerful force. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand to dismiss everyone. Only the two of them were left by the lake. Li Qingshan asked, "What exactly is going on?" "What do you mean, what is going on?" "I was just shooting it for fun." Luo Ho Xiaoming carelessly touched the slingshot on his waist named Xiao Ye and said, "The 6 paths of reincarnation are connected to the other worlds. It's easy to hit it." Li Qingshan was speechless. Even without the barrier of the void, this was a cross-realm attack. Just how fierce was this Azura divine child in the past? The legend of the demon star descends and the world plunges into chaos was just a child's game of shooting sparrows. And that monster General Strong Stone who massacred dozens of cities and killed countless people. That stone of slaughter in the 9 provinces, was it also you who shot it? Other than me, who else would be so bored? Luo Ho Xiaoming tilted his head and squinted his eyes as if he was sleepy again. "So you also know that you are bored?" Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. "Wait, I've only stayed in 2 worlds and you shot the stone both times. This can't be a coincidence, right?" The 3,000 worlds was the collective name of the Great Thousand Worlds, the Medium Thousand Worlds, and the Small Thousand Worlds. As for the specific number, perhaps only the gods and Buddhas in the 9 heavens knew. Unexpectedly, 2 worlds had Stone of Slaughter. Either it was really a coincidence that he encountered an extremely small probability event, or he had shot a large number of Stone of Slaughter. Obviously, the latter was much more likely. And without using the spirit tortoise to deduce, one could guess how large the number was. Even if half of the 3,000 worlds had Stone of Slaughter, the probability of encountering it twice in a row was only 1 in 4. Suddenly, he felt that Luo Ho Xiaoming's words were not entirely true. No matter how bored a child was, he would only shoot sparrows and not every leaf on the tree. Moreover, such a workload was almost equivalent to shooting every leaf in the forest. Even for the gods, it was not an easy task. The amount of time and energy spent was inestimable. Was it just for fun? Luo Ho Xiaoming spread his hands. "Now you know how bored I am. But why is it so big? Falling into this kind of small world, it will naturally appear big." Chapter 12:22. Seeing this, Li Qingshan stopped talking. He suddenly had a feeling that he was being watched. He couldn't help but look around, only to see the setting sun and the bamboo forest. At this time in Pudu Temple, no one would disobey his orders. With a thought, he walked over to the motionless giant turtle thrown on the shore and kicked its shell. "Come out!" The giant turtle didn't move. Li Qingshan yelled, "If you don't come out, I'll break your shell and make soup out of you." A giant turtle head stretched out of the shell, its horns protruding like a dragon's head. A pair of dark green eyes was carefully watching Li Qingshan. "You can understand what we're saying?" The giant turtle hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "So, you heard what we said just now? Looks like I'll have to kill the turtle to silence it. How do you taste?" Li Qingshan licked his lips. The giant turtle was so scared that it quickly shrank its head back. Just kidding. You look like you have the blood of a spirit beast. No wonder you have such intelligence. It's rare in a world like this. Forget it, I'll spare your life. Follow me and run errands. Li Qingshan returned to the stone of slaughter and sat cross-legged with his back against it. He refined the spiritual energy in his body while absorbing the spiritual energy in the stone. 3 days later, the sun was high in the sky. The morning bells and evening drums rang in Pudu Temple, and all the monks came out to form a formation. They were no longer nervously facing the enemy, but reluctantly sending him off. An exquisite hut slowly passed through the crowd. Li Qingshan sat in front of the hut, waving to the monks. Thank you for your hard work. His cultivation had increased to the next level. His appearance had become more and more like an ape. His body was covered in thick dark gold hair, and he squatted there without a care for his image. With a tail wagging, he looked even more like an ape than the White Ape King had been. Now, even without the divine talisman of great creation and the last frenzy blade, he could fight the White Ape King. There was nothing in the world that could threaten him any more. We are willing to serve the great king. The monks looked determined and fanatical, not caring about Li Qingshan's appearance at all. Li Qingshan patted the base of the house. Old ninja, hurry up! Big Turtle immediately quickened its pace and moved forward. It turned out that this small house was built on the back of this giant tortoise, and Li Qingshan once again displayed his profound naming skills. He named the turtle Old Ninja because he was able to stay in the backyard of Pudu Temple for so long without being discovered. It could be said that he was very patient. However, he was probably the only one who knew if he was affected by the memories of his past life. Perhaps it was because of the conversation between Li Qingshan and Luo Ho Xiaoming. Big Turtle Ninja was very obedient and willing to work without complaint. His steps were steady and powerful as he squeezed through the temple gate and climbed down the mountain. Watching Li Qingshan's figure disappear on the mountain path, Fu Ku felt a sense of loss in his heart. It was as if he had done something wrong, but he didn't know what it was. Tai Xiong said, "Master, we should also set off." Therefore, Monk Fu Ku ordered the monks, announced to the world that Pudu Temple will be changed to Pudu Hall, and then immediately set off for Galloping Horse City in the north. Report to Guild Leader Gu. Big Turtle climbed down the mountain and crossed the mountain gate. It began to gallop at full speed, carrying so many things on its back. It was even faster than a galloping horse, and still very stable. As expected of a spiritual beast. Without your help, it would be really troublesome to carry so many things. The big turtle growled in response. Li Qingshan returned to the Line Palace. Not only were there the most beautiful women in the world, but there was also the wealth that Pudu Temple had accumulated over the years. Hu Xian was in high spirits as she checked. Your Highness, those monks are really good at plundering. Monks also need to eat. Do you know where your heartless father is? Although Li Qingshan didn't hate his current appearance, and even found it very interesting, he wouldn't let go of the opportunity to return to his human form. Hu Xian-er's expression changed slightly, and Hu Ling-er also raised her head. What, do you regret it? No, I've waited for this day for too long. As you wish. On the evening of the second day, Big Turtle came to a beautiful mountain in front of a magnificent mansion. It wasn't filled with murderous intent as he imagined, but a peaceful atmosphere. Before Li Qingshan could call the door opened a gap. Is that the king outside? Yes. The gap widened a little, and a handsome boy came out of the door, carefully handing over a letter. My master went out to travel, and said that if you come, everything here will be given to you. This is the letter he left for you. Li Qingshan opened the letter, and a few lines of elegant handwriting appeared. He glanced at Hu Xian-er and read out loud, Your Highness, it's my honor to have you here, and I've long heard of your heroic name. I wish I could drink and get drunk with you. However, I've been thinking about the past, and I can't sleep. I'm filled with regret, and I only wish to wander the world and live incognito. Beautiful maids, catamites, fresh clothes, and horses are all here as dowry, and I hope that you treat my 2 daughters well, Dongfang Yu. He asked Hu Xian, what do you think? Hu Xian looked like she was struggling, unable to make up her mind. Yang Miaozhen said, as expected of young Master Meiyu. This short letter not only flatters His Royal Highness and expresses his unwillingness to be enemies, but also expresses his remorse and apology. Drifting in Jianghu and hiding his identity is considered atonement for his sins. In the end, he even gave up all the things that could be coveted by others. He really has an exquisite heart. No wonder the phantom dancer enchantress fell in love with him. Li Qingshan said in disdain, "Pfft, what exquisite heart! It's all about looks. If he looks like me, even if he has 9 or 10 apertures, it'll be useless." Your Highness, you do know your limit. Yang Miaozhen smiled, but her eyes were filled with affection. I'm a man of strength. Let's go in and take a look. If there's no transformed grass, we'll have to look for him. And the transformed grass was indeed inside. That young Master Meiyu didn't leave any traces of trouble for her. Hu Xian looked at it in a daze, as if she was unwilling, but also unable to bear it. Think about it. Since I've promised you, even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, it'll be useless. Li Qingshan was used to seeing the spiritual flowers and plants of the 9 prefectures. He didn't think that there was anything special about it. He stuffed it into his mouth, chewed on it, and walked into the house. Half a day later, he walked out of the house. The girls waiting outside were stunned, and their eyes shone. Li Qingshan returned to his North Moon form, but his other demonic transformations were suppressed, so there were still many changes. His scarlet hair had turned dark gold, and his round eyes were the same color. His arms became slightly longer, but they did not seem excessive. In an instant, he turned from a wild monkey into a handsome man. Hee, now I'm a man of strength and an idol. Li Qingshan smiled, and his monkey tail swayed behind him. That was a souvenir he kept behind him. He then asked Hu Xian, have you thought about it? Hu Xian's expression dimmed, and she remained silent. Then forget it. Wait here. Li Qingshan left. A few days later, he came back just now, and threw a human head in front of Hu Xian. It was the head of a man. Even though the face was hideous, one could still see how handsome he was when he was alive. Hu Xian took a step back, and her face was filled with both joy and sadness. Your Highness! Chapter 12:23. The luxurious garden actually contained even more treasures, antiques, and paintings than the Pudu temple. Unfortunately, it was still unable to save its owner's life. Li Qingshan placed everything on the turtle's back. The 4 legs of the turtle trembled, unable to support it any longer. It just lay on the ground and looked at Li Qingshan pleadingly. Li Qingshan kicked him. You bastard, get up! You can't even carry so little. How useless! Yang Miaozhen could not bear to see him like this. She tried to persuade him. Your Highness, there are carriages and horses here. Don't force him. What do you know? I'm helping him cultivate. I don't know what kind of spiritual beast he is, but there's a sense of burden in his bloodline. These burdens are the best cultivation. Li Qingshan turned to the turtle and said, if you don't want to get up, then just lie here and wait for your death. I don't want the things on the back either. The turtle let out a growl and slowly stood up again. It walked forward step by step, but it was extremely difficult. Li Qingshan leapt onto the turtle's back again, and the turtle stopped again. It could not take it anymore, but Li Qingshan's words suddenly rang out in its head. Li Qingshan passed on some of the methods to circulate qi from the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression to it. The demon qi all over the turtle condensed, and its footsteps immediately became more stable. It nodded at Li Qingshan in gratitude. A group of carriages followed behind the turtle, forming a long procession. Hu Xian stood where she was without moving at all. She held a head in her hands. Hu Ling accompanied her silently from the side. Zhang Xianfeng whispered, "Your Highness, aren't we going to wait for her?" Leaving this vixen behind was obviously for the best. Time waits for no one. Don't worry, she'll catch up. Don't look at me like that. I was originally a heartless person. I wonder who's bold enough to take this great head. Li Qingshan's laughter was clear, spreading out in all directions. So what if I betray the entire world? What's there to be ashamed and regretful about? As a man, he had to carry the burden and advance. When Yang Miaozhen and Zhang Xianfeng heard that, they felt their minds clear up. They felt indescribably relaxed and happy. Hu Xian shuddered. She let go of the head and kicked it away. With a plop, it landed in the stream and drifted away. She grabbed Hu Ling and followed the procession. She leapt onto the turtle's back and threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms. They traveled north until they reached Galloping City. Everyone in the city knew that the hero king had returned, so they welcomed him. Before he even arrived, his deeds had already spread throughout the world, and the Northern Territory was also at peace. Arriving at the world meeting, Gu Yenying stood in the courtyard with a smile in her white clothes and a folding fan in her hand. "Congratulations, congratulations. Your cultivation has recovered a little again. Looks like you've benefited quite a lot. These three must be the legendary 10 great beauties of the world." Hu Xian couldn't say it out loud. She thought that she was already the most beautiful woman in the world. Even Yang Miaozhen and Zhang Xianfeng, the two top 10 beauties, seemed a little feminine when compared to her. However, when she saw the legendary leader of the world society, she suddenly felt a sense of shame. It was the difference between a wild fox and a divine eagle. So she really is the most beautiful woman in the world. He must like her very much. "Where's your mask?" Li Qingshan asked. "I don't need it anymore," Gu Yenying said. With the establishment of the Azura army, she controlled the power and did not need to worry about small problems caused by her appearance. Li Qingshan ordered people to unload the things on the turtle's back. Gu Yenying's eyes brightened. "Okay, I'm in need of money. The construction of the Northern Territory required investment everywhere. Why did you suddenly become a money grubber? This is not the breadth of mind a rock should have." Li Qingshan smiled. He had been short of money for more than 10 years, but she probably didn't know what money was from the day she was born. It was funny that she was so concerned about money now. It was like a princess suddenly starting to work in the fields. You don't know the cost of rice and firewood if you don't manage the household. You're happy being a shopkeeper, but you don't know that there are many things in this world. It's like a hero is stumped by a penny. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Gu Yenying waved her hand. She was using her own way to sharpen her mind. The heart of a rock was very high, but if she forced herself to imitate it, she would only make herself look high. She would be like a dog instead of a tiger. It was better to calm down and do things in a down-to-earth way. And from the feedback she got from the rock feather, her choice was also correct. Before the rock turned into a rock, it also floated and sank in the sea. After a while, all the leaders of the World Society were summoned to the meeting hall. Shui Hanfeng, Fu Ku, Tai Xiong, and the others were there. Together with the original members of the deity Sword Villa and the warriors who came from all over the world to join them, it could be said that there were many masters and heroes. Even if it was evaluated in the traditional way, the World Society was already the biggest society in the world. It was far better than any sect or family and could unify the martial arts world. The change in Li Qingshan surprised everyone, but they quickly accepted it. After all, they were not standing here because of his appearance. They cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." Only Shui Bing's eyes were a bit more resentful. When Li Qingshan looked back, she lowered her head again and hurriedly reflected on herself. We have known each other for less than a month and spent less than a day together. At most, it can be considered as a chance meeting. Why is it like this? But he said that he wanted to gather the top 10 beauties in the world. It turns out that he was serious. Then I am also one of them. What a hateful man. But he looks really good now. Lei Lai stepped forward and said, Your Highness has defeated martial union in the Middle Region and subdued the Snow Mountain sect and Pudu Temple. Now, no family or sect dares to oppose our world society. Why don't we send troops south and unify the world? Gu Yenying asked, What do you think? Among the people with the highest cultivation and status in the hall, the left and right protectors were obsessed with swordsmanship. They did not care about this matter. Shui Hanfeng was originally worried that the disciples of the Snow Mountain sect would be sacrificed in the War of the World Society. But now, it seemed that Li Qingshan could single-handedly defeat the remaining 3 families and 5 sections. There was no need to worry at all, so he said nothing. Ba. I don't think so. Now that the northern region has not been stabilized, rashly conquering the south will only cause chaos and countless death. It is not in line with your highness's chivalrous way. Bald donkey, I think your body is in the world society, but your heart is in martial union. As the saying goes, a long night is fraught with dreams. If we give martial union a chance to breathe, who knows what kind of trouble they will cause? Lei Lai said coldly. The death of the 7 slaughtering demon lord was definitely related to the Pudu temple. Otherwise, the fiend's star would not have sunk into the bitter lake. Shut up! Li Qingshan slammed the table and scolded. Brat, you sure know how to talk now. This is the place to talk. If you want to take revenge, find another place to duel with Hall Master Fu Ku. Don't think he can do anything to you just because he can't do anything to you. A duel is a duel. Why would I be afraid of him? Lei Lai's face turned red. Duels are not allowed in the world society. Hall Master Lei, you insulted Hall Master Fu Ku. Later, you will receive 50 strokes of the cane, Gu Yenying said. Yes, Guild Master. Lei Lai lowered his head and accepted the order. His anger disappeared without a trace. Even a blind man could see his abnormality. Even though he knew it was hopeless, he could not go against her order. Shui Hanfeng had also noticed his daughter's abnormality. He could not help but sigh. This man and woman were both peerless. Who could escape their charm and resist their power? Hall Master Fu Ku's words are reasonable. Even if we can unify the world with force, we can't avoid massacres. Many people will be disappointed in the world society and even doubt the chivalrous king's chivalrous way. Only by doing something in the northern region can we break the rumor that the fiend's star has descended and the world will be in chaos. I hereby swear that if the people of the world are not willing to submit, the world society will not take them by force. Guild Master is wise. I admire you. To be honest, I used to believe such rumors until I saw the king's chivalry and the Guild Master's magnanimity. Just now, I realize my own shallowness. I am willing to serve you and return peace to this world, so that all lives are equal and good and evil will be repaid. Monk Fu Ku's expression was sacred. Li Qingshan also felt a little strange. His chivalrous way was both righteous and selfish, but he was not as serious as this monk. He did not know if it was because of the influence of the spiritual imprint, but it was clear that Gu Yenying's decision had increased his loyalty. Li Qingshan also agreed with Gu Yenying's words. Being domineering had always been the fastest way, but it was also the most unstable. In this world, this instability would be magnified to the extreme. Unifying the world was easy, but what would happen after unifying it? It could be imagined that, under the influence of the will of the heavens, there would be many rebellious forces everywhere. If they used force to suppress it, it would only cause more hatred and hostility. In the end, it would become a tyranny. As the saying goes, those who are tainted by the country are the rulers of the country. Those who are tainted by the country are the kings of the world. In his previous life, a certain country was already a heaven-like existence in the eyes of other people, and its citizens were full of complaints. Now, to them, this world was a huge bait. If they forcefully swallowed it, they would definitely be hooked by the throat. Since that was the case, it was better to leave martial union. It was better to leave the enemy outside than at home. In the end, even if they really raised a tiger, even if the enemy stepped on dog shit every step, they could still be dealt with a sword. The two of them had the same opinion, so the others naturally could not object. When the crowd dispersed, Li Qingshan grabbed Xue Bing's hand. As expected, you have cultivated the cultivation technique I gave you. It seems that you have obediently agreed. What do you think of me now? Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. Xue Bing's face was bright red, and she looked at Xue Hanfeng for help. Xue Hanfeng smiled bitterly. My daughter, oh my daughter, if you're determined to fight back, I'll draw my sword right now and fight you. No matter how powerful Li Qingshan is, we'll just die together at worst, but what am I supposed to do with you like this? However, he could not just stand there and watch. He also said, Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. He then took a step and left. My daughter, for the sake of the Snow Mountain sect, please suffer some grievances. Father. Xue Bing wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Li Qingshan laughed. Are you trying to go back on your words? Chapter 12:24. At the Peach Blossom Ferry, the west wind was strong. The peach blossoms had long fallen, leaving only a patch of dead wood. A middle-aged man stood in the wind and looked towards the north. His eyes flashed with deep-rooted hatred. He was actually still very young, but the worry wrinkles on his face and the white hair on his temples made him look very bleak. He could never forget what happened 15 years ago. That was the happiest moment of his life, but also the saddest moment. On the day of his wedding, the one he loved was taken away. Li Qingshan. He could not help but whisper the name. Hatred made him tremble. Perhaps there was also a deep fear. This was not cowardice. That devil, fiend star. It could make any brave and fearless person in the world feel fear, and it could also stop the crying of an ignorant child. Thinking of this, he touched a broken bone in his bosom. It was originally one of his ribs, and now it was engraved with runes. He rubbed the bone with his fingers. He clearly remembered every rune on it, because he had sacrificed 7 ribs to refine it. In the end, he could only use it once. This killing bone was a secret of the tribe. It required the refiner to personally cut open his own flesh and carve incantations on the bone. Then it would be nourished in the body for 7 years. After it was taken out, it would require another 7 years of worship before it could be considered complete. By condensing a venomous aura into it, one could kill without a trace. One could curse the enemy to death with just a finger. Even if the enemy had peerless martial arts, they would not be able to escape. However, very few people refined this killing bone. Unless there was a deep hatred, who could be so heartless to wait for 14 years? If one focused on martial arts, he might be able to take revenge in 10 years. However, his current opponent was that devil. He could not be defeated with any martial art. Only by using this killing bone would he have a glimmer of hope. That beautiful face appeared in his mind again. Hatred overwhelmed his fear. He silently said, 15 years, it has been a whole 15 years. I, Wu Huan, will definitely take revenge for stealing my wife. Hey, the one over there, are you coming or not? A boatman in a straw raincoat stood at the bow. He roared at Wu Huan. Go, go! Wu Huan was shocked. This roar contained innate qi and was as loud as thunder. The other party was a Xiantian master. Could it be that he had run into an eccentric person who lived in seclusion? Suppressing all his hatred and fear, he stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Innate? The boatman stroked his beard and sized up Wu Huan. And what are you going up north for? If I want to join the World Assembly, how much does it cost to cross the river? Haha, come on up, it's free. Wu Huan boarded the ferry and asked, Brother is also a member of the Tianxia Society? That goes without saying. The boatman said proudly, and the pole touched the riverbank. The ferry flew towards the center of the river. At this time, the autumn flood had just passed and the river was flowing rapidly. When a bamboo pole fell into the river, it was like a pillar in the middle of the river, showing its extraordinary martial arts. Brother, with your martial arts, why are you working as a boatman here? Of course it's to earn money to support the family. Earn money to support the family? Wu Huan found it unbelievable. How could a Khanate expert lack money? His Highness and the Guild Master said that it's shameful to reap without sowing. Don't think that just because you know a bit of martial arts you are so great that you can be supported by others. We, the members of the Tianxia Society, have to come from the masses and use our martial arts to serve the masses. A few cheers sounded in the cabin. As expected of the Tianxia Society, as expected of the chivalrous king. Haha, everyone is too polite. My father used to row a boat, but he can row a dozen times a day at most. I can row 100 times casually, and it counts as training. Wu Huan lowered his eyes. This devil really knows how to buy people's hearts. You stupid boorish man deserves to be ordered to do this kind of lowly work. The boatman looked at Wu Huan again. Of course, if there are any people with bad intentions who want to infiltrate the northern region, they will have to go through me first. Looking at you, brother, you must be from the southern region. I heard that the reactionary forces there are especially stubborn. Wu Huan's heart skipped a beat. I'm definitely not from any reactionary force, but because I admire His Highness's chivalrous reputation, I rushed here to serve him. That's good. But even if you are, I am not afraid. His Highness said that all reactionaries are paper tigers. If it wasn't for the benevolence of the Guild Master, who doesn't want to kill recklessly, he would have long flattened those dog-shit aristocratic families and sects. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Huan nodded his head repeatedly. Once he reached the opposite shore, he jumped off the boat and hurriedly headed north. He could no longer listen to the flattery of the lowly people on the boat towards the devil. The boatman stood at the bow of the boat and looked coldly at his back. A peddler whispered, Boss Zhao, there's something wrong with that guy. Whenever we talk about His Highness, his expression becomes unnatural. He's most likely a spy from the south. I've seen many of such people. I'll report it later. Humph, let's see how big of a wave he can stir up. Wu Huan hurried all the way. Thinking that he was in enemy territory, he somewhat regretted losing his composure just now. But he quickly calmed himself down. He had never thought that he could return alive. So he increased his vigilance. He only needed to see that devil once, and that would be enough. Although it was his first time in the northern region, he did not need to worry about getting lost. A large road led directly to the foot of Beijing, which was the galloping horse city of the past. The weather was already cold, and the first snow was about to come. But the road was still bustling with activity. There were villages on the side of the road, and there were even a few small cities connected. It was actually more prosperous than the middle region that he had been to, and the number of experts here was far more than any other place. But most of these experts were not dressed in fresh clothes, riding on horses or holding sabers or swords. Some were holding sickles and rushing to harvest. With a flash of cold light the wheat would fall in patches. Some were holding iron hammers, and with a loud bang, a huge rock was smashed into pieces, and then they used the stones to pave the road. The sickles and iron hammers were not only made of fine iron, but they even had spirituality. They were not inferior to those legendary famous swords and sabers. A group of people rushed forward to tie up the wheat. The young man put down the sickle and said to the old man squatting on the edge of the field, "All right, uncle, it's all done. Let's go back to the village to drink after." "Drinking is drinking, but we can't be short of money. You're a big man. It's really good to practice martial arts. You've harvested faster than all of us in the village combined." Of course, I'm known as the wheat harvesting expert in the martial arts world. The wind sickle in my hand was personally given to me by guild leader Gu when I was a model worker. All the wheat within 100 miles was harvested by me. Alas, you're really promising. Your father didn't send you to the youth hall to learn martial arts in vain. It has nothing to do with that old drunkard. I was clearly chosen by Hall Master Lei himself, and Hall Master Lei also used a saber in those days. That's the grace of the great hero prince. That's more like it. You little bastard, if I don't get you drunk today, I'm not your uncle. The strong man put the iron hammer on his shoulder and wiped his sweat. He waved his hand. "All right, let's call it a day. I'll continue tomorrow." Looking at the progress today, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. When this road was repaired, the town would be able to pass through big carts. He did not start practicing martial arts after coming to the World Assembly. His family had a set of hammer skills, which was considered a little famous in the northern region. But since he was famous, it was inevitable that people would come to challenge him, wanting to use him to become famous. So he practiced martial arts hard every day, so as not to bring down the prestige of his family. But these years, the World Assembly had decreed that not only were private fights prohibited, but challenging people to a duel was also a serious crime. The great hero prince said, "Everyone is destined to die. It may be as heavy as the mountains and rivers, or as light as a feather. Dying for the benefit of the people and fighting against evil forces is as heavy as the mountains and rivers. Dying for fame and profit, fighting bravely and ruthlessly, is as light as a feather. Even worse than a pig. Killing a pig can still eat meat. When a person dies, they have to pay with a coffin." So he was finally free from the practice field, and did not have to stay at home waiting for people to challenge him. Compared to smashing people's brains with an iron hammer, he preferred to smash stones to repair the road. Wu Huan suddenly heard a strong wind behind him. Looking back, he could not help but be shocked. A few young men chased after him, wearing the same black clothes and embroidered cloud walking boot. They looked like they were riding the wind, using the divine wind sect's top lightness skill. "Oh no, I must have given myself away at the dock, and the World Assembly has sent people to kill me." Wu Huan felt that his martial arts were above these few young men, but their lightness skill made him afraid. Once he was entangled here, he would definitely attract more experts. So he circulated his vital energy and increased his speed. "Looks like that old fellow in front wants to compete with us brothers. Let's compete, who's afraid of who?" The few young men looked at each other and increased their speed, chasing after him. Wu Huan was not good at lightness skill, and after running for another 100 miles, he was a little exhausted. But he was still able to shake off the few young men, and thought to himself, "If I continue running like this, I will exhaust all my vital energy." Coming to a deserted place, he made up his mind and entered the forest beside the main road. Standing still, he regulated his breathing and prepared to fight, to completely cut off these few tails. "Come on, Li Qingshan's hunting dogs." The few young men stopped on the main road, holding their knees and panting. "This old fellow runs really fast. Brothers, are we still chasing?" "Chasing my ass. If we don't deliver the goods by tonight, do you want your wages to be deducted?" "You're here to deliver the goods?" Wu Huan walked out of the forest, his eyes wide open. Only then did he understand why the merchants and travelers on the road were not surprised at all. "Hey, brothers, lightness skill is not bad. There aren't many people who can outrun us on this road, but one look and I can tell you're not a local. "We're not here to deliver the goods, we're couriers, SF Express." Wu Huan was speechless. He had heard too many new words today. In the past, those who had such qin gong in the martial arts world were mostly one-legged thieves or perverted rapists. He had never heard of anyone who specialized in delivering goods to others. He watched as the few young men left under the setting sun. It was not that his lightness skill was not good, but his heart was too tired. Even if I'm a perverted thief, I can still roam the martial arts world and live freely. It's better than being an errand slave. Wu Huan walked slowly, and when the sun was setting, he passed by a small village. Feeling thirsty, he quickened his pace. Kill. He was about to find a place to eat and drink when suddenly there were shouts from behind the mud wall. His relaxed nerves suddenly tightened. Chapter 12:25. A group of children with wooden swords chased each other through the street. Wu Huan swallowed his saliva, wondering if he had been too cautious. But when he looked carefully, he let out a cry of surprise. It turned out that those children were not fooling around. Their swordsmanship was very methodical. Although each move and each style looked very immature, it was obviously a very high level of swordsmanship, especially the dark-skinned boy running in front. He was neither big nor small among the group of children. It was unknown why he was being chased and beaten by the other children. He seemed to be used to this scene. His face was calm as he fought and retreated, waving his wooden sword. Every time he struck, a child would cry out and fall to the ground. "Don't be in a hurry to attack, surround him," an older child shouted. The other children did not attack rashly. They took up a defensive position and advanced step by step. Finally, they surrounded the child under a mud wall. The older child laughed. "Tai Dan, let's see where you can run this time. I'll beat you up today. You bastards, don't even think of touching a single hair on Tai Dan's head. Let's go together. Beat him up." A peasant woman at the entrance of the village shouted, "Tai Dan, your mother wants you to go home for dinner." "Got it," the boy shouted. "Total annihilation." He suddenly bent down and swept the ground. Instantly, smoke and dust flew everywhere and the yellow soil filled the air. While the other children were blinded by the yellow soil, he turned around and leaped 3 feet off the ground. He climbed up the mud wall and flipped over it. Standing on the wall, he raised his wooden sword and laughed, "I am the hero king." Then he took off his pants. He took out his little penis and started to pee. The children all dodged. "Throw swords at him." 7 or 8 wooden swords flew up. The boy held the wooden sword in one hand. With one hand holding onto his penis, he managed to dodge a few swords. However, his head was still hit. He cried out and fell down the mud wall. He also saw a glistening child's urine flying in the sunset, drenching him. Behind the wall, there was a loud cry. The other children laughed and rolled on the ground. They had vented their anger. The cries faded and the laughter died down. They all returned to their homes and went to their mothers. Wu Huan stood rooted to the ground for quite a while. The boy named Tai Dan had clearly cultivated inner force, and he even knew the Qigong method of raising qi. Not only was he a martial arts prodigy, he was also a sword prodigy. What was even rarer was that he was proficient in actual combat and knew how to adapt to changing situations. If he were to join any sect, he would definitely be able to stand out quickly. Although the other children were not as talented, they were proficient in swordsmanship and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Especially the big boy who led the other children, he could be said to be an outstanding person. In the end, he relied on everyone's strength. He had defeated the proud genius. The child's harmless quarrel, in the eyes of a Jianghu veteran, was like a Jianghu fight. A pack of wolves fighting a tiger. But this wasn't some aristocratic family or sect, it was just an ordinary village in the northern region. If another 16 years passed, who knew how many more experts would emerge? At that time, How would martial union contend against them? That demon's ambition was simply too frightening. I'll definitely die on this trip. If I can pass on my legacy before I die, I'll definitely die. Planting a seed of resistance in the northern region has not been a waste of my martial arts. Thus, he circled behind the mud wall. Following a trail of footprints, he arrived in front of a farmer's courtyard. A trail of smoke rose into the night sky, and the fragrance of food wafted over. Even the crying of a child and the scolding of a woman could not break the silence. An emotion suddenly choked his chest, causing him to stop in his tracks. Who's sneaking around outside? I'm a traveler from afar, wishing to join the World Club. Can you sell me something to eat and ask for a sip of water? Wu Huan regained his senses and walked into the courtyard, only to see a woman pressing the child named Tai Dan onto a bench. She pulled down his pants and spanked his buttocks until they were bright red. However, the child's clothes had already been changed, and the swelling on his head had subsided. The woman was in her early 30s and had a handkerchief wrapped around her head. Surprisingly, she was very beautiful, and her figure was also very graceful, unlike the stout peasant women. It was obvious that she knew martial arts. Along the way, he had already gotten used to this sight. Almost everyone in the northern region at this age knew martial arts. However, it was not profound, and he had not reached the innate realm, which proved that the child's talent did not come from his family. An old man squatted by the side and smoked. He grinned and said, "Are you here to join the World Club? Come in and take a seat. Don't mention buying, it's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks." The old man did not know martial arts, which made him heave a sigh of relief. "Sister-in-law, I saw just now that this child is very powerful. He fought against many people alone. He's a martial arts genius. Alas, he only knows how to fight all day long. I'm sorry, sir." The woman patted the child's head, but she could not help but smile. The child immediately stopped crying when the woman stopped hitting him. He pulled up his pants and ran to the dining table. "Tai Dan, why did you fight with them?" Wu Huan touched the child's head. "They said my father is the opposition." "Where's the child's father?" "Dead." The woman's face darkened. "How did he die? Could it be that the World Club?" Wu Huan hurriedly stopped talking, afraid of giving himself away again. How do you know?" The woman looked at him strangely. "I came to join the World Club. I also want to know what the World Club does, so I asked around along the way. It has a good reputation, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen." "Then forget it. The child's father was originally a member of the World Club. Later on, he was sentenced to death for kidnapping a civilian girl." Wu Huan was speechless. He hated this kind of behavior the most in his life. He looked at the woman and said, "Could it be, yes, I'm that civilian girl. Hurry up and eat, the food is getting cold." The woman touched the child's head. "Tai Dan, if anyone scolds you in the future, just say that you don't have a father." Tai Dan took big mouthfuls of rice and answered vaguely. Wu Huan did not know what to feel, but he thought of that beautiful face again. "Li Qingshan, ah, Li Qingshan, you hypocritical hypocrite. You can sentence others to death, but you can't sentence yourself." She must still be suffering now. But this was an opportunity. The hatred of killing one's father was irreconcilable, even more so than the hatred of stealing one's wife. This was God's will. The dishes were very plentiful, with fish and meat. The old man even took out a jar of wine. The wine was clear, not like the village wine. "I heard that the northern region suffered from continuous disasters. I didn't expect the days to be so good. It's all thanks to the leader and the prince's grace. We built many reservoirs and canals, so floods and droughts can't affect us. We don't collect taxes, so our days are much better. The seeds are also different from the past. Now there's a lot of grain and meat is very cheap. Otherwise, how could Tai Dan grow so strong? When I was young, I wouldn't even have enough to eat, let alone learn martial arts. Father, you're endless again. It's just one newspaper, but you can't forget these words. The old man said anxiously, That's a news bulletin. My portrait takes up an entire page. To be continued. Chapter 12:26. The woman laughed. Look at you. If no one teaches you, you won't even know what to say. Drink up. Wouldn't it be a lie if someone else taught me? Wu Huan could not help but say. The old man was furious. What lie? You're the one who's lying. These are my heartfelt words. I just don't know how to open my mouth. I misspoke. Wu Huan apologized. The old man felt embarrassed and touched his head. I'm the same. If it were in the past, I wouldn't even dare to look you in the eye. Why? You're an expert. Killing a commoner like me is a piece of cake. Now that the king of chivalry is standing up for us, you have to pay with your life even if you're a Khanate expert. Father, he's a Khanate expert. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. Let me toast to you. Tai Dan also looked up from his bowl and stared at him. It was only then that Wu Huan suddenly realized why he felt that the atmosphere in the northern region was so different. Usually, when he traveled in Jianghu, not to mention the commoners who did not dare to provoke the martial artists, even the acquired realm warriors would stay far away when they saw the innate realm masters. It was unlike the few young men he met today who dared to catch up to him and compete with his lightness skill. If it was another place, he might have been killed. Now, an old man from the countryside dared to scold him, a Khanate expert. How strange was that? Without the vigilance between people, even though there were many martial artists in the north, there was no sense of danger in the pugilistic world. If not for his deep hatred, he might have to admire the king of chivalry, but there were all kinds of feelings in his heart. This unforgettable hatred would never change in the slightest. Li Qingshan, it's either you die or I die. That's good. I'll punish myself with a cup first. Wu Huan raised his head and downed the wine in one gulp. The dishes were delicious and the wine was also top-notch. It was said that the omnipotent guild leader Gu had changed the method of brewing wine. Wu Huan was slightly tipsy after drinking a few cups. He had the intention of taking the child as his disciple. Sister-in-law takes care of the whole family alone. It must be hard. The king of chivalry said that women can hold up half the sky. Women can also become peerless experts. My martial arts are good and few men in the village can compare to me. Who dares to gossip about me? I'm going to slap him. Tai Dan isn't a coward either. In the future, when he enters the youth hall and comes back with peerless martial arts, let's see who doesn't envy me. Youth hall? After asking around, Wu Huan found out that it was a hall of the World Club, with the son of the seven slaughtering demon lord, Lei Lai, as the hall master. It specially recruited talented children from all over the world. Learning martial arts in the youth hall did not cost a single copper coin. If they could pass the final exam, they would be able to join the World Club directly, which was the dream of all the children in the northern region. The woman stroked the child's head. Everyone in the village who knows martial arts said that. Tai Dan is a talented child. He will definitely be chosen to enter the youth hall. Mother, I can definitely do it. Wu Huan was speechless. If it was in the past, a Xiantian expert taking the initiative to take in a disciple was something that commoners could only dream of. Many legends began here. But in this case, a person of unknown origin like him was obviously not as attractive as the youth hall of the World Club. Unknowingly, it was late at night. The hostess invited him to sleep in the same bed as the old man. He was unwilling to accept it, so he took the opportunity to agree. In the middle of the night, a black shadow came to the child's bed. The white moonlight shone on his face, making him look ferocious. He muttered in a low voice, "It was the people of the World Club who raped your mother and killed your father. You're a bastard, and it's all Li Qingshan's fault." The child was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of it. Wu Huan stretched out his hand to pat him awake, and then awaken the hatred in his heart. But it affected the emptiness under his ribs, and he felt lost again. No one knew better than him how painful the taste of hatred was. What did all this have to do with this child? And that woman, hadn't she suffered enough? She had already suffered so much, and this child was all she had. If I had married her and had a child back then, he would be this old now. He would definitely have such talent, and I would teach him martial arts. In an instant, an infatuated smile appeared on his face, and then he suddenly sobered up. No, I want revenge. After a while, he stumbled out of the door, crossed the wall, and rushed away. Sir? The woman heard the movement, put on her clothes, and rushed to the child's bed. She shook him hard. Tai Dan, wake up! The child rubbed his eyes. Mother, what's wrong? The woman heaved a sigh of relief, and found a bag of silver on the bedside. She thought, what a strange man, but he looks much better than those old bachelors and rascals in the village. Wu Huan ran wildly in the wild, howling like a wounded beast. The moon was as bright as frost, and the autumn wind was as sharp as a knife. He didn't know the path, and just headed north. Li Qingshan, come, let's settle this. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, he came to the city of Beiping, the legendary Devil's Den. He followed the flow of people to the city, and saw the city full of people in mourning, and his heart was even more desolate. Could it be that there was a plague in the city? That devil went against the will of heaven, and you ignorant people dared to stay here and follow him. This is retribution. However, the flow of people on the street didn't seem like there was a plague, and they were all gathering in one direction. He pulled out a pedestrian. Where are so many people going? Whose family is holding a funeral? Sigh, Master Fu Ku is going to pass away, and we are all going to send him off. Could it be Abbot Fu Ku of the Pudu Temple? Wu Huan was surprised. This person was already famous when he was young, and then he suddenly joined the world society. The whole martial arts world was in an uproar, and they couldn't believe it. Some thought he was enduring the humiliation and preparing to assassinate Li Qingshan. Some thought he was doing it to protect the lives of the monks in the temple, and had no other choice. There were many different opinions, but no one thought that he was a coward who was afraid of death. Later, the World Society didn't send troops south, and it was said that it had a lot to do with his advice, and he still enjoyed a high reputation in the martial arts world. Sigh, I didn't expect to die in this devil's den. He didn't have time to sigh, and he felt that he was getting closer to revenge. The temple was silent, and the old monk sat alone with a lonely lamp. Success chased after failure, and life and death were fated. If he couldn't go through the tribulation and ascend, his time would come. His chances of breaking through the void were not high, and he had almost no time to practice martial arts these years. If the youth hall was the hope of the world society, then the Pudu Hall was the last safeguard, responsible for taking care of the orphans and the disabled. For the past 16 years, there were major disasters almost every year. Even though they fought the disasters well, there were still many orphans left, and they were all taken in and taken care of by the Pudu Hall. As the head of the Pudu Hall, he was the provider of food and clothing for these children. The World Society's financial resources were limited, and they had to build bridges, roads, and dams. At most, they could only ensure that these people wouldn't die of hunger and cold. In order to have a good meal for his children and a new set of clothes, he had to run around begging. As a former unsecular sublime being, he could no longer sit in the temple on the mountain, and had to enter the homes of ordinary people. Sometimes he had to perform religious rituals to earn money, and sometimes he had to perform a dozen religious rituals in a row, supported by his vital qi. For the past decade, his reputation in the northern region was only below that of Li Qingshan, and even higher than that of Gu Yenying. He was like the Buddha of all. At this moment, the sound of crying in the city was proof. In one night, he finally made arrangements for his funeral so that there wouldn't be too many omissions after his death. He could finally calm down and reflect on his life. He suddenly realized that he hadn't reflected like this for a long time. He was so busy that he almost forgot about the good thoughts, not to mention the evil thoughts. He couldn't help but recall 20 years ago, when there was a great drought in the middle region, and people were starving for thousands of miles. He led the monks to chant sutras and pray for blessings in front of the Buddha for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. Compared to the days he had lived these years, it was a kind of leisure enjoyment. He had almost forgotten the sutras he had chanted at that time, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Am I still a monk? The vital qi in his dantian began to disperse, and his face was pale, but his eyes suddenly shone with a clear light, as if he had woken up from a dream. He suddenly realized that he might have been possessed by the devil at that time. But when he recalled all these years, he didn't feel a trace of regret. On the contrary, a kind of warmth filled his chest, as if a lamp had been lit in his chest, and he had an explanation. Hero Prince, are you good or evil? The sun shone in, the morning bell rang, and the lone lamp was extinguished. Master has passed away. To be continued. Chapter 12:27. The autumn rain began to fall again. You want to join the Tianxia Society? Gu Yenying put down the documents in her hands and looked at Wu Huan from head to toe. Even though everyone in the northern region practiced martial arts, there were only a few who could break through the innate realm. Innate masters were still important talents, not to mention that he came from the south. He needed to be taken seriously and examined. Yes. Wu Huan tried hard to calm himself down from the amazement, but he still couldn't believe that there was such a beautiful woman in the world. He thought that her beauty was the pinnacle of the human world, but even with the addition of deep affection, he had to admit the difference between the two. Perhaps the word beautiful wasn't quite accurate anymore. Her body was also emitting a cruel and imposing aura. That ordinary long table seemed to have been raised to a height of tens of thousands of feet, and she was looking down from behind the table. Her cold and sharp eyes could see through one's heart, causing one to tremble. Was this the prestige of the Tianxia Society's leader? Why? Gu Yenying crossed her arms and leaned against the back of the chair. Because I admire the chivalrous deeds of the hero king, and also to learn more profound martial arts. These 2 reasons were very normal. Wu Huan lowered his head, hiding his thoughts. Oh? Then what kind of chivalrous deeds do you admire the most, and what kind of martial arts do you want to learn? Wu Huan couldn't help but be stunned. His anger when she was taken away appeared in his mind again. That was the chivalrous deed of Li Qingshan that left the deepest impression on him, and he was a dying man. Why would he want to learn any martial arts? He quickly racked his brains. Only with the identity of a member of the Tianxia Society could he naturally get close to Li Qingshan. If his identity was exposed before this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as he was thinking of what to say, Gu Yenying smiled slightly. Which hall do you want to go to? I'm just a martial artist, and I don't know much about the various halls. I just want to serve the hero king. Wu Huan could no longer look into her eyes, and felt that every moment in front of her was torture. The hero king is controlling the flood in the north. Then I'll go control the flood, Wu Huan immediately said. Okay, I agree to let you join the society. After the oath, you can leave immediately. Wu Huan. Yes. Wu Huan's throat choked and his heartbeat began to accelerate. Guild leader, my name is Wu Heng. Wu Huan, Wu Heng, aren't you being too careless with this fake name of yours? Your father is the great cave master of the Southern Territories, 72 caves, Wu Ming. Wu Huan felt as though he was struck by lightning. He forced himself to say, I'm Cave Master Wu's distant nephew, Wu Heng. Because when one filled in the information for joining the society, They had to write down the martial arts they practiced and had to be verified by professionals, so one's origins could not be fake. But the Wuji had many people and was not a large aristocratic family. They were also in the south of the southern border, thousands of miles away from here. The World Society master had to deal with many affairs every day. How would he know such a small matter? Cave Master Wu has 8 nephews, but none of them are called Wu Heng. As for distant relatives with your martial arts skills, how could you be a nobody? You're here for one of the top 10 beauties of the past, Nangong Wan, right? I remember that you two were engaged back then. I didn't expect that you'd still come back for revenge after more than 10 years. What kind of sure kill move did you learn? Wu Huan's face was pale, as if he had been stripped naked in broad daylight. He instinctively wanted to grab the murderous bone in his arms. If he couldn't kill Li Qingshan, then he could only kill the World Society master in front of him. Follow the river outside the north gate and you'll find him. Coincidentally, Nangong Wan is also there. Gu Yenying lowered her head again and continued to deal with official business. You're not going to kill me? You're not my enemy. Why would I kill you? And I also feel that what he did was not right. You've worked hard for so many years, so you should at least give me a chance. Gu Yenying didn't even look at him. Since you don't sincerely want to join the World Society, then leave. I still have things to do. Wu Huan walked out of the door of the World Society with his entire body tensed. He didn't encounter even the slightest obstruction. In his heart, he was both glad and angry. He was glad that the other party was careless and angry that she didn't take him seriously. You'll definitely regret it the moment I see Li Qingshan. Gu Yenying didn't take the small matter just now to heart. If Li Qingshan was so easily assassinated, he would have died many times over. All these years, he wandered around the world and almost stepped on all the traps that he could. Be it the strange poison bewildering array, the sea of fire, or the mountain of blades, none of them could do anything to him. Only then did he slowly stop playing around and focus on his work. Actually, even if she didn't have the encyclopedic knowledge, she could easily see through Wu Huan's lies. Because all these years, her sensitivity to the hot wind hell had improved by leaps and bounds. She didn't need to rely on any external force to attract the hot wind of hell. If she returned to the 9 prefectures, she would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck of the illustrations of Naraka scripture. After all, the laws in her world had been strictly maintained for 16 years. This kind of experience couldn't be experienced in the 9 prefectures. She was only a constable there. There might be differences in the size of the world, but there was no difference in this kind of experience. As a result, the dignified and austere aura on her became even thicker. If the other party had ulterior motives, they would tremble in fear the moment they saw her. She also had a strange ability to see through the truth and distinguish between right and wrong. Therefore, from the moment Wu Huan walked in, she knew that he wasn't here to join the World Society. Of course, she didn't plan to use this assassination as an excuse for war. She stood up and walked to the window, looking towards the south. Those fellows must be getting impatient. Over the past 16 years, she had put her wisdom to good use on this land. She used the methods of Confucianism, Taoism, Moism, and agriculture. She established a grammar, innovated technology, opened up commerce, and improved crops. Although the World Society didn't send troops to the south, the momentum it formed had already swept through the entire world, causing people's hearts to gradually shift. Not to mention the commoners, even the younger generation of the sects and aristocratic families had unknowingly and indirectly accepted part of the World Society's ideology. This was all thanks to martial union. In order to deal with the invisible attack of the World Society, under the orders of Union Master Zhang Yuntian, the various sects and families unlocked a large number of martial arts secret manuals and circulated them among the people. Because if they didn't do this, All the people in the world who wanted to learn martial arts would run to the northern region. However, doing so was in line with the ideology of the World Society, making it easier for the future unification. As for the young martial artists who were born in the commoner class, they naturally had a sense of gratitude towards the World Society. This Union Master Zhang had also put in a lot of effort to restrain the aristocratic families and sects from plundering the commoners. He had also established a set of decent laws, almost doing whatever the World Society did. The current martial union was simply like a crude imitation of the World Society. The people of the martial arts world jokingly called him the #1 spy sent by the World Society. His personal position as the Union Master was rather stable. He didn't even seem like the Union Master anymore, but more like the ruler of a country. It had become a confrontation between two countries. Now that the world was united, everyone was looking forward to the World Society heading south. She had already begun to order people to encroach on the south. If they waited another 16 years, the world would be unified, and there wouldn't even be a need for war. If the other party refused to accept the fate of defeat, they would definitely fight to the death. The war was imminent. Chapter 12:28. In the endless darkness, anger, curses, insults, threats, and hatred surged over like a tidal wave. Li Qingshan stood in the center of the darkness without moving at all. He sniggered. "What can you do to me?" So the darkness collapsed. He lay on the tree and opened his eyes. The sky was overcast, and the autumn rain fell on the leaves. 3 children squatted on the treetop. They were of different ages, and they all looked at him with their round eyes like 3 wild monkeys. They held brushes in their hands, and when they saw him wake up, they quickly hid the brushes behind them. "Dad, you're awake." Li Qingshan wiped the ink on his face. "Watch me spank your butts." The 3 monkey children rushed down the tree, and he reached out to grab the youngest one. The child argued, "It's Mother who asked me to draw it." Sure enough, in the distance, a woman riding a white elephant laughed so hard that she could not stand up straight. Li Qingshan threw the child over. The white elephant raised its trunk, caught the child gently, and sent him back to the arms of its mother. "Really, you used so much force. What if he fell to his death?" The woman complained. "He deserves to fall to his death. Anyway, I have many sons." Li Qingshan laughed. In this world, at least he broke the record in Jiuzhou, and that was giving birth. Now he had almost 20 children, which was simply unimaginable in Jiuzhou. First, because he had enough time. He rarely had so much free time in Jiuzhou, and he used it to cultivate. Second, his strength was greatly suppressed. Although his physique was 10,000 times weaker, his chances of giving birth to children had increased. Although this world imprisoned his strength, it did not restrict his ability to reproduce. The children born were no longer confined by this world. Instead, they inherited his bloodline. All of them were full of vigor. He guessed that this world wanted to absorb his energy in this way. What a terrible conspiracy! The child was not afraid at all. He giggled. "I won't die even if you die." With a thud, he was thrown to the ground. The other 2 monkey children pointed at him and laughed. Covered in dirt, he climbed up, roared, and pounced on them. The 3 of them immediately started fighting. Li Qingshan jumped down from the tree with a baby in his arms. It was Luo Ho Xiaoming. 16 years had made him even weaker. He was like an ordinary human baby, sleeping most of the time. Li Qingshan was worried that he would continue like this. Turned into a little tadpole. He left him in the care of the woman and went to the side of a large canal. There were nearly 1,000 people on both sides of the canal. He asked loudly, "Is everyone well rested?" Everyone burst into laughter. It turned out that Li Qingshan's face had been smeared with black ink. "What are you laughing at? Get to work." Everyone agreed loudly. Li Qingshan leaped down. In midair, he grabbed the hilt of his saber and headed in the direction of the canal. The saber slashed down. The saber energy whistled as it advanced. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and a deep saber mark that was 1,000 feet long was left on the ground. Everyone took their tools. They swarmed forward and began to clear the soil and rocks, building the canal. Li Qingshan did not idle around. He stretched his arms and dug the soil and rocks, moving forward with all his might. At this moment, there was no smile on his face. Instead, it was filled with perseverance and patience. The group of people worked in full swing. Even the continuous autumn rain above their heads seemed to be evaporating. The woman also controlled the white elephant to help move the soil and rock. The white elephant was already a demon and had immense strength. It seemed extremely easy for it to carry several tons of soil and rock. It did not need anyone to command it. The woman leaned against the tree, hugged the baby, and munched on melon seeds. She watched the 3 children fight, occasionally encouraging them. After all, she had nothing to do. Wu Huan followed the river and finally found a large canal. It was not yet connected to the river. With the continuous autumn rain, the river water rose again. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before the dam burst. That villain and his lackeys might be building the canal. If I break the dam now and flush them with water. But he immediately dispelled that thought. He was here to kill that villain. That villain would not die in the flood. Are you here to find the Hero King? A deep voice sounded. A towering dragon's head popped out from the dam. Wu Huan was shocked. Only then did he realize that the dam between the river and the canal was a giant tortoise. It was the old ninja that Li Qingshan brought from Pudu Temple. After Li Qingshan's guidance, its cultivation improved rapidly. Its body grew larger and larger, and it could even speak. It was arranged by Li Qingshan to be the dam here. This must be the mount of that legendary villain. That villain loves to associate with evildoers. Wu Huan bowed respectfully and said, "May I ask where the Hero King is?" At the end of the canal. The giant tortoise retracted its head. "Thank you." Wu Huan walked along the canal. He felt his heart beating faster and faster. He almost could not breathe. He stood on the spot and looked up at the hazy sky. "I'm not only here to take revenge for myself. I'm here to exterminate the devil and restore peace to the world." Now, Marshal Union has begun to organize an army to prepare for the northern expedition. This war will probably lead to thousands of miles of bloodshed and millions of casualties. I'm here to stop the war. 100 years later, there will definitely be people who remember my name. I, Wu Huan, will be the warrior who killed the devil and assassinated the Hero King. With such righteousness, he tried his best to calm down and walked forward resolutely. Suddenly, a white dot appeared at the end of his vision. When he saw clearly that it was a white elephant, his heart skipped a beat. She's here. It was a spiritual beast passed down from generation to generation in the Nangong family. It was kidnapped on the way to send the bride and ended up in the north. As he walked forward, he realized that the white elephant was doing its best to move the soil and stones. If the white elephant was like this, who knew what kind of suffering she was going through? However, he felt relieved. To be able to die in front of her and let her see her beloved man sacrifice his life to avenge her, it was not in vain. Perhaps he could even escape with her. In this wilderness, as long as I kill Li Qingshan, who can stop me when I'm just a group of laborers digging canals? He grabbed the killing bone in his arms and widened his eyes. Li Qingshan, I'm here. Where are you? Dust filled the air in the canal, and figures flickered. He couldn't find them for a moment. Hey, you over there. You're here to take revenge on me, right? Li Qingshan's voice rang out in the canal. In that instant, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Wu Huan together. Their eyes lit up with a red glow. The dirt-covered workers suddenly turned into Azuras. Wu Huan's blood seemed to freeze. He realized that none of these people weren't Xiantian experts. They were united as a fortress, and their killing intent soared to the sky, destroying everything. His righteous heart for revenge almost collapsed in an instant. Only then did he realize that he wasn't facing a demon, but the king of demons. He couldn't say a word, and he didn't dare to make a single move. He just stood there in a daze, trembling on the brink of collapse. To be continued. Chapter 12:29. The sleeping Luoho Xiaoming opened his eyes. This was the Azura he had personally transformed. Tens of thousands of people had participated in the ceremony. After 16 years of evolution and elimination, there were less than 1,000 people left with the heart of Azura. Most of them had transformed back into mortals, but they still had the chance to practice martial arts. But this was enough to surprise him. The heart of Azura needed to be tempered by the flames of war. There hadn't been any war in the past decade. It would be good if there were 100 or so of them left. But Li Qingshan had made a declaration 10 years ago: it is better to fight against the heavens than to fight against men. Man will conquer the heavens. He led this group of people to fight against all kinds of natural disasters: floods, fires, earthquakes, droughts, locust plagues. The heavens had imposed almost all possible disasters on this land. This was even crueler than war. Under the mighty power of the heavens, even the people felt it was extremely difficult. It was as if they were facing an invincible enemy. Most of the time, he could only allow himself to be slaughtered. He could only look helplessly at the scars it left behind. Some people died in the sea of fire and disappeared in the flood. Many people gave up and chose to get married and have children, living a more comfortable life. But there was a group of people who persevered. They fought against the heavens and became real Azuras. The heart of battle they formed was very special. It wasn't bloodthirsty and warlike like ordinary Azuras. Instead, it had a heroic spirit that could change the world. Even the Shura divine son was amazed. If it wasn't for this small world, if it wasn't for such a leader who could lead the people to fight against the natural disasters, there wouldn't be such Azuras. He was curious why such a group of Azuras had come to the Shura realm. Would it be a compliment or a blow? A group of warriors fought, not to win its favor, but to carry out a kind of spirit, even at the cost of fighting against the heavens. But he believed that they would be the favorites of the Shura realm because they were true warriors. And Li Qingshan didn't mistreat them. They were fully provided with cultivation resources and all the worldly pleasures, whether it was wealth or women. He didn't hesitate to give them gifts. This was a small compensation for their sacrifice. But this was for a group of true warriors. It was just an adjustment between battles. The real fun was no longer in it. Of course, every one of them was an innate expert. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called Azura. This had nothing to do with inner force or true chi. Instead, it was a fundamental change in his bloodline and physique. It could be said that almost all of them had stepped into the innate realm with their willpower. In the face of such an existence, how could Wu Huan's psyche resist it? The fact that he didn't have a mental breakdown was already a testament to his strong willpower. Just when he felt that he could not hold on any longer, Li Qingshan waved his hand. Wait a moment, the water will be flowing soon. All right, stop looking. What's there to look at? Hurry up and get to work. Don't keep them waiting. The red lights dimmed, and everyone returned to their original state. They continued to work hard with their faces covered in dirt, chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened. It was as if they were not worried about the dam that was about to be broken by the flood, let alone the Avengers on the shore who were scared silly. He seemed ordinary yet fearless, humble yet full of lofty sentiments. Luoho Xiaoming closed his eyes again. He really wanted to lead such an army into battle. Wu Huan lay on the ground, panting heavily. It was as if a drowning man had returned to the shore. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. He suddenly did not want to take revenge. He just wanted to run away and get as far away from this group of people as possible. But when he thought of her looking at him, he could not move. He lay on the shore like a statue. "Mother, that person is so strange," a child said. "Don't go over. That's your father's enemy. Be careful that he doesn't bite you. But why does he look so familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before?" The rain became heavier, dyeing the land bleak. Cracks appeared all over the river, the largest of which just happened to point in the direction of Beiping City. If one looked from above, the river looked like an agitated dragon, twisting its body and extending its claws. It wanted to break through the restraints of the dam and devour the city. A long howl resounded throughout the land. In the distance, the big turtle heard the howl. It stretched its limbs and moved its body. With a boom, the torrent rushed down. With its body, it could only float and sink in the water. The water level in the river quickly fell. The flood was like 10,000 galloping horses, rushing through the canal. All the Azuras roared, full of joy. They had won this battle. Li Qingshan stopped howling and smiled with relief. "Your Highness, give me a hand!" the big turtle shouted in the flood. "I'll give you 3 days off. Go and play." But Li Qingshan watched the big turtle being washed away by the flood. He turned around and walked in front of Wu Huan. "Come, tell me, what enmity do you have with me? The revenge of stealing my wife is absolutely irreconcilable." Wu Huan suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. "Can you be more precise?" Li Qingshan felt a little distressed. Which of the top 10 beauties did not have a large number of admirers? "Do you still remember how you kidnapped my soon-to-be married wife, Nangong Wan of the Nangong family, 15 years ago in the southern land?" Wu Huan said as he slowly took out the killing bone from his chest. "Ah, you are Wu something." Nangong Wan stood far away on the leaves to avoid the rain. When she heard her name, she hurried over and looked at Wu Huan up and down. "It's really you. You've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you." Wu Huan lowered his head. She was still as beautiful as before, but he had changed. When he saw the 3 children, it was as if they had been cut 3 times. Hatred immediately overwhelmed his fear, and he clenched the killing bone tightly. "It is indeed the hatred of stealing my wife, but you can't blame me for it. I asked her if she was willing to go with me, and she agreed." Li Qingshan spread his hands without any awareness of taking responsibility. "That's impossible!" Wu Huan roared in anger. Nangong Wan said angrily, "Nonsense." Before Wu Huan could feel a trace of relief, Nangong Wan said, "You clearly said go with me." "I just said it casually, and now I regret it very much." Li Qingshan shook his head. "You clearly came for me." Nangong Wan's eyes turned red. "Li Qingshan, you have no conscience. I gave birth to one after another for you, and you actually treat me like this." But she could not forget that 15 years ago, in that deep and dense forest, the sunlight scattered on the ground. He was like a god descending from the sky, standing on the white elephant that was sending off the bride. His golden hair flew like the wind, and his golden eyes shone like stars. He reached out to her. "Come with me." So she did not hesitate to grab that hand. "Hold it back," Li Qingshan shouted. He still remembered that when he brought her back to the northern region, she was so angry on the way that he pulled her down from the elephant and taught her a lesson. It was not that he did not know how to be gentle with the fairer sex, but she was really asking for it. She was the most unruly and willful among the top 10 beauties, and her personality was terrible to the extreme. She could not give him the moon when she wanted the stars. She cried, threw a tantrum, and even threatened to hang herself. She thought of herself as the wife of the hero king, and never gave others a good look. She was sharp-tongued and vicious, and he really wasted a lot of effort to teach her how to be a person. Everyone else was busy with their own things, but she did not do her proper work all day, and followed him on a broken elephant. This was the result of being taught how to be a person for so many years. Of course, the 3 children were also one of the result. In the past, there was a big beating every 3 days and a small kick every day. It was better after having children. Now, wherever she went with children, she used them as a protective talisman. It was also a little like a solid state. Li Qingshan, you are not human. Follow whoever is human. There's one here, and it's your old lover from back then. It couldn't be better. The Azuras all smiled, and even the 3 monkey children were grinning. Obviously, they were used to it. Wu Huan was stunned on the spot and murmured, this is not true, this is not true. Hey Wu Huan, don't talk nonsense. We don't have anything. We haven't even seen each other a few times, and you are so strange. Wu Huan shouted hysterically, we are legally married husband and wife, how can we not have anything? Nangong Wanner looked disdainful. If it wasn't for my father wanting to subdue the group of barbarians in the 72 caves, would I marry into such a broken place? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself, and see how you are worthy of me? Besides, you were so ugly back then. Li Qingshan held his forehead with his right hand and could not bear it any more. That's enough. He did not hesitate to die for revenge. Can't you have some humanity? Ah, you are still speaking up for him. If I slept with every man who was willing to die for me, even after 10 years, it wouldn't be your turn, you bastard. Nangong Wanner put her hands on her waist, and her face was red. She had not felt so happy in a long time. Li Qingshan's veins were exposed, and he gritted his teeth. Nangong Wanner, just you wait tonight. Nangong Wanner stared back. Who's afraid of who? Anyway, you can't kill me. Wu Huan's face was ashen, and he felt something in his heart was broken. Li Qingshan said, it's getting late, if you want to make a move, then come. But do you really love her that much and hate me that much, or have you been fooled by the evil heavens? Night fell, and Wu Huan listened to the sound of rolling waves, and slowly raised the killing bone in his hand. At this time, Li Qingshan had already led everyone back to Beiping City, and was deep in the Hero King's mansion, teaching Miss Nangong how to be a person. No matter how much she moaned and begged, he did not show any mercy. Wu Huan turned the killing bone, and aimed it between his eyebrows, and closed his eyes, activating the resentment and curse that had accumulated for 14 years. After a while, he opened his eyes, and found that he was unharmed. Even though the killing bone could kill without a trace, and even peerless masters would find it hard to resist, it was ineffective against the person himself. This was something that no one had ever known, because no one had ever committed suicide in such a way. The heavens played tricks on people. The next morning, smoke rose from the village, and the woman got up to cook. Seeing a person lying in front of the door, she could not help but be shocked, and walked forward carefully. Sir? At the same time, a letter of challenge was spread all over the world. The leader of the martial arts world, Zhang Yuntian, challenged the Hero King, Li Qingshan, to a battle at the Black Tortoise Field, to decide the ownership of the world. Floating astronomy. Chapter 12:30. The west wind blew fiercely, and the sky was filled with yellow sand. Outside Xuanwu City, the barracks stretched for hundreds of miles. Soldiers walked in and out like ants in a mountain of ant. Zhang Yuntian stood at the top of the city wall with his hand on the battlements. His eyes seemed to see through the yellow sand, and he said without looking back, "How many soldiers have been gathered?" "Leader, 150,000, the mysterious Void Temple Lord said. "Not enough. Before the final battle, there needs to be 1,000,000 soldiers outside the city. Many people are not willing to fight the Hero King, and it's hard to supply them with food. Let the sects and families think of a way, whether it's giving them big rewards or hiring strong men. 1,000,000 soldiers can't be missing, and they have to bring their own food as long as they can last through the snow. Great snow, great snow, great snow, great snow. December 7th, the day of the final battle. But if the demon king doesn't fight, the million soldiers will be useless. The mysterious Void Temple Lord was worried. As long as Li Qingshan delayed it for a few days, the million soldiers would immediately collapse due to the lack of food, and they might even attack Xuanwu City. He will come, and it won't be too early or too late. Zhang Yuntian looked to the north. He had prepared for this day for 16 years. The mysterious Void Temple will naturally support the leader, but what if the leaders of the sects and families have objections? Threaten or bribe them. If it doesn't work, kill them. Zhang Yuntian's voice was calm, as if he was not talking about the heroes of the Jianghu, but a group of ants. In the past 16 years, he had felt the will of the heavens on him. He had done everything smoothly, and he had grasped unprecedented power. He was no longer the Zhang Yuntian of the past. He believed that even if the first leader of the alliance stood in front of him, he could kill him easily. The mysterious Void Temple Lord felt a chill in his heart. He looked at Zhang Yuntian's back. Don't worry, Temple Lord. I won't become the second Demon King. After I complete the heavenly mandate, I will ascend. Zhang Yuntian looked up at the dusky sky. His ascension heavenly tribulation would be smooth sailing. That would be his reward from the heavens. I'll go and prepare. We've known each other for many years. But military law is merciless. Be careful. Zhang Yuntian's tone did not contain any killing intent, but the meaning was clear. Anger flashed in the mystic Void Temple Master's eyes. He lowered his head deeply. Yes. Back then, it was a serious injury. He flew down from the tower and turned around to look at the figure that was submerged in the sandstorm. Yi Shiwen recalled that a few years ago, a group of horse bandits had swept over from the Western Territory and invaded the Central Territory. Thanks to the spread of martial arts secret books, these horse bandits were all warriors and their leader was a master of Xiantian's 7th stage. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuntian faced the battle alone. With a single move, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated in the air, and sand and stone flew everywhere. Zhang Yuntian killed all of the mounted bandits, shocking the entire martial union. Even a peerless master of Xiantian 10th stage couldn't possess this kind of strength. In this world, besides Li Qingshan, was there anyone else who could be his opponent? Thinking of this, he touched the scar on his face. It was a mark left by the thunder. Even though the injury had long since healed, the scar could not be removed. It also erased all the possibility of him passing the tribulation and ascending. Hatred burned like a raging fire. Li Qingshan, your time has come. 10 days later, 4 families and 6 sects were annihilated because they resisted or slacked off on Zhang Yuntian's summons. The heroes were shocked and understood his determination. Groups of soldiers from the Western Territory, Southern Territory, and Eastern Territory set out for the Central Territory. The Northern Territory was like a pot of oil ignited by the sparks. Everyone wanted to fight, willing to follow the king to wipe out martial union and capture Zhang Yuntian alive. Because of this letter of challenge, the entire world was stirred up, dragons and snakes rose from the land. Your Highness, just give the order. I'm willing to be the vanguard. It's just martial union. There's no need for a vanguard. Your Highness will end it soon enough. The conference room was noisy. Only experts of Xiantian 6th stage and above were qualified to sit here. The others could only stand at the back and listen. There were hundreds of people gathered, and most of them were young faces. This was because many of the Xiantian masters had important tasks and could not attend the meeting. The Shura army was resting in the city and only sent a few people to participate in this meeting. Unknowingly, the World faction had an extremely luxurious lineup. It was beyond anyone's imagination and made everyone think that they could crush all opponents in the world. Some years ago, there were people who proposed to unify the world. The only staunch anti-war faction, Monk Fu Ku, had passed away not long ago. There were no more different opinions in the conference room. In their eyes, Zhang Yuntian was simply seeking his own death. It was a good opportunity to make the world faction the real world faction. It's a trap, Gu Yenying said with certainty. The conference room suddenly became silent. No one dared to doubt her wisdom, just like no one dared to doubt the power of the King of Heroes. The two of them together were simply the symbol of omniscience and omnipotence, and only the other party could oppose their ideas. So everyone looked at the other end of the long table. Li Qingshan was lying on the chair lazily with his ending flower saber beside him. He asked casually, "What trap?" There's definite evidence that Zhang Yuntian has taken control of the Divine Dragon Jade Seal of the First Alliance Master. Divine Dragon Jade Seal? What is that? It's an item that gathers the hearts of the people. It's the symbol of power in the world. Gu Yenying also took out a seal. There was also a jade dragon carved on it. This was not a coincidence. To build a country and gather the hearts of the people, the king would receive the faith of the people and become a god in the world. This power was also known as Dragon Qi. The center of the 9 provinces was the Dragon Province, and the core of the 9 cauldrons was the Dragon Province Cauldron. However, the 9 cauldrons were the creations of powerful cultivators. They had refined countless divine seals of mountains and rivers and fused with the laws of heaven and earth. Naturally, the divine dragon jade seal could not be compared to it, but it was still the peak power of a world. In these years, she had turned to this power after handing over the Shura army. Meanwhile, Martial Union, as the first major organization in history to unify the entire world, maintained its existence for several hundred years. Even if it could not be called a country, the Divine Dragon Jade Seal still held a preconceived title. However, after the first Alliance Master, Long Patian, ascended, all that remained of Martial Union was its title. It no longer possessed any power. This continued until Zhang Yuntian became the Alliance Master once more. After so many years of development, Martial Union became more and more like a country. Moreover, the Divine Dragon Jade Seal also had the blessings of the heavens. The Divine Dragon Jade Seal must have gathered an extremely powerful force. If we obtain this Divine Dragon Jade Seal, we can contend against the will of the heavens. That's right. Man can conquer nature. We might even have a chance to replace him. So, you've been doing this on purpose all these years, right? Li Qingshan smiled. Over the past few years, the World Council had basically been teaching the Martial Forest Alliance how to establish a nation through the establishment of laws and halls. With someone helping us lay the foundation, why not? That's why this is not considered a trap. Zhang Yuntian is currently gathering an army. I'm afraid he wants to give us a taste of our own medicine. Even though the military chi of the military school was a secret that was not passed down to outsiders, it was not something profound and profound. Learning a rough version was not a problem. However, as long as there were enough people, they could not be underestimated. Chapter 12:31. Li Qingshan asked, "Since it's a trap, is there any way to break it?" "I have 3 plans. The best plan is for you to attack Xuanwu City immediately and take Zhang Yuntian's head. The Dragon Jade Seal alone can't stop you. The second plan is to delay the day of the final battle. When the enemy can't supply food, the army will collapse without a fight. The worst plan is to fight on the day of the final battle. You will face the enemy head-on, and I will lead the army to attack the enemy." Gu Yenying waved her folding fan with confidence. Li Qingshan smiled. "Then I choose the worst plan. On the 7th of October, I will let Zhang Yuntian increase his strength to the extreme, and then I will defeat him head-on." Gu Yenying shook her head. "No, this is the best plan. We will win the hearts of the people with benevolence and conquer the world with the rule of the king. We will not kill, but we will capture the leader." Li Qingshan laughed. "It seems that you have already thrown all caution to the wind. Isn't this exactly what you want? But the trouble will come after the battle. You have to be careful. Don't worry. I have a plan. The two talked and laughed as if there was no one else around. Everyone was silent, as if they had become the background. But they had long been used to this feeling. Even the innate masters sitting here would not think that they were equal. It was not because they were arrogant, but because they clearly realized that they were completely different from each other. However, it saved a lot of effort to have such two people as commanders. Several of the 10 beauties suddenly felt a little lost at this moment. Even though they had a physical relationship with him and had children with him, there was still a long distance between them that had never been narrowed. But standing at the two ends of the long table, they were actually standing side by side, facing the enemy together. Li Qingshan got up and left. He opened the door and the sunlight poured in. He looked back and smiled. Everyone, I will take back the mandate of heaven for you. The mandate of heaven. This word stunned everyone, especially the innate masters who were qualified to sit here. They were lost in thought. There were thousands of benefits in the world, but there was also a big problem. 16 years had passed, and no one had passed the test and ascended. Even the left and right protectors who had followed the Hero King from the beginning. Originally, he had the ability to give it a try, but he was dissuaded by Li Qingshan. Transcending the tribulation and ascending didn't just require one to resist the tribulation lightning, but also to break the shackles of this world. One had to go through the test of heaven's will, and everything that Li Qingshan had done in this world. At the end of the day, it could only be described with one word: heaven-defying. The heavens wanted to destroy him. He struggled to survive. If the heavens wanted to weaken him, he would never give up. Heaven wanted him to be deserted, but he wanted the whole world to submit to him. And all those who supported him. Heaven's will take its anger out on them, which is why the northern region has been plagued by disasters year after year. He could still rely on the feather of the rock to return to the 9 prefectures, but his subordinates, women, and children were destined to be trapped in this side of the world, enduring a mere 100 years of life. Even if he reached the Xiantian 10th stage, it would be difficult for him to live past 200 years. Since the heavens can't do anything to me, now is the time to strike back. Li Qingshan strode into the sunlight. Everyone stood up. Farewell, Your Highness. The Hero King accepted the challenge. On the 7th day of the 10th month, the dragon fought in the wild, and its blood turned yellow. On the 1st day of the 10th month, the Tianxia conference set off. The common people gathered in Jingsong. Not only did the Tianxia conference not summon troops, but they also sent people to pacify the various places, so that the common people could spend the winter in peace and not follow them. But there were still many people who followed the troops, not to help in the war, but to cheer. In just one day there were 100,000 people gathered. And in the world, as long as one was a martial artist, he had to go to Xuanwu City. Such a decisive battle was hard to come by in 1,000 years. The big turtle carried the temporary imperial residence and advanced in the cheers of the people. The Shura army made way for the crowd. The temporary imperial residence was surrounded by beauties. Except for Yang Miaozhen, the others had brought their children with them, and they all looked at him with respect. The children were so excited that their faces were red. Since ancient times, who could enjoy such a great reputation? If it was 16 years ago, who would have thought that he would have to share a husband in the future? But now, he felt that it was natural. Maybe only the woman in front of him was qualified to make him be faithful to her. But after so many years, he was sure that there was no love affair between them. Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying sat opposite each other. Gu Yenying smiled. How does it feel? Li Qingshan said, It's all thanks to your 16 years of hard work. Let me toast to you. Their cups clinked and they drained it in one gulp. Li Qingshan chuckled. But I don't feel anything. Is that so? Whether it's praised or slandered by 10,000 people, there is no difference. I act according to my heart. It's just that I happen to be a good person. Good person? Gu Yenying laughed and looked around. This is not something a good person would do. The women all blushed. Father, a little higher, I think I can see it. Tai Dan urged anxiously. Li Qingshan seemed to sense something. He opened the curtain and saw Wu Huan in the crowd, as well as the child on his shoulder. He couldn't help but nod. The crowd cheered again. Wu Huan hesitated for a moment, then nodded in return. Li Qingshan put down the curtain, and Gu Yenying asked, "What's wrong? Maybe I'm not a good person, but no matter what, it's much more pleasant to see others happy than to see others suffer." Tai Dan shouted, "Father, the king of chivalry is nodding at me. The king of chivalry is nodding at me." The group passed through the village, and Wu Huan smiled. "Since you've seen it, let's go home. Your mother is almost done preparing dinner." "Yes." Tai Dan nodded heavily, then asked, "Father, aren't you going to watch? Many people in the village have gone, saying that they want to comprehend peerless martial arts from this battle." "No, let's go home for dinner. I'll teach you a few more moves after dinner." "All right." They went all the way south, across the Northern Territory, and to the Middle Territory. The people lined the streets to welcome them. The name of chivalry had long since spread throughout the world, and in order to gather an army of 1,000,000, Zhang Yuntian had recruited laborers and transported rations on a large scale. He had already become a villain in the world. Aside from the aristocratic families and sects that had a vested interest in him, which commoner did not hope for the king of chivalry to unify the world and build a peaceful world like the Northern Territory. "King of chivalry, I'm Ho Zhen of the Changfeng Escort Agency. I was the one who showed you the way back then." Ho Zhen shouted loudly, his face full of white beard. After the group passed, the young disciple asked, "Master, did you really show the way to the king of chivalry?" "Of course, the king of chivalry is unparalleled in benevolence, and he treats me with respect. I wanted to show him the way personally, but he refused." "Aren't you afraid of offending Martial Union?" "Zhang Yuntian, that bastard. I don't think he has many days left." Ho Zhen was furious. Martial Union had taken away almost everyone in the escort agency, and more than half of their savings had been emptied. "Then let's go to Black Tortoise City and help the king of chivalry." "What are you going for? You're the only disciple I have left. If you die, who's going to take care of me in my old age?" The young disciple thought to himself, "Senior brothers are not dead yet." Chapter 1232. Deep into the night, snow drifted down from the sky. Outside the Black Tortoise City, the two camps faced each other. Torchlights stretched for 100 li, illuminating the snowy night. Zhang Yuntian stood on the city wall, looking at the campfire in the distance. Even though he was the son of Heaven's mandate, he couldn't help but feel nervous. The enemy he had been waiting for 16 years was less than 20 li away, and he was at his weakest. The divine dragon Imperial Jade Seal's draconic chi had weakened significantly, symbolizing the shift in the hearts of the people. He had taken the initiative to start a war, conscripting soldiers and collecting food on a large scale, and the enemy was Li Qingshan, who was renowned throughout the world. These disadvantageous factors were currently making him lose the support of the people. At the same time, it would weaken his strength. If Li Qingshan attacked from the opposite side, he would lose without a doubt. But he knew the other side wouldn't do that, otherwise, he wouldn't have mobilized so many people. "Hey, long time no see. You're called Zhang Yuntian, right?" A voice suddenly sounded. Zhang Yuntian's heart tightened violently. He looked in the direction of the voice. A pair of dark golden eyes flickered in the darkness. Li Qingshan stood on the battlement. His cloak fluttered in the wind and snow like a great banner. I was bored staying in the tent, so I came out for a walk." Hey, don't tell me you're afraid, Li Qingshan said with a smile. Zhang Yuntian placed his hand on the divine dragon imperial jade seal. A strong gale surged around him, howling like a wild beast. Your current appearance really makes one lose interest. I hope you won't disappoint me tomorrow. Li Qingshan threw his head back and laughed, leaping into the wind and snow. His laughter still echoed in the air. The entire Black Tortoise City was shaken. Alliance Chief, the mysterious Void Temple Lord, hurried over. Seeing that Zhang Yuntian was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. If Li Qingshan made his move just now, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. How is it? Zhang Yuntian calmed himself down. Suddenly, he lost all confidence. The million-strong army is ready. Ascend the battle stage immediately. Zhang Yuntian slammed his palm on the battlement. With a loud boom, rocks flew everywhere. Li Qingshan, you will pay for your arrogance. In the tent, Yang Miao was meditating and resting on a praying mat. A gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes entered. Before he could react, he was thrown onto the thick carpet. He raised his head and looked into the pair of dark golden eyes. He asked indifferently, "Why are you here? Why can't I come?" Li Qingshan took off his cloak and reached out to undress her. "I don't know how to serve you in so many ways." Yang Miaozhen turned her head away, her face slightly red. "Then let this king serve you." Li Qingshan laughed as he stripped her clean. Xiao Mei's jade body lay in disarray. Cupping her cheeks with both hands, he gently caressed her neck, chest, waist, and finally stopped at her smooth abdomen. "I'll help you give birth to a child for fun." "I don't want it. Have you seen my master?" Yang Miaozhen grabbed his hand that continued to slide down. "How did you know I went to Black Tortoise City?" "I guessed. I vaguely saw him. How about it, if you serve me well tonight, I'll spare his life again." "Leave it to fate." Yang Miaozhen closed her eyes, silently feeling the invasion of the pair of large hands. Her body gradually became hotter. Fate. All of a sudden, a dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth, overshadowing the howling wind and snow. "That is?" Yang Miaozhen's heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes. A dog barking. Li Qingshan leaned over, and a while later, an enchanting moan rang out in the tent. The sky brightened, the 7th day of the 10th lunar month, the decisive battle. Zhang Yuntian stood on the tall platform, surrounded by thousands of tents. Looking to the north, his eyes pierced through the snow. "Li Qingshan, come." His soft words were like a thunderclap, echoing for 100 li. He was the first to issue the challenge. Millions of soldiers watched the battle from afar. The top of Black Tortoise City was filled with spectators. The whole world was waiting for the result of this battle. Zhang Yuntian waved the flag, and the millions of soldiers gathered their qi, surging towards him. Zhang Yuntian's muscles bulged, his veins popped out, tearing his clothes. Half kneeling on the platform, a pained expression appeared on his face. It was not always better to have more qi. Not to mention, his cultivation was only at the 10th level of Xiantian, not even a true cultivator. Even after a night of adaptation, he found it hard to bear such a huge force. But at this time, the divine dragon imperial jade seal in his bosom shone brightly, swallowing the billowing qi. He was not only the commander of the army, he was also the son of heaven personally leading the army to suppress the enemy. A dragon's roar resounded. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his body expanded rapidly. 2 horns grew out of his head, and scales and claws grew out of his body. The ceremonial platform creaked and collapsed with a loud rumble. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuntian's body grew taller than the platform, taller than the Black Tortoise City behind him, reaching a height of over 100 zhang. At this moment, he no longer looked like a human. His lower body lay on the ground, while his upper body bared its fangs and brandished its claws, resembling a bloated, deformed dragon. Ugly and horrifying, his body was still wriggling and changing. The million-strong army gathered at the last minute was not united, and the method he used to gather chi was also crude. Even so, with just his huge body, it was more than enough to crush everything. He felt a power he had never felt before, a power that could destroy everything. A furious roar shook the earth. Li Qingshan. The entire Black Tortoise City trembled, and everyone watching the battle was dumbfounded. Shouldn't such a monster only exist in nightmares? Even those who thought Zhang Yuntian's death were shaken at this moment. Who under the heavens could defeat such a monster? The martial union was extremely excited. They would definitely win this battle, and they were only worried that Li Qingshan would flee at the last moment. However, if that happened, his reputation would suffer a huge blow. Even if he obtained the world's throne, it would not be justifiable. The World Factions camp was also in an uproar. Originally, they thought it would be an easy battle, but they never expected to encounter such a monster. Even an innate realm expert would be no different from an ant in front of this monster. Even Li Qingshan had never displayed such frightening strength before. Some people couldn't help but wonder if they could really win this battle. Where is His Highness? I don't know. Hurry up and look for him. I don't know which madam's tent His Highness is resting in. There's no way to find him. Go and look for the guild master. Li Qingshan stepped out of the tent and stretched his body. What's with the ruckus? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? His Highness, there's a monster. Li Qingshan looked over. Even from such a distance, that mountain-like monster could be clearly seen. At the same time, a pair of dragon eyes locked onto him, filled with tyrannical hostility. Li Qingshan shielded his eyes with his hand. Is that our enemy? It's quite big. Gu Yenying urged her horse forward. The aura of 1,000,000 soldiers is indeed extraordinary. Don't lose. Who do you think I am? With their appearance, the camp gradually settled down. Li Qingshan arrived at the entrance of the camp. The Azura army was already waiting in formation. He waved his hand and said, "Follow me to kill the enemy." Chapter 1233. The blizzard swept through the world, blurring everything. Only the figure of the evil dragon was like a mountain, roaring and rolling like thunder. He was the monarch who gathered the power of the people, the commander of millions of troops, and the son of destiny of this world. He was going to eliminate the alien species on behalf of the heavens. Who could resist him? The people watching the battle on the top of Black Tortoise City were wondering if the hero king would come in the face of such an invincible enemy. A clamor sounded in the wind and snow. It went from weak to loud, as if it was cheering. It came from the camp of the World Club. The hero king is coming. Li Qingshan carried his long saber on his back, and his cloak fluttered in the wind. He stepped forward alone. The blood-red Azura army chi gathered on his body, dyeing his long hair and pupils red. In this world of ice and snow, it was like a drop of blood falling on a piece of white paper, extremely eye-catching. The dragon's eyes focused on this point. He lowered his body and lowered his head. The light in his mouth gathered to the extreme and gushed out with a whistling sound. Boom! A deep pit with a radius of 300 meters was blasted on the ground. The dissipation of the power distorted the air, and the wind rolled up the ice and snow. The ice and snow melted in the air, and the world became clear. What kind of power is this? All the spectators were stunned. They felt the Black Tortoise City trembling under their feet. Rubble fell, and it would collapse at any time. In the camp of the World Club, the cheers also stopped. Anyone who was hit by this attack would undoubtedly die. Where was the hero king? Then, everyone saw that the proud and aloof figure was still walking forward. He was neither fast nor slow, but somehow he avoided the attack. The evil dragon was enraged. He shook his head, and a blurry light swept over the ground. Rumble! Li Qingshan was calm. He moved as if he was teleporting. He was always one step faster. No matter how the horrible light followed him, it couldn't touch him at all. Zhang Yuntian, I gave you 16 years in vain. Is that all? The light suddenly exploded and swept over a radius of 10 miles, as if it was cleaning the earth. This kind of battle was beyond everyone's imagination. They felt like gods were fighting. Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming were probably the only exceptions. When everyone in the world society was concerned about Li Qingshan's safety, Gu Yenying shook her head. I thought it was a trap, but I didn't expect it to be so terrible. In terms of strength alone, Zhang Yuntian had far surpassed Li Qingshan. However, he was unable to control this power well. So it looked huge and clumsy. Even his own thoughts were disrupted. Of course, he was still an invincible existence in this world, even if his opponents were thousands of experts. He could only be crushed. However, his opponent was Li Qingshan. Luo Ho Xiaoming simply lay down on the saddle and fell into a deep sleep. If he could hear the thoughts of the crowd, he would definitely sneer. What kind of battle was this? The earth was cleaned again and again by the violent power, but Li Qingshan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Some people said suspiciously, did he die in the battle? But some people shouted, in the sky. Under the thick dark clouds, a figure stood in the void. It was Li Qingshan. The evil dragon roared to the sky, mixed with Zhang Yuntian's question, Hero King, do you only dare to dodge? Let this farce end here. Li Qingshan sighed. He held the hilt of the saber on his back, tightened his fingers, and pointed the saber at the sky. The dark clouds split in half, and the brilliant sunlight fell on him. He was like the only spotlight on a dark stage, attracting everyone's attention. His body shone with colorful brilliance, and he turned into a rainbow falling from the sky. He landed on the top of Black Tortoise City's city wall, and then turned into Li Qingshan's figure. There was no crack on the battlement under his feet, showing his absolute control over his power. Ah! The people watching the battle on the city wall were shocked, and they scrambled away. His cloak fluttered forward, and the evil dragon's huge head appeared behind Li Qingshan. Its sharp teeth were as sharp as rocks, and it was about to bite him. Even if it was a tall and sturdy city wall, it would still have a big hole bitten through it. The city wall was in an uproar, and many people were so scared that they jumped down from the city wall. Li Qingshan did not move, and he did not even turn his head. His cloak fluttered in the wind, and he snapped his fingers. Die! The evil dragon's sharp teeth were about to touch him, but they suddenly collapsed. The torrent of power swept through the whole Black Tortoise City like a strong wind, and countless roofs were blown into the sky. No! Zhang Yuntian's unwilling roar was heard in the wind, but it immediately dissipated in the wind. You're mistaken. It's not that the more power you have, the better it is. Li Qingshan's blade had destroyed the evil dragon's heart. Zhang Yuntian, the leader of the Wulin Alliance, reached out and grabbed the divine dragon jade seal that was blown by the wind. This was the difference between two worlds. Back then, when Qiongqi's incarnation descended into the 9 provinces, Li Qingshan had clearly sensed it. Even though Qiongqi was suppressing and attacking the 9 provinces, and the power he could use was not much greater than his own, he had no chance of victory. The difference in quality was so big that it could not be made up by quantity. He could feel the harshness of the 500-year promise more deeply. The gap between them was definitely not something that could be made up for by cultivating step by step. However, he found a possibility in this world. When the wind calmed down, everyone looked up in shock. A golden-haired and golden-eyed figure stood on the city wall. The sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. Just like in the legends, the hero defeated the evil dragon. Long live the Hero King! Suddenly, someone raised his arm and shouted, which quickly spread to the whole city. Even the millions of soldiers outside the city cheered together. There was both sincere support and irrepressible fear. Even the family heads and sect leaders who wanted to kill Li Qingshan were swept by this great momentum and had to shout, "Long live the hero king," hoping that he would forget their hostility. And the hostility indeed disappeared. How could the weak hearts of mortals be hostile to such an existence? Li Qingshan looked up at the sky and said to himself, "Evil heaven, this is just an appetizer." Gu Yenying led the elites of the world society into the city. When they passed through the city gate, they looked up and smiled at each other. With the accumulation of 16 years, the world society had gradually adapted to the changes brought by the world society and no longer regarded it as the source of chaos and terror. And the world society had also accumulated enough elite strength to quickly control the whole world. At this time, the 10 beauties played a special role. They were all the favored children of various families and sects, and also became the hope in the eyes of aristocratic families and sections. The process of Li Qingshan collecting the 10 beauties in the world was so smooth because of the cooperation and arrangement of the families and sections. Otherwise, it was impossible for Li Qingshan to snatch the bride before Nangong Wan Er's wedding. If he was 1 or 2 days late when the rice was cooked, he would have to force the beauty contest. Nangong Wan Er's father could sit as the family head of the Nangong family for 16 years because of this identity. Now, this life-saving straw had finally come. All the families and sects expressed that they were willing to surrender as long as the world society didn't kill them. Li Qingshan didn't let them down. He didn't want to plant more seeds of hatred and give the evil heaven a chance to play with people's hearts, so he accepted the surrender of all the families and sections. Early the next morning, in the inner city of Black Tortoise City, the patriarchs and patriarchs came to beg for forgiveness. Only the heads of Divine Wind Faction and Profound Void Temple were absent. Divine Wind Faction's Zhang Yuntian died in battle, and Zhang Xianfeng inherited the position, changing the name of Divine Wind Faction to Divine Wind Hall. Xuebing had long since become the Hall Master of Snow Mountain Hall. The other families and sects followed suit, abdicating their positions and changing to Hall Masters, all for the sake of preserving a bit more strength in the face of great changes. Only the Profound Void Temple Master retreated to the Profound Void Temple, stubbornly resisting to the end. About a month later, Yang Miaozhen entered the temple alone and played a game of chess with the Profound Void Temple Master. A cold plum blossom stood proudly in the snow, black and white crisscrossing beneath it. No matter what Yang Miaozhen said, the Profound Void Temple Master remained silent. In the end, he suddenly asked, "You're pregnant with his child?" He could hear the faint pulse in her belly. Yang Miaozhen nodded. After 16 years of bitter cultivation, her strength was no longer the same as before. She wasn't worried that the other party would suddenly attack and take her hostage. "All right, from today onwards, you're the Profound Void Temple, no, the Profound Void Hall's Hall Master." The Profound Void Temple Master took off the sect head's ring and threw it on the chessboard. From then on, he went into closed-door cultivation. Yang Miaozhen rubbed her belly thoughtfully. From then on, the heads of the world's great families and sects were all part of Li Qingshan's harem. Reigning supreme under the heavens, everyone could foresee that after the hero king ascended, their child would become the new master of the world. Chapter 1234. The world of the 9 prefectures, the undulating sand dunes were dyed bright red by the setting sun, extending to the end of the world. It made people understand why this place was called Red Prefecture. Suddenly, a mirage appeared in the sky above the desert. There were only 2 colors, black and white, but it changed into a magnificent scene. It gave people the feeling that the boundless world was within it. Nearly 1,000 cultivators had gathered in this desolate and silent land, ranging from weak qi practitioners to powerful golden core cultivators. They were all looking up at the mirage in the sky, carefully guarding against each other. Not long ago, the news that the painting tomb was about to open spread. It even included the exact time and location. It caused a storm among the disciples of the painters of the world, and they all rushed to this desolate desert. There were also some cultivators who were not painters who wanted to try their luck. The 5 ultimate graves valued luck more than anything else. They might be able to sneak into the painting tomb, and it would be worth it even if they took 1 or 2 artifacts. However, it was also because of the widespread news that no one dared to act rashly. It was generally peaceful. As for whether there would be a bloody battle when the painting tomb truly opened, no one knew. Suddenly, a sandstorm rose in the desert. The fine sand was like a fiery red fog, blurring the mirage in the sky. A terrifying demonic aura instantly enveloped the desert. The cultivators looked back in fear. A hunchback elder suddenly appeared on the sand dunes in the east, staring at them indifferently. White Camel Sand King. Someone immediately called out the elder's identity, causing even more panic. Leave the desert. White Camel Sand King's voice was low and hoarse. It was as merciless as the desert. Someone tried to plead, Senior, this concerns the heritage of the painters. Please give us some time. We will leave after the painting tomb opens. Leave the desert. The sandstorm became more violent, covering the sky. The sand dunes wriggled as if they had turned into giants. They were about to stand up and crush the fool who dared to wake them from their sweet dreams. The cultivators were shocked. A demon king was not someone they could fight. However, the mirage in the sky, even though it was obscured by the sandstorm, it was getting clearer. It was as if it was close at hand. The painting tomb was about to open. Just when they did not know if they should retreat, a clear dragon roar resounded through the sky. Another demon monarch? The cultivators fell into despair. The White Camel Sand King slowly raised his head, and a black dragon descended from the sky, landing below the mirage. Fellow Taoist White Camel. They didn't mean to offend you, so why are you bullying them? A slightly plump old man with a ruddy complexion shook his hand and unfurled a scroll painting. The dragon returned to the painting and continued to swim. It turned out that this dragon with the strength of a demon king was actually just a painting. It reminded people of the Dragon King of the Sea of the past. In that case, what kind of existence would be able to wield such a painting? Grand Preceptor Dong. The cultivators were pleasantly surprised. They hadn't expected that the opening of the painting tomb would actually attract this person. That was right. How could he not know such an important matter? The Grand Preceptor was one of the 3 dukes, possessing an extremely great status in the imperial court of Great Xia. Even regular great cultivators had no right to hold the position. It had to be an existence that stood at the apex of this world. The current Grand Preceptor was this old man with the surname Dong. He was also a painter, and it was said that he had collected 100 wondrous paintings. Every single one of them possessed startling power. Just now, the roving dragon painting was only one of them. Just like how the schools of Buddhism and Taoism revered the left and right imperial advisors, the disciples of the school of painting all revered the Grand Preceptor Dong. The White Camel Sand King said nothing. There was only the howling of the sandstorm, and the sand dunes moved like waves. They surged towards the cultivators. The Grand Preceptor Dong smiled, and extended his hand to unfurl another painting. The painting was dripping with ink, and the bamboo forest was rustling, but they all bent over deeply. A gentle breeze blew through the painting, stopping the sandstorm and blowing away the sand dunes. The painting was called the Bamboo Wind Painting. It was not a painting of bamboo, but wind. The White Camel Sand King suddenly turned around and gazed into the distance. He frowned deeply, and as a result, he withdrew the sandstorm and descended the sand dunes. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They admired the Grand Preceptor Dong's methods even more. He could even force the White Camel Sand King into retreat. A few young men and women followed behind the Grand Preceptor Dong. They all gave off a noble aura and they all praised him. Master sure is impressive, using the light breeze to suppress the sandstorm. Even the White Camel Sand King was helpless against him. All he could do was retreat. Master is a mighty Grand Preceptor. Becoming enemies with Master is becoming enemies with Great Xia. He only retreated when Master took action. The White Camel Sand King sure is stubborn, just like the rumors. As for the others, they did not even have the right to praise him. They went up and clasped their hands in thanks. The Grand Preceptor Dong stroked his beard gently and said modestly, "We've all been conferred by Great Xia, so we can be regarded as subjects of the same court. Our statuses are about the same. He's just doing me a favor." Master resides in the center of the Dragon Province. The White Camel Sand King is just a demon king. I heard he's even colluding with the rebel Banyan Tree King. How can they be mentioned in the same breath? Said an arrogant young man. He had already undergone the second heavenly tribulation, so he had the right to be arrogant. Don't speak nonsense. This is his territory after all. If you piss him off, it'll be no good for anyone. The Grand Preceptor Dong reprimanded him, but he did not stop smiling. At this moment, the mirage in the sky became clearer and clearer. It conjured mountains, rivers, people, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. It was the wondrous art of the school of painting. Even the Grand Preceptor Dong sighed in amazement when he saw it. The Five Absolutes Immortal truly was an astonishing figure. He could actually use the path of painting to such a degree. If he could enter and see what it was like, it would definitely benefit his cultivation greatly. Master, the painting tomb is about to open. What do we do with these people? The arrogant young man pointed casually. His face was filled with disdain, as if he was looking at a group of ignorant dogs. Grand Preceptor, we'll leave right now, someone said in a hurry, being sensible. The opening of the painting tomb is a grand occasion for us painters. Everyone has come from far away, so how can I just chase everyone away like this? Whether or not you can enter the painting tomb will completely depend on your luck. It doesn't depend on your status, so there's no harm in waiting a little longer. However, those who are not of the school of painting should leave. The Grand Preceptor Dong waved his hand, and nearly 100 cultivators hurriedly dispersed. The ones left behind were the disciples of the school of painting. They all praised the Grand Preceptor Dong's magnanimity, and only hoped that they could be the lucky ones to enter the painting tomb. The Grand Preceptor Dong smiled faintly. Not many people knew that this news had been spread by him in the first place. His goal was to gather the disciples of the school of painting and prepare to establish a large sect similar to the Spirit Kingdom Temple. They could be the patriarch of a family and also the sect master of a sect. With the world in such turmoil and the great Xia dynasty on the verge of collapse, just the position of the Grand Preceptor was no longer secure enough. And when the painting tomb opened, who would be able to compete with him? In order to obtain this news from Prince Si Qing, he had sacrificed a wondrous painting. He would definitely not allow others to encroach upon it. However, that Chu Danqing who possessed the jade blood of vermilion painting had not come. Presumably, without the support of that freak, Li Qingshan, he did not dare to come. As he pondered, his gaze focused. A white figure was standing on the sand dune where the White Camel Sand King had left. She wore a moon-white monk's robe that fluttered in the night wind, yet she had long hair that reached the ground. Even though her face was expressionless, she still caused others to sigh in admiration. Yet there was a pair of terrifying eyes embedded within. If one were to say that the White Camel Sand King was like this desert, there was still vitality and hope beneath his indifferent appearance. Countless beings lived in the desert, and underground rivers surged beneath the sand dune, ready to transform into an oasis at any time. He had also acted as a guide countless times, giving people hope amidst the storm. Yet, her eyes were empty. Not to mention this desert, even the hungry ghost realm, where only the dead existed, appeared excessively noisy in her eyes. There was too much pointless greed, resentment, and hope, and she would use great mercy to bestow great destruction. The Grand Preceptor Dong actually did not know when she had arrived. Even though he had seen her with his own eyes, he could not sense any aura. Yet, he suddenly thought of a term, foe of Buddha. His expression changed greatly, and he immediately understood why the White Camel Sand King had retreated. However, he was absolutely unwilling to retreat just like that. He opened his mouth and said, "Fellow Taoist, are you?" Before he had finished speaking, her figure had vanished, and a voice that was devoid of sorrow and joy rang out beside his ear, "Yes." The Grand Preceptor Dong immediately felt that he could not move, and it was difficult for him to circulate his magic power. Yet that beautiful face was already within reach, and the white bone sword pierced straight for his chest. Chapter 12:35. What a formidable foe! The Grand Tutor was both surprised and furious. He sensed death that he had not felt for many years. His blue robes suddenly swelled up, turning ice as he forcefully blocked the Buddha-slaying sword. As it turned out, the robes were a painting depicting 1,000 years of ice and 10,000 years of frozen earth. Little and twisted her sword, shattering the ice and ripping the robes. The Grand Tutor retreated in a sorry state, greatly shocked. His frigid cloak was a defensive treasure, yet it could not even block a single strike from her. However, it managed to buy him some time. Suddenly, he unfurled his arms and bellowed, "Myriad paintings!" Swish! 100 paintings unfurled together. There were mountains, rivers, people, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, as well as demons and wondrous realms. Every single painting had their own uses. It could depict powerful existences of the third heavenly tribulation, or it could conjure powerful techniques of ice, fire, and lightning. It could change and interweave into a myriad of colors. However, when 100 paintings fused together, it could form a domain of its own, encompassing everything. Just his strength alone was enough to rival several dozen great cultivators working together. The Grand Tutor definitely lived up to his reputation as the leader of the three dukes. As soon as the paintings were unfurled, there was a flash of blood-red light, and they all vanished, landing in a long blood-red banner. A spatial treasure. The Grand Tutor's face changed. Little and wielded the sword in her right hand and the banner in her left. She remained expressionless as if she had already expected this. A string of skull prayer beads flew out from her wrist, turning into skulls that bit at the Grand Tutor's entire body. Their sharp teeth quickly tore through his protective true chi before tearing at his flesh. However, strangely enough, no matter how the skull demon bit, the wounds on the Grand Tutor's body would always heal quickly. Not a single drop of blood flowed out, and the samadhi flames of white bone were unable to set him alight. It was as if there was only a portrait of a fleshless puppet there. The Grand Tutor allowed the skull demon to bite him as he stared at Little and coldly. At this moment, in the distant Dragon Province, a self-portrait of the Grand Tutor hung in the very depths of the Grand Tutor's estate. It was exactly the same figure and expression. Wherever the skull demon bit, the portrait would be damaged. This was the supreme technique of the school of painting, soul substitution. As long as the soul was not destroyed, the substitution would not die. At the same time, he was immune to many special attacks. Both the Vinaya Sex Decree and the Samadhi Flame of White Bone were restrained. A painter's weakest link was his own body. Even if he could control many powerful scrolls, if his body was destroyed, everything would be for naught. That was why he created such a miraculous spell. When the enemy wanted to win by assassination, he was about to crash into an iron plate and fall into a tight encirclement. You want to trap my 100 wondrous paintings with a mere magic treasure? Enemy of the Buddha, I will make you fall here today. Grand Preceptor Dong activated the 100 scrolls of wondrous paintings, the blood sea banner surging with brilliant colors as he was about to break out. Little and abandoned the blood sea banner and gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, his bare feet so white that they were almost transparent. He stepped lightly on the yellow sand, but did not leave any marks. He swung his sword again. This sword was like the horns of an antelope. It was untraceable, as if it existed with the heavens and earth, without a trace of sharpness. Grand Preceptor Dong's brows furrowed tightly. This Buddha enemy's sword Tao was unimaginably strong, and he had all sorts of methods that were powerful and bizarre. It was no wonder that he could create such monstrous evil in Pearl City. If he did not have the painted soul substitute, he would probably fail miserably in such an easy task today. But when he met those empty eyes, he suddenly felt an indescribable terror. There was definitely something wrong. If he wanted to retreat, he would be devoured by the skeleton demon. It was already too late. The edge of the sword slashed across his neck. A spray of blood flew, igniting into the samadhi flames of white bone in midair. A crack suddenly appeared on the self-portrait in the Grand Preceptor's residence. Originally, no matter how the skeleton demon bit, it would only damage the portrait, but this crack actually tore through the paper and landed on his neck. How is this possible? Grand Preceptor Dong's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. A deathly stillness consumed his entire body, and he could not help but cover his neck with his hands, kneeling on the ground like a mortal. He desperately wanted to escape his nascent soul, but there was a similar wound on the neck of the nascent soul in his body. Blood seeped out from between his fingers and landed on the yellow sand, creating a white flame. He raised his head with great effort. That beautiful face was still expressionless. The night wind lifted his white clothes and black hair, as if he was death itself. With a boom, pale white flames spread out, enveloping the entire self-portrait and instantly burning it to ashes. Everything happened in an instant. Before the others could understand what had happened, they saw Grand Preceptor Dong burn up, pale white flames gushing out from his 7 orifices. They were both shocked and terrified. Master! Grand Preceptor! Panting, Chu Danqing flew over the sand dune and cried out in alarm. Don't! Half a month ago, in order to enter the painting tomb, he had come to find Li Qingshan to escort him. Only then did he learn that Li Qingshan was no longer in this world. He was greatly disappointed, and had originally planned to come to the Crimson Province on his own. However, Little and had taken the initiative to accept this matter, because this was a promise he had made. On the way, they had not exchanged a single word. She was more unfamiliar than he had ever remembered. What her exquisite appearance brought him was not attraction, but fear. He was even unable to form a portrait of her in his mind. His mind was completely blank, seemingly able to swallow up all color. A moment ago, she had suddenly sped up and he had a bad premonition. He had finally caught up with great difficulty, only to see this scene. Grand Preceptor Dong had an extremely high status in the hearts of the disciples of the school of painting. Chu Danqing had once copied many of his paintings. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not be willing to make an enemy of him. He had not expected that she had already killed him. Little and grabbed back the blood sea banner and spat out 100 masterless paintings. The ownerless objects fell to the ground. With a casual wave of his hand, he swept all the cultivators present into the sea of blood. At the same time, he raised his white wrist, the skull prayer beads rising into the sky and scattering in every direction. The surging sea of blood swallowed up all the cultivators, only spitting out the talismans and artifacts on their bodies. The cultivators that Grand Preceptor Dong had scattered were all pierced through and killed by the skull prayer beads, burning into balls of samadhi flames of white bone. They were extremely dazzling on the approaching night of the desert. Thus, no one survived. The desert recovered its silence, only the sighing of the wind. At some unknown time, a waning moon had risen into the sky, silently facing the setting sun. Chu Danqing stared dumbfounded at this scene and asked furiously, "What did you do? Why did you kill them? They were not a match for you at all." Little and suddenly turned her head, her empty eyes stopping all words. Chu Danqing's mind trembled as he suddenly understood. She really would kill him, just like how she had killed these people. The only thing that had connected them was a promise from Li Qingshan. Just at this time, as the light of the setting sun and the splendor of the moon intersected, the mirage in the air suddenly burst forth with magnificent colors, ever-changing and beautiful. The sun and moon shone together, the painting tomb opened. But this magnificent transformation was not reflected in her eyes in the slightest. Gazing into the depths of the endless night sky, she finally said, "You should go in." Chapter 1236. The moonlight was silvery, the vegetation was verdant, the lake was quiet, and vines grew. This might have been nothing special in the Mist Province or the Green Province, but it was an extremely rare sight in the Scarlet Province. Oases in deserts were often referred to as pearls, and this oasis was the largest pearl of the Scarlet Province, Pearl City. The domed palace with the distinctive characteristics of the Scarlet Province stood silently in the darkness. The lights of the past had been completely extinguished long ago, and the once bustling streets were covered in a layer of moss. There were neither cries of birds nor cries of insects in the surroundings. Only when the night wind blew up the wind chimes would they ring out clearly. The white camel sand king stood on the moss and stared at the wind chimes for a while. He could tell that they were originally camel bells, so he made his way into the depths of the oasis without batting an eyelid. He arrived in front of a magnificent door, crossed over the tall sill, and passed by a mottled plaque. The plaque was inscribed with the words, "The King of Wei's Estate," in a flamboyant style, indicating the power this place once possessed. In the center of the estate was a great lake that radiated with dense spiritual qi. At the center of the lake was a small island with many majestic palaces built on it. This was originally the heart of the entire estate, or even the entire Scarlet Province, but now it was enveloped by a towering tree. Aerial roots crisscrossed like dragons and snakes, and the shade of the tree was so thick that even the moonlight could not pass through. It was like a dark cloud had enveloped Pearl City. The white camel sand king crossed the surface of the lake and arrived under the tree. He knocked the tree with his walking stick. "Old friend, that little friend of yours is far too vicious. Have you come to complain to me?" The banyan tree king's simple, elegant face appeared on the tree, and his gaze became even more vast and profound. "No. I'm warning you. Thank you for your warning, but she's no one's friend. I originally thought you could influence her a little at the very least if she fought for you. She's not fighting for me but for a promise. Apart from that person, no one can influence her. One of the 3 ministers has died here. The great Xia will never let this matter go. She's already killed a provincial lord, so why would she care about killing another grand tutor? From the moment I set foot on this path, the great Xia would never let me go. I know you love life and hate death, but no matter how crazy and unreasonable her actions seem, they are all based on rational judgment." "Is killing them all rational?" the white camel sand king asked. He was born in the desert. Living in the desert for a long time, they felt that life was not easy, and that was why they frequently lent a helping hand to mortals. Even the weakest of the outsiders wanted to give them a chance of survival. Just now, in front of the painting tomb, he tried to give those cultivators blinded by greed a chance of survival. Tell them not to face her. However, he was disturbed by Grand Preceptor Dong's attack. Moreover, he did not want to face her, so he could only retreat. How could he be forced to retreat by a painting of Grand Preceptor Dong? However, the result was worse than expected. She did not even spare those who had left the painting tomb. You think that Grand Preceptor Dong should retreat? Do I need to say a few words to get them to disperse? What do you mean? Now, she can solve all the problems without saying a word. Weighing the pros and cons is called being rational, as expected of someone who is about to become a god. The White Camel Sand King said indifferently. If the Banyan Tree King had not said it, he would never have imagined that someone would kill one of the 3 dukes of the Great Xia just to say a few words. There is no need to be angry. You know that I also cherish living things. This is just imitating her thinking. There are many uncertainties in the painting tomb, and Grand Preceptor Dong is the greatest potential threat. She wants to clear the area before the painting tomb opens, and the only choice is to ensure that those who have made a promise to Li Qingshan. As for the others, although the risk is not great, it is not as good as spending a little effort to avoid hidden dangers. I believe she has considered all of this. She does not trust you. The Tao she walks has always been like this. Perhaps I would rather she be trapped in the painting tomb? The Banyan Tree King sighed. Are you not worried at all that the entire 9 states has become like this? She is far more terrifying than the soaring Locust King. The White Camel Sand King was furious. He raised his cane and pointed it at the entire Pearl City. A fierce gust of wind stirred up the wind chimes, causing them to ring. A year ago, the Lord of the Scarlet Province refused to hand over the Scarlet Province cauldron. The Banyan Tree King commanded the other folk of the Mist Province, while Li Fengyuan led the winged folk of the city amongst the clouds. The White Camel Sand King also lent a helping hand due to his friendship with the Banyan Tree King. The 3 of them formed an army and attacked the city with all their might. Only she never took action, guarding against any possible changes. Only when the city was breached did she suddenly take action, personally killing the King of Wei, his wife, and the 8 honored guests. Then she set fire to everything, sparing not even a single bird or insect. Afterwards, she moved to various parts of the Scarlet Province and destroyed all the sects that took part in the battle. Close to 20 great cultivators directly died to her hands, and the human cultivation community of the Scarlet Province had basically completely collapsed. The name of the enemy of Buddha shocked the world. Only when she emerged from the shadow of the Demon King of the North Moon did the world understand just how terrifying Great Beauty and White Bone were. The Hawkwolf Guard declared her to be their greatest enemy, even more so than the Banyan Tree King. However, neither the Protector Hawk God nor the Skyfrost Wolf King ever appeared. Even when the White Camel Sand King ran into her in his territory, he would take a detour around her. This is my sin. If it weren't for this battle, the future expansion wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The Banyan Tree King closed his eyes. He had already taken over the Mist Province, the Green Province, the Scarlet Province, the Harmony Province, the Cloud Province, and the Thunder Province. That was equivalent to taking over most of the 9 provinces. A large part of the reason why everything had gone so smoothly was because of her deterrence. Even great cultivators felt fear. They had to weigh the pros and cons and consider the consequences. Afterwards, the various estates all accepted the Banyan Tree King's conditions and gave up the 9 cauldrons. None of the guests were willing to fight her. When he opened his eyes again, his face was already filled with worry. I've never been so worried. No one understands her terror better than me. She helped me take the 9 cauldrons for a promise, as well as to borrow my power to suppress the hungry ghost realm. I don't even dare to disappoint her, or she'll come up with something herself. The White Camel Sand King's heart shivered. He was unable to imagine what the outcome would be, but he understood one thing very well. The greatest threat to this world was neither the invasion of the demon domain, nor the devouring of the hungry ghost realm, but her. You should feel fortunate that she hasn't slaughtered just for the sake of power. I hope Qingshan can return soon. The banyan tree king sighed from the bottom of his heart. Before Chu Danqing could say anything else, he was sucked into the painting tomb. Little and followed closely behind, but the painting tomb closed before her. She grabbed the forsaken immortal sword with a flip of her hand and cut through it. She sensed something and glanced in the direction of Pearl City. Chapter 1237. Igniting 30% of the living beings in this world would basically be enough to suppress the ghost tower. This was the result of her calculations. However, once she started doing this, the remaining 70% of living beings would definitely react violently. The Banyan Tree King had already occupied 6 prefectures and was determined to become the god of the 9 prefectures. He would definitely resist with all his strength, so it would be better to burn them all. The Banyan Tree King's body was incomparably huge, and his branches and roots were intertwined. He was almost invincible in the 9 prefectures, but the Buddha-slaying sword happened to restrain him, so it should not be too difficult to deal with. With his deduction ability, he should be able to realize this. She hoped that he would use all his strength to take down the ghost tower. Otherwise, when Qingshan returned, he would definitely be furious. But even if he was angry, he had to do this, because before he returned, she could not leave. In an ancient temple deep in the mountains, red leaves rustled and fell on the steps. This is the painting tomb. Chu Danqing stood in front of the temple, his heart filled with amazement. He suddenly turned around and was shocked to find that she was standing silently behind him. Her white monk robes matched the scenery of the ancient temple very well, but her expression would never match any scenery. The strange sword in her hand was even more inexplicably spoiling the scenery. My promise with Qingshan has been fulfilled. You have also obtained Grand Preceptor Dong's 100 strange paintings. There are many dangers in the painting tomb, so you should leave. Kiki little brat, you talk big. What danger can there be in this broken place? When you see that fake dragon and slash it a few more times, you will know who is in danger. The forsaken immortal sword let out a sharp and strange laugh, completely breaking the quiet atmosphere. Chu Danqing's expression changed greatly. Little and lightly flicked the blade with her finger. The forsaken immortal sword immediately stopped talking. When you safely leave the painting tomb, my promise will be fulfilled. Then, all right. Chu Danqing stepped on the red leaves and walked up the step. Little and followed closely behind. When she stepped on the first step, the steps suddenly dispersed like smoke. The red maple trees on both sides suddenly burst into flames, and the raging flames swept toward her. Just now, Chu Danqing realized that everything around him was actually a painting. The flames were also very close to him, but he did not feel any heat. Instead, his blood was faintly boiling. It was very comfortable. A single step separated them into 2 different worlds. He couldn't help but stop and look back worriedly. Little and stood firmly in the void, expressionless, as if he didn't hear anything. The light from the forsaken immortal sword twisted and turned. The surrounding scenery immediately shattered. He couldn't touch her at all. The forsaken immortal sword was the ruler of the sword catacomb. The sword Dao was a Dao of slaughter. Regardless of whether it was destructive power or lethality, it was far from what the painting tomb could compare to. I don't need your protection. I beg you, little Anne, get out. Chu Danqing's face was full of bitterness as he cupped his hands and bowed. It was to protect the painting tomb. Every flower and tree here was a famous painting, yet they were mercilessly torn to shreds. It really made his heart bleed. Little Anne said nothing and had no intention of withdrawing. The painting tomb shook and more sceneries joined the attack, but they were all shattered by the abandoned immortal sword. Sigh, I'm afraid of you. Chu Danqing didn't dare to linger and ran forward with all his might. Little Anne followed behind him at a steady pace. The abandoned immortal sword tore through all obstacles and opened up a hole. In the depths of the meditation room, flowers and trees grew, setting off the snow-white painting wall. An ink dragon floated in the air, ready to fly. Chu Danqing saw it from afar and shouted, "Master! Kiki, this blind old man, why don't we kill him?" The abandoned immortal sword laughed strangely. Little and put it away. In front of the painting wall, the surrounding scenery suddenly stabilized and no longer attacked her. Chu Danqing knelt in front of the painting wall. The ink dragon lowered its head as if it was looking at him, but there was only emptiness in its eyes. The ink around him was very faint. Although the battle in the ink sea had not hurt his body, it had affected him greatly. He said in a low voice, "Danqing, you're here." He then looked up at Little and, "What do you have to say?" "There's only one question. Do you still want to be our enemy after you escape?" Little and pressed down on the Buddha-slaying sword again. Saving an enemy to fulfill a promise was something that Li Qingshan would do, but she wouldn't. Besides, ensuring that Chu Danqing could safely enter the painting tomb would be considered fulfilling her promise. "So this is your true goal?" Chu Danqing stood up and blocked the painting wall, glaring at her angrily. "Danqing, step down," the Dragon King of the Sea ordered sternly. "Yes, master." Even though Chu Danqing was unwilling, he could only step aside. "If I say I won't, will you believe me?" the Dragon King of the Sea said. "Fellow Taoist disdains lying. Even if it's a lie, you'll keep your word," Little N said. "So, you want to force me to promise not to be your enemy?" With a rumble, a bolt of thunder pierced the sky. Layers of dark clouds gathered, and a storm was about to come. Chu Danqing was very anxious. He knew that his master was proud and aloof and would never be threatened by others, but he was no match for this enemy of Buddha under such circumstances. He didn't expect his master to kill him despite all his efforts. Life and death are mortal matters. You can choose as you please, Dragon King. But I still hope to avoid a fight. Why? If I kill you, your disciple will seek revenge, and I'll have to kill him. But he's a friend of Qingshan. I don't want to do this unless I have no other choice. In fact, there was another reason. The painting couldn't be eaten. The Dragon King of the Sea fell silent. The dark clouds grew thicker. Their eyes met, one blank and the other empty. The blankness had a heart, but the emptiness was truly emotionless. Since there was a heart, it couldn't be without concern. For example, this disciple who was ready to risk his life for him, or the dream of flying in the sky and traveling the four seas. Emotionless was almost detached. The person was in the painting, but the heart was outside. The words didn't even seem like a threat, but the embodiment of some rule. The Dragon King of the Seaside. If Li Qingshan said this to me, I would fight him again no matter what. Qingshan wouldn't say such a thing. I will never be your enemy again. Little N nodded slightly. She waved her sword to break the painting tomb and was about to leave. Wait, I wanted to give this painting to Qingshan as a thank you gift. Now I want to give it to you. Chu Danqing looked at her deeply and handed over a scroll of painting. Unfolding the scroll, Little Anne's expression changed slightly. Like ripples on the surface of a lake, she stared at the painting without blinking. It turned out to be a painting of Li Qingshan. He stood there casually with his hands on his waist. His long black hair was loose, and there was a bright and proud smile at the corner of his mouth. Although it didn't contain any magic power, and was just an ordinary painting, Chu Danqing poured all his effort into it. It was vivid and lifelike, as if the real person was standing in front of him. I hope you won't forget him. Shaoan returned to her senses and gave a random response. She casually tossed down a pile of paintings and drifted away into the crack. Chu Danqing looked at the hundreds of paintings on the ground and was also dumbfounded. These were nearly 100 magic treasure-level paintings, and they were all thrown to him just like that. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was she learning from Qingshan to distinguish kindness and hatred clearly? He took a deep breath and turned to face the painting wall. A brush was already in his hand. He condensed a drop of his heart's blood at the tip of the brush and tapped it on the painting wall. The brush fell silently, and he tapped it twice. With a boom, the painting wall shattered and the ink dragon soared. The painting mound shook violently. All the scenery turned into rapidly spinning colors in a kaleidoscope, converging toward the vigorous and shocking dragon. Chu Danqing had exhausted all his effort in this one stroke. In a moment of dizziness, his figure fell straight down, landing on the great desert where the curtain of night had fallen. In the ever-changing mirage, the shadow of a dragon shuttled back and forth. Each time it shuttled, it grew larger. At first, the body could still be seen, but later, only scales and claws could be seen. Finally, a huge dragon's head poked out, followed closely by a slender body. It seemed to be soaked in the brilliance of the mirage. In the inky darkness, there were changing colors and more texture. A dragon's roar resounded through the desert. The ink dragon soared into the sky. The painting mound no longer existed, merging with him. The fake thing trapped in the painting could finally roam the world like a real dragon. The stone door of Qing Zhao's abode opened. A ray of moonlight shone into the hollow and dark belly of the mountain, outlining her figure. The abode that she had carefully opened back then seemed so simple and crude. She floated down and unfurled the painting again. Her hand gently brushed past the painting. Even with the profoundness of white bone and great beauty, there was still an aspect that could not be understood. It made one frown involuntarily, and tears welled up in their eyes. The moonlight shone, and clear tears fell like rain. Chapter 1238. Little and Li Qingshan mumbled to himself as he woke up from his dream. The night sky was boundless, and the stars were vast. He couldn't help but press his chest. There seemed to be a hole there, making him feel very empty. Although he was already the ruler of the world, and had everything a man wanted, power, women, wealth, and so on, he even had a long enough lifespan for him to slowly enjoy all of it, but he often felt as if he had just been reborn. He was so lonely and had nothing. When he was fighting for the world, he could finally be distracted and temporarily forget his current situation. Now that the world was unified and peaceful for many years, there was no longer any opponent. Even his greatest enemy, Heaven's will, seemed to have given up. Gu Yenying told him that it was because he became the son of heaven. Li Qingshan's reply at that time was, "I don't have such a stupid father." A more accurate explanation was that, as the ruler of the world, he ruled over all living beings in this world. Everyone in the world was his supporter, and he received the blessings of all living beings. Even the will of heaven could not punish everyone. He didn't want to continue sleeping, so he got up and paced around the room. The ape demon couldn't make him happy either. Instead, it made him even more irritable. The most important person in his life, the most beloved dream, none of them were by his side. In the depths of the palace, light and shadow flowed. Fei Hong held the palace lantern and approached the bedchamber. She looked at his expression and asked carefully, "My king, why are you not happy?" "Fei Hong, I feel so lonely." Li Qingshan sighed heavily. He didn't hide his feelings with shrewdness. "Which princess do you want to sleep with you?" Fei Hong looked at his distressed expression and couldn't help but feel touched. "I don't want to see them. They all have more important things to consider." Li Qingshan waved his hand impatiently. Ever since he became the ruler of the world, those beauties started to look disgusting. For the sake of their families and sex, for power and resources, they used all kinds of schemes and tricks. He finally saw what was called a palace fight. They almost shed all pretense of cordiality between them. Those once innocent and adorable children became more and more obsessed with fighting, turning their innate talents into sharp fangs and claws. Other than themselves, who else was qualified to be their opponent? And that was only the tip of the iceberg. Sure enough, it was just as Gu Yenying had predicted in the past. When there were no enemies outside, the enemies all came from within. Conflicts and disagreements between the various clans were commonplace. Fortunately, Gu Yenying was handling all of this, or the country that had just risen up would have collapsed a long time ago. As for him, he simply slept on his own. Out of sight, out of mind, not giving anyone a chance to talk to him on the pillow. Fei Hong said, "What about choosing a new concubine for you? You'd better spare me. Besides, it's useless even if you find all the women in the world. Could it be that you want to change your taste?" Fei Hong lowered her voice. Li Qingshan slapped her on the head. "Change your head." Fei Hong rubbed her head with a bitter expression. "Your Majesty, I have no other choice. If you have any other dissatisfaction, I can think of something else. It's too narrow here." Li Qingshan stomped on the ground. Fei Hong looked around the deep and vast palace. Even the palace lantern in her hand could not illuminate it. She said in surprise, "This is narrow? Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you." Li Qingshan spun around on the spot irritatedly. His tail swayed as he moved. He was like a monkey in a small cage, scratching his ears and cheek. His heart was beating like a monkey, and the world was like a cage. He suddenly stopped and said with a serious expression, "No, I'm leaving. It's midnight, where are you going?" "I'm going back to Jiuzhou first and bring little Anne with me. Then I'm going to kill my way to Brother Niu." Li Qingshan's eyes shone, and a smile appeared on his face again. Just thinking about it was enough to thrill him. It was much more interesting than ruling over this world. As he said that, he picked up a swaddle and strode out of the palace. Fei Hong's face was in a mess. What was going on? She could understand every word, but she couldn't understand a single sentence. Which Jiuzhou? Who was little Anne? Where was the ninth heaven? What did Brother Niu do? When she ran out of the door, Li Qingshan had already disappeared. She could not help but shake her head with a wry smile. He was still the same. The moonlight was as bright as frost. Looking up at the bright moon, she could not help but think of that night many years ago. Unknowingly, so many years had passed. She was no longer that lowly concubine, but a powerful palace manager, a peerless master whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of the innate realm. With the passage of time, everyone had changed, except for him. He was neither a wise king nor a ferocious devil, but a brave and stubborn child. She silently said in her heart, "I wish you a safe journey." It was obviously impossible for Li Qingshan to break through space and return to the 9 provinces with a tap of his left foot. He would directly go find Gu Yenying. As Gu Yenying was concentrating on revising the laws, Li Qingshan suddenly rushed in and pressed his hands on the long table. "I want to go back to Jiuzhou." Gu Yenying put down her pen and sighed in her heart. "Here he comes again. Qingshan, didn't I say it before? It's not the right time yet. It's rare for us to have a world of our own, so we should train ourselves. You can also accumulate more power for the divine talisman of great creation. I don't care. You brought me here. You have to take responsibility. Otherwise, you have to repay me with your body." Ouch! Li Qingshan stretched out his arms and grabbed Gu Yenying's shoulders. A soul-deep pain came, and he could not help but cry out in pain. "How is it?" Gu Yenying said with a smile. Over the years, she had made laws and was in charge of punishment. All death sentences had to be approved by her. She carried out the spirit of legalism in this lawless world, and at the same time, conformed to the will of the Naraka path. Her sensitivity to the scorching wind hell was getting stronger. The pain of hell became more intense, but the strange thing was that the pain she felt gradually eased, reaching a whole new realm. It was as if she was moving from a torturer to an executioner. She believed that if this continued, it would not take long for her to cultivate the illustrations of Naraka scripture to perfection. She would no longer encounter any bottlenecks, and all she lacked was a bigger world. However, she was not in a hurry to return to Jojo, and it was fine even if she did not return. Naturally, she was not as anxious as Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan grimaced in pain, but he refused to let go. Don't think that this little pain can scare me. Either return to Jojo immediately, or pay with your body. Gu Yenying stood up, opened her arms and asked with a smile, "If I agree, are you willing to wait until the time is right?" "I don't want to," Li Qingshan answered without any hesitation. As expected, Gu Yenying shrugged. "All right, let's go back now." Li Qingshan felt strange that she agreed so readily. "However, before we leave, there's one more thing I want to try." "What is it?" Chapter 1239. Become a god? So that's what you're planning. But how are you going to become a deity? This world can't even condense the mountain river divine seal, so how are you going to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth? And even if there is a way, once you become a god, you will have to merge with the world. Wouldn't you be trapped here forever? Li Qingshan frowned, not knowing what she was planning. You have the divine talisman of great creation, which can create all kinds of things. Can't you create a substitute? Even though it will consume some power of will, this is a complete set of the laws of heaven and earth of this world. It's definitely worth a try. Li Qingshan could not help but nod. Even the Banyan Tree King was unable to fully comprehend the laws of heaven and earth of the entire 9 provinces. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Gu Yenying smiled. "As for the divine seal of mountains and rivers, don't you have it? You mean, the Frost Prefecture Cauldron?" After pondering for a moment, Li Qingshan realized that the Frost Prefecture Cauldron he had obtained from the Skyfrost Wolf King was forged from the divine seal of mountains and rivers. Before he could hand it over to the Banyan Tree King, it had been tossed into this world. Exactly. That's the 9 prefectures' divine seal of mountain and river. What does it have to do with this world? Even though there are differences in size between worlds, there are still similarities. The vastness of Shuang Province is far beyond this world. How would we know if we don't try? The Frost Prefecture Cauldron has promised to be handed over to the Banyan Tree King. If we can have a complete set of the world's laws as a reference, I believe that the Tree King will be willing to pay this price. All right. Li Qingshan was also persuaded. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an interesting situation. He immediately activated the divine talisman of great creation and forcefully opened the Sumeru ring. He took out a small cauldron. The mountain, river, and grassland of Shuang Province were depicted on it, as if it was enveloped in a layer of frost. It was the Frost Prefecture Cauldron. The cauldron emitted a myriad of light rays and began to expand rapidly. "Wait, put it back." Gu Yenying tried to stop him, but it was too late. "Try putting it back." Li Qingshan couldn't hold the cauldron even if he tried, so he threw it to the ground. A loud bang shook the entire palace. What happened? Fei Hong frowned. He hurried over, only to see a huge cauldron crashing into the palace. And it was still growing. Outside the palace, Gu Yenying looked helpless while Li Qingshan said excitedly, "Big! Big! Big!" The cauldron broke through 100 palaces, and the sound of houses collapsing and collapsing could be heard. When the cauldron finally stopped growing bigger, it could be seen from every corner of the city. It was like a mountain peak. The mouth of the cauldron continuously spewed out rainbow-colored sparks. Streaks of sparks soared into the sky, stirring up halos of light before slowly dissipating. It was like a gorgeous firework dyeing the sky colorful. So beautiful! Li Qingshan shaded his eyes with his hand and exclaimed in admiration. "Guild leader, what's going on?" After a moment of consideration, Fei Hong still decided to ask Gu Yenying. After all these years of experience, she was much more reliable than him most of the time. Fei Hong, evacuate everyone in the palace. Take my seal and order the imperial guards to maintain order in the city and prevent any disturbances. Yes. A moment later, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and turned into a huge whirlpool. Under the illumination of the rainbow-colored light, it looked like a kaleidoscope, faintly showing all kinds of scenery. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It struck the mountain-like Shuangzhou cauldron as if it was about to shatter. Gu Yeniying's expression changed. Qingshan, quickly create a substitute. This world is digesting the Shuangzhou cauldron. Digesting? In the past, Li Qingshan had also tried to take out pills and treasures from his Sumer ring, but they were all suppressed by this world. He didn't expect the Shuangzhou cauldron to have such a big reaction. It seemed like Gu Yeniying was right. There was some kind of connection between the worlds. The spirit qi of other worlds would be strongly rejected by this world. However, the divine seal of mountain and river, which had condensed the laws of heaven and earth, was like a glutton encountering a delicious meal. It immediately swallowed and melted, becoming a part of this world. What kind of substitute do you think can block the lightning? Li Qingshan pointed upwards, and the huge cauldron was filled with exploding thunderbolts. Millions of electric arcs shot out, and any one of them could kill a Xiantian realm expert. Due to the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, the strongest substitute he could create was only at the Xiantian realm 10th stage. It was simply a fool's dream to want to enter the cauldron safely. The cauldron was filled with thunderbolts and turned into a real pool of thunder. Not to mention the substitute, even the real body couldn't withstand it. If this world was so serious about them when they descended, they would have died decades ago. Now, it seemed like they were two little bugs that landed on a fat man who was sleeping soundly. Although the fat man would subconsciously wave them around, he eventually got used to it and simply went back to sleep. After all, although the little bugs were annoying, they didn't bring any harm or benefit to this world. When the Shuangzhou cauldron appeared, it immediately seemed like it was going to wake up. I miscalculated. I have never tried this kind of thing. Then we can only wait for this world to digest the Shuangzhou cauldron, and then we can slowly go to the world to collect it. Gu Yeniying sighed. It was not a simple matter to extract and condense the divine seal from the mountains and rivers. Although this world wasn't big, it still had thousands of mountains and rivers. Moreover, it was still unknown whether they could successfully condense the divine seal. Li Qingshan, who was anxious to return to the 9 prefectures, was probably going to go crazy. Women, oh women, they are usually smarter than the other, but when it comes to the crucial moment they are unreliable. Li Qingshan shook his head, and his face showed a look of exasperation. Fei Hong rushed back to report, and his mouth twitched as he listened. If it wasn't for guild leader Gu, how could you be so lazy and content all these years? Gu Yeniying was too lazy to argue with him, and asked in surprise, "You still have a way?" "Ha, I have a way." Li Qingshan closed his eyes and opened them again. The smile on his face had disappeared, and his eyes glowed with a faint blue light. It was as tranquil as the deep sea, and he said softly, "Flower in the mirror, moon in the water." Even though he was confined by the laws of this world, the divine talisman of great creation could help him break the confinement and activate his supernatural power. In Fei Hong's surprised eyes, a phantom emerged from Li Qingshan's body, and gradually became clear. It was facing him, and it had the same appearance and expression, just like looking into a mirror. It was the mirror doppelganger that he hadn't used for many years. Gu Yeniying said, "The doppelganger technique. You do have this move, but your doppelganger seems to be too weak. You might as well use a substitute." Li Qingshan and the mirror doppelganger turned their heads at the same time, and smiled at her. "You will know when you see it." The mirror doppelganger immediately rushed to the big cauldron, and it was immediately struck by several thunderbolts, but it was blocked by a rainbow light. Divine talisman of great creation. Gu Yenying's eyes narrowed, and she immediately understood. The mirror doppelganger was almost equivalent to an extension of Li Qingshan's body, so it could naturally activate the divine talisman of great creation to protect itself. The willpower he had accumulated over the years was as deep as the sea, and even if it was struck by lightning, it would not be easy to break this barrier. The mirror doppelganger finally climbed to the top of the big cauldron and jumped into the pool of thunder. Aren't you afraid of not succeeding, and losing the divine talisman of great creation for nothing? Gain and lose, there is no need to worry about it. But this is all your wicked idea, and prepare to pay with your body. Chapter 1240. Li Qingshan no longer spoke. He closed his eyes and focused on controlling the mirror image clone. Greetings, my king. Greetings, guild leader. What's going on? Figures gathered from all directions as they stared at the mountain-like cauldron in astonishment. No need to say more, just watch. Gu Yenying waved her hand, and everyone stood solemnly behind them. As they listened to the rumbling thunder, they shivered. They couldn't help but look at Li Qingshan's back. Was he the one who triggered this heavenly might? The Frost Prefecture cauldron was extremely sturdy and was not restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. It stood firmly under the bombardment of the thunder. The earth shook violently. Suddenly, cracks appeared and lava gushed out. Scarlet flames rushed to the bottom of the Frost Prefecture cauldron. At this moment, besides Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying, no one else dared to stand in front of the cauldron. They retreated far away, still shaken to the core. The world seemed to have turned into a copper cauldron, using fortune as the work, the earth as the anvil, and the thunder as the hammer to refine the Frost Prefecture cauldron. A gust of hot wind blocked the splashing thunder and fire. Gu Yenying stared silently. Only now did she see the so-called heavenly might. However, it also revealed the laws of heaven and earth. Although she could comprehend the laws of heaven and earth through various objects under normal circumstances, she could only comprehend the surface. Just like when a person was angry or drunk, it was easier to reveal his true nature. This was indeed the best time to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. She didn't know if Li Qingshan could grasp this chance to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and become a deity of this world. However, becoming a deity with a clone, would it really not affect the main body? Time passed bit by bit. The power of heaven and earth was endless. The Frost Prefecture cauldron also couldn't hold on any longer. With a crack appeared at the bottom and quickly spread. Li Qingshan's expression changed slightly. A rainbow light burst out from the crack. Wherever the Frost Prefecture cauldron cracked, the rainbow light would shoot out, as if trying to repair the crack. But Gu Yenying could see it. He was fighting against time with this world to refine the Frost Prefecture cauldron first. Finally, the Frost Province cauldron was covered in cracks. Millions of rainbow-colored lights shot out from within and dyed the entire cauldron red. Time seemed to stop for a moment, and then there was a loud bang. The huge cauldron exploded into pieces, and ring-shaped shockwaves swept out for thousands of miles. Circles of rainbow light expanded along with it, dyeing the sky incomparably beautiful. However, the fragments of the cauldron melted in midair like ice cubes, swallowed and melted by this world. The sky began to brighten, and the heavenly thunder and earthly fire gradually subsided. The tens of thousands of palaces were burned down by the lava, and ashes fell all over the city. Fortunately, there were countless experts in the city, and reinforcements came in time. Only then did it not turn into a burning city. Above the ruins, Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, which were clear and bright. It was as if it could pierce through everything in the world. Gu Yenying asked, "How is it?" "It's hard to say, but the divine talisman of great creation has been lost. Hurry up and repay me with your body, Li Qingshan said. As soon as his mirror clone entered the Frost Province cauldron, he used the power of the divine talisman of great creation to power the spirit turtle transformation to derive the laws of the world. At the same time, he had to fend off the lightning and the roasting of the earthly fire. Afterwards, he had to fight against time with this world to refine the Frost Province cauldron. The power of belief he had accumulated over all these years basically flowed out like water. Fortunately, he had personally shattered the Mist Province cauldron in the past, and he had even eaten a fruit of wisdom, so he had quite a deep understanding of the laws of the 9 provinces. As a result, the refinement process was relatively smooth. In the end, he managed to refine the Frost Province cauldron first. However, the Frost Province cauldron was unable to endure the attacks of the heavenly thunder and earthly fire anymore. It shattered loudly, swallowed and melted away by the world. Even his mirror clone and the divine talisman of great creation were swallowed up together. Cut the nonsense. How is it? I don't know how to describe my current state either. On one hand, I'm standing here, before you, and on the other hand, I'm roaming the world, existing with the world. I can dive into the deep sea or climb to the top of a mountain with a single thought. Yep, there's a woman sleeping naked here. Not bad, but her stomach isn't too good. Li Qingshan was originally solemn, like an observer from beyond the mortal world. His final sentence immediately exposed his true nature. Gu Yenying shot a glance at him in exasperation. What else? I also see endless laws, but I can only walk around and look around. I don't seem to be a god. This was the first time Li Qingshan had experienced such a wondrous state in his life. He focused his gaze on Gu Yenying, but all he saw was a whistling, scorching wind from hell wrapped around a pale, green feather. He could not help but feel rather disappointed. He had never thought this guy would have already cultivated the illustrations of the Naraka to such a level, basically existing with hell. Just by looking at his expression, Gu Yenying knew what he was thinking. Finally, she could not help but swing her iron fan and hit him hard on the head. Li Qingshan realized that he could not see Gu Yenying clearly, so he continued to roam the world. Unexpectedly, he was hit. He touched his head and said, "Why did you hit me? I didn't see anything." Gu Yenying looked at his angry and wronged face and really had no temper. She sighed and said, "You're almost omniscient in this world now. This is already the ability of a god." Yep, that makes sense. After all, the time is too short. I still can't understand all the laws of heaven and earth, so it's naturally difficult for me to control the power of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan nodded and suddenly patted her head. Hey, it's not that I don't want to repay you, it's just that it's not time yet. Gu Yenying held her forehead and was speechless for a long time. She felt that in front of so many people, she really could not lower herself to his level. But will your clone really not affect your main body? Don't be assimilated by this world. After all, no matter how strong the power that he grasped in this world was, he could not bring it back to the 9 prefectures. If he was assimilated by the world, it would be much more terrifying than being rejected by the world. It's just a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. Of course, it won't affect my main body. Sigh, you don't seem to be affected. Gu Yenying sighed in her heart. Who would continue to peep at a woman in this state? He had long been immersed in the endless mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth, and everything in the secular world was like fleeting clouds. She really admired his temperament. How could he be so stubborn? But you don't know, this is really very interesting. It's like playing a game. Li Qingshan thought of the sandbox games in his previous life. However, the largest of those games was only a city, and the degree of realism was also very limited. This was an entire world. It was so detailed that every grain of sand and every grain of dust was detailed. I've never heard of such a game, but your magical power is really mysterious. Gu Yenying praised. Is that so? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Apart from being able to conceal his identity in the beginning, Moon's reflection actually became less and less useful to him later on. As his identity was exposed, the enemies he faced became stronger and stronger. His doppelganger could only be used as a shield. He really felt that it was of little value. This was because he lacked understanding. In fact, the doppelganger technique was not a particularly advanced spell. There were even some Qi practitioners who were able to use them, but they could only be used in battle. There was a limit to how far they could go, making them more like puppets. Only extremely powerful cultivators. Only then would there be a true doppelganger that could replace the main body and travel the world. However, such a doppelganger would definitely affect the main body, and there was a risk that the will of the main body and the doppelganger would not be in sync. It could even create a will that would separate from the main body, and that would be a huge loss. His mirror avatar, on the other hand, was almost an extension of his body, so there was no problem of coordinating his will. Instead, it had a strange self-protection mechanism to prevent the main body from being affected by the doppelganger. No matter how much the shadow was distorted by the mirror and water, the flower and moon would remain unaffected. If his true body became a deity, his mind would definitely be greatly affected. How could the vastness of the world not have an impact on a person's mind? This was a talent passed down in the bloodline of the spirit turtle race. When the spirit turtle hid in the deep sea and controlled the doppelganger to travel, if the doppelganger casually separated from the main body, or if someone injured the main body through the doppelganger, then what was the point of the doppelganger? What was the point of having a doppelganger? How could he not nip such a risk in the bud? Only by creating such a mirror avatar. Only then could he ensure that he was always in the safest position. If Li Qingshan knew about this, he would definitely sigh. The spirit turtle really was a natural-born shut-in. This water mirror was basically like a computer screen, forming a barrier that completely isolated the world. Everyone gathered again and asked what was going on. A young man stepped out from the crowd. His back was slightly protruding, and his figure was broad. His face was extremely handsome, and he bore some resemblance to Li Qingshan. He clasped his hands and said, "Father, Mother invites you to the Xuanxu Temple." "What is it?" As Li Qingshan asked, he already saw Yang Miaozhen in the Xuanxu Temple. He already understood the answer. Someone was finally leaving him. As the world changed, people's hearts changed. He was not the only one who could abandon others. Suddenly, Yang Miaozhen's heart skipped a beat. She stood up and looked around. How sharp! Is it because she's about to ascend? Li Qingshan praised inside. Among the girls, Yang Miaozhen was undeniably the best in terms of talent, comprehension, and willpower. She had been focused on cultivation all these years, without a single day of rest. She did not care about the struggles of the world at all. Even Hu Xian who did not have a family or sect to hold her back, felt jealous. Only she had always been very indifferent. However, it was precisely because of this indifference that they had gradually drifted apart. Even when Li Qingshan summoned her, she often refused. She had reached the 10th level of Qi refining, the highest realm, and was only a step away from ascending. The change in the sky last night had given her quite a bit of inspiration. She had glimpsed a trace of the laws of heaven and earth. She was about to ascend, so she ordered her son to invite Li Qingshan. The Black Tortoise city of the past, the Zhongdu city of today, was not far from the Xuanxu Temple. Li Qingshan did not make her wait long. The sky had just brightened when he stood in front of her. He said with a smile, "Congratulations, congratulations! You really haven't changed at all, but I've aged a lot." Yang Miaozhen gazed at the man in front of her. He did not seem to have changed at all from many years ago. Not only his appearance, but even his mood was the same. However, her heart already felt many vicissitudes of life. Li Qingshan also said, You've aged a lot. In reality, her appearance had not changed much. Due to the effects of the Ewood Vitality art, there was not a single wrinkle on her face, and there was not a single strand of white hair on her head. Her figure was still as tall and slender as before. However, she was still old. After all, she was only a mortal and did not have a powerful bloodline. This world did not have that many elixirs that could extend one's lifespan. Once one aged to a certain extent, that was death. Even if her appearance was still that of a young girl, death was still death. Chapter 1241. Li Qingshan still had a faint smile on his face. Even though he was a little sad, he did not feel sad. The ape demon fishing for the moon was destined to be an illusion. Why should he be sad for the moment when the moonlight flowed into his palm? We are husband and wife. Don't you have anything to say to me? Yang Miaozhen could not help but ask. The man in front of her had once made her so infatuated that she even gave birth to a child for him. I do have a lot to say to you, but we are not husband and wife. I wanted to leave you, but I didn't expect you to be one step ahead of me. Not? Yang Miaozhen also felt a stab of pain in her heart. Li Qingshan said with certainty, No. I once had a woman I wanted to marry, but in the end I let her down. I thought I could take her to travel the world, but in the end I realized that it was my wishful thinking. From that day on, I swore that I would never marry again, and I would never make any vows of eternal love to anyone. For people of my generation, the vicissitudes of life are too easy. Yang Miaozhen finally understood why he only had concubines but never held any wedding. She originally thought that he was too jumpy and could not stand these red tape. She sighed faintly and said, I see. So that's how it is. I've never heard you say these words before. Li Qingshan said with a smile, I am not stupid. Why do I have to say these annoying words? Why are you not afraid of annoying me today? No matter how indifferent you appear, I know that you are a person who values relationship. I am afraid that there is still something in your heart that you can't give up, and it will affect your ascension. After all, you are a woman. There are very few women like Gu Yenying. So, do you like President Gu or me? Li Qingshan shook his head. Let's not talk about this. Sit down and listen to me. You've only just started after you've ascended. So the two sat opposite each other, one talking and the other listening. From the matters to pay attention to during the tribulation, to the cultivation methods after ascension, to battles between cultivators, Li Qingshan passed on all the knowledge he could possibly use to Yang Miaozhen, no matter how trivial it was. He was like a master passing down instructions to his disciple who was about to leave seclusion. Yang Miaozhen asked from time to time. It was no longer a prince and a concubine, but a senior and a junior. The two cultivators were communicating. Unknowingly, the faint sorrow of parting had been completely washed away, and it was instead filled with yearning and hope for the future. 3 days later, thunder roared. Yang Miaozhen soared into the sky to resist the tribulation lightning. A moment later, the thunder clouds dissipated. Yang Miaozhen looked back at Li Qingshan, nodded slightly, and disappeared into the horizon. From then on, they were separated from the boundless void and separated in the vast sea of stars. It was likely that they would never meet again. It wasn't that they were fickle, but that they had greater pursuits and wished each other well. It was better than remembering a mound. Li Qingshan silently said, Miaozhen, have a safe journey. He turned around and returned to Zhongdu City, using his clone to observe the heavenly tribulation of ascension. He had gained a better understanding of the laws of heaven and earth in this world. He needed to properly comprehend it. When he left this world in the future, it should be of great help. After devouring the Frost Prefecture cauldron, this world began to undergo subtle changes. However, these changes were not immediate. Instead, they were subtle. Perhaps one day in the future, the mountains and rivers of this world could also condense into the divine seal of mountains and rivers, or even evolve into a wider world. However, that was a matter for thousands of years later, and Li Qingshan finally did not feel bored anymore. In Zhongdu City, the palace that had been destroyed by the heavenly lightning and earthly fire was quickly rebuilt. It had a distinct Qingzhou style, especially a huge statue standing in the square with a long saber on its back, looking into the distance. It was the appearance of Li Qingshan. Passers-by who passed by had to pay their respects. Deep in the palace, Li Qingshan was lying on the bed with his head propped up. Snacks were placed all around him. There were peanuts, melon seeds, fruits, and pastries. He casually grabbed them and sent them into his mouth. There was a mysterious smile on his face, and he looked like he was daydreaming. His hand touched nothing on the plate and immediately shouted, "Fei Hong, melon seeds." Fei Hong helplessly served the melon seeds and conveniently cleaned up the melon seed shells and shells that were piled up on the floor. This was the confidential place where Gu Yenying worked. Ordinary maids did not have the qualifications to enter. Only she, the chief steward, was able to personally serve this chivalrous king. From that day onwards, Li Qingshan became even more lazy. In the past, he would often stroll around. Now, he was practically lying on the bed without moving. He did not sleep for days and nights, and actually had a pair of dark circles under his eyes. He was the invincible chivalrous king with unparalleled martial arts. Ha 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 ha! Li Qingshan suddenly burst into laughter, startling Fei Hong. However, she saw that his eyes were empty and not looking at anything. She could not help but sigh heavily. She looked at Gu Yenying, who was concentrating on handling official business, and asked, "Guild leader Gu, is His Highness really all right? You don't need to worry about him. He is currently comprehending the laws of heaven and earth." Comprehending the laws of heaven and earth? Fei Hong looked at Li Qingshan again, and saw that the smile on his face had disappeared. Instead, it had become somewhat lascivious. In this world, no matter what one did, they could not do without comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. She had never seen someone who comprehended the laws of heaven and earth like this. She could not help but shake her head and leave. Without raising her head, Gu Yenying asked, "Qingshan, take a look at the southern part of the southern territory. I just received news that there are a few cave masters there who do not seem to be very peaceful." "Ah, wait a moment. Oh, I see them. The group of country bumpkins from the 72 caves have gathered a large group of natives for a meeting. They say that your new laws are too harsh, and they are thinking of ways to resist it. After so many years, there were no longer any organizations that dared to go against the world society. However, all kinds of opportunistic and covert actions were still unavoidable. The laws that were issued would often become unrecognizable when they reached the lower levels. Some people would even take advantage of the situation and damage the reputation of the world society. The reason why Gu Yenying arranged for Li Qingshan to stay here was to use him as a super monitor. There was nothing in the world that could be hidden from him. He could immediately understand the most real situation, and then use targeted methods to amend the laws in a timely manner. At the same time, he would maintain the dignity of the laws and make them more compatible with the path of hell. Following Li Qingshan's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, it was no longer as simple as observing the present. It even included the past and the future. In the blink of an eye, he could know the cause and effect of a matter. He could even pry into the most subtle changes in people's hearts. He could also multitask and monitor the happenings in various places at the same time. This was indeed the means of the gods. However, he used this ability like a TV show. From the romance of the rich and powerful to the romance of the countryside, from the world of animals to man and nature, every channel was full of fun and required him to keep track of it. In addition, there were several those programs that he watched a lot as well. The only thing that made Gu Yenying feel fortunate was that he finally stopped making a fuss about returning to the 9 prefectures. Li Qingshan seemed to have sensed something and suddenly said, "Gu Yenying, once I understand the laws of heaven and earth in this world, we will return to the 9 prefectures. Don't even think about delaying it." "Alright, please continue." Chapter 1242. Spring rain, summer thunder, autumn wind, winter snow, the 4 seasons changed. Amidst the tribulation lightning, Li Qingshan saw off his old friends one by one. He asked the infant Rahu and Xiaoming, "Where do you think they'll ascend to?" Luoho Xiaoming had become so small that he was even smaller than a newborn baby. Li Qingshan could carry him with one hand. His skin had also turned pink. Most of the time, his eyes were closed as if he was a sleeping baby. However, his brows were always furrowed, and his expression was sometimes twisted to the point of being ferocious. He was sweating so much that his swaddling clothes would be soaked in a second. It was as if he was in a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. Li Qingshan would always wake him up at this time and ask him something. So Luoho Xiaoming opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as rubies, but they were covered with a layer of mist. After a moment of confusion, he came back to his senses. His lips moved and he answered vaguely, 6 paths of reincarnation. Just as I expected. Li Qingshan nodded. Not long ago, an Asura under his command ascended. Through the mirror image's perspective, he clearly saw a blood-colored vortex blossoming in the void and swallowing the Asura. Originally, he thought that ascending from a small world to a medium world, and then from a medium world to a great world. Now, it seemed that this 6 paths of reincarnation was the final destination of all the worlds in the void, whether it was life or death. It was understandable. Of course, ascenders couldn't cross the void to another world. Only the 6 paths of reincarnation was connected to every world, and only then would there be the possibility of ascending. However, what kind of form the 6 paths of reincarnation existed in was still something that Li Qingshan couldn't understand. But now, he gradually understood this world. Luoho Xiaoming fell asleep again. His expression gradually became ferocious, even filled with terror. Asura had always been known for their bravery and fearlessness, but what could make this Asura's divine son show such an expression? His nightmare became deeper and deeper, so deep that even Li Qingshan couldn't wake him up anymore. His breath also became weaker and weaker until it was almost non-existent. One day, after an extremely long slumber, so long that Li Qingshan thought he would never wake up again, he suddenly opened his eyes and bawled like an infant. He was filled with endless sorrow and bitterness. Li Qingshan was surprised. He picked up the swaddling clothes in a hurry, but he caught a whiff of blood. He opened the swaddling clothes and took a look. The tender skin cracked as droplets of blood dripped out, igniting red lotuses. His instinctive sense of danger made him let go of Luoho and Xiaoming, retreating far away. The red lotus flames actually gave him a feeling even more terrifying than Xiao An's samadhi flames of white bone. They seemed to possess a law that was even more profound and ancient than the laws of the world. It could not be defied, passing through all the worlds in the world. It was this law that backfired on this Asura's divine son, who once had supreme divine power. Gu Yenying, who was focused on revising the new law, was also stunned. She stared at the blooming red lotuses and felt that even the law of the Naraka realm couldn't compare to the law contained in the red lotuses. Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying both held their breath. After the red lotuses bloomed to their peak, they all began to wither. Little Luoho's crying stopped, and he spat out a red lotus. This red lotus was larger than all the other red lotuses, and its petals bloomed. It was as big as a washbasin, and there was a baby lying within it. Surprisingly, this baby also looked like little Luoho, and he had a happy smile on his face, without a hint of sorrow. Looking at the bottom of the lotus, little Luoho had already turned into ashes. The last lotus flower also slowly withered and finally dissipated. All of this happened in just a moment. The baby crawled up from the ground and looked at himself with a satisfied expression. He put his hands on his waist and proudly showed off the little elephant under him. In that moment, he washed away all of his melancholy and dejection. He pointed at Li Qingshan arrogantly. "Li Qingshan, get me something to eat. I want fresh milk and grapes." Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying looked at each other. They still didn't understand what was going on. There seemed to be some shocking change happening to Luoho Xiaoming, but it only looked like he had become more arrogant. Li Qingshan said tentatively, "Little Ming?" Ming is Ming, but remove the word little. From today onwards, I am Luo Xiaoming." "Okay, little Ming." "It's Luoho Xiaoming." Luoho Xiaoming's expression darkened. "No problem, little Ming." "Bastard!" Luoho Xiaoming glared at Li Qingshan. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, just like a real Azura. Li Qingshan slowly approached him and squatted down. He tentatively extended his right hand and curled his middle finger. "What are you trying to do? Don't you dare!" Luoho Xiaoming's body swayed as he tried to avoid Li Qingshan's hand. "Pa!" Li Qingshan flicked Luoho Xiaoming's forehead. Luoho Xiaoming fell to the ground, his face red with anger. Li Qingshan scratched his chin and chuckled. "I thought you suddenly gained some amazing ability, but it turns out you're only SOSO. Luoho Xiaoming sat on the ground. "Li Qingshan, I definitely won't forgive you in the future." Li Qingshan slowly curled his middle finger. Luoho Xiaoming decided that a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Li Qingshan ordered someone to bring fresh milk and grapes. Luoho Xiaoming immediately ignored everything else and started to eat and drink. Gu Yenying asked curiously, "Little Ming, what kind of fire is that just now?" Luoho Xiaoming said angrily, "Red lotus karmic fire." Then he said seriously, "We have to leave this place quickly." "Why?" Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. This was really the case of the eunuchs panicking instead of the emperor. "Have you noticed any changes in me?" Luoho Xiaoming clenched his fists. "You're growing up." Gu Yenying keenly noticed that Luoho Xiaoming had more hair on his head than when he was born from the red lotus karmic fire. His speech was also clearer. But Li Qingshan noticed even more. Originally, although Luoho Xiaoming was not rejected by this world, he was not accepted by it either. But ever since he was reborn from the red lotus karmic fire, the heaven and earth spiritual chi had been gathering towards him. It was simply unstoppable. That's right. If this continues, it won't be long before I face the first heavenly tribulation. I can't ascend in this world, or I'll return to the Azure realm. Luoho Xiaoming said. Different from Li Qingshan, who was a half-baked god of the world, he was a natural god and was born in this world. He was a child of destiny protected by this world. Even if he was isolated from the heaven and earth spiritual chi, just eating and drinking would allow him to grow rapidly. He would grow stronger with every passing second until he reached the limit of what this world could contain. Yes, your mother is looking for you everywhere. You can't just walk right into her trap. Li Qingshan agreed. He asked Gu Yenying impatiently, "Gu Yenying, are you coming or not? Aren't you going to understand the laws of heaven and earth?" "I'm almost done. I can study the rest when I return to the land of the 9 prefectures. Aren't you afraid that you'll lose your connection with your doppelgangers?" "Foolish woman, don't underestimate my talent." "All right, then let's go." But, smart man, where is the land of the 9 prefectures? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.